Good morning, Chatty House.
Yo.
Are we still doing that thing where we don't have Twitter?
Yeah, I think so. No. Yes. We should though, because we're paying for it now. We gotta
Oh.
work that out. Ramsey gets a belt. Good work by Ramsey.
I'm just trying. No, I wouldn't do it.
I need to start getting in here earlier. I have too much to do in the mornings. I keep forgetting stuff.
Hi, friends.
Sorry, guys, in the midst of fixing some stuff, I got to move around. All right, there we go. 20 seconds. Good morning, everyone.
Oof.
Thanks, Russ Dog. Appreciate it. Shout out to KSFM. What's up, David? What's up, Will?
Hello, friends.
Mrs. Mack was good. Drew down in the building. Adam L in the building. Wheezy. And it's game time. All right, fun show lined up on a Tuesday. James is there. Kyle's here. Jiffy Lube, Omnipresent, they sponsor this program. Just shy of 270, by the way, James.
Oh, yeah.
Just shy of 270,000 miles.
I have never taken a car that far.
Civic.
Never taken a car that far.
You know, I got to tell you, I was told actually by friend of the program, John Bull, who I have perpetual beef with. I was thinking about this is years ago now. And my car was, pushing. I was up over 100,000, and I might have been closer to 150 at this point. But I'd hit him up because he knows quite a bit about cars, and I said, "Hey man, I'm thinking about looking into a new car. You know, my 2012 Civic's got this many miles on it." And he was like, "Dude, take care of that, and you can get that thing to 300,000 miles."
Oh yeah.
And I went, "Oh, bet. All right." Well, now I got more work to do on it, but that's why we're gonna take it to Jiffy Lube, and we're gonna try and get it to 300.
Yeah, get that thing rolling.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
All right, we have several things to get to today. The 49ers report to training camp today. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talking at 11 o'clock. We're going to carry that live because I'm sure they're going to talk about the Brandon Aiyuk situation. We will find out today if Brandon Aiyuk did or did not report to 49ers training camp, which is the biggest storyline out of the Bay Area. We'll have some USA men's hoops for you. And maybe some MLB trade deadline with that coming up. But there was something we didn't get to yesterday that I would like to get to today. And James, this is not a shot at you. But this is not a shot at you. But no. You were among the people who said, "Wow, it's crazy that Shams broke the big political news that happened over the weekend."
Well, I got the alert from Shams.
Right, which is what I think happened with a lot of people. Because a lot of people have the Shams Charania notifications on Twitter. Probably not that many people. There's probably the intersection between people who have updates from the president or other political figures and Shams Charania coming to their phone. The intersection that has both of those things, the Venn diagram, very small.
Yes.
Very, very small. So I think there was a lot of people, especially in my orbit, who got that notification from Shams. And then the word just came around that Shams broke this news. And somebody had made the joke. There was a tweet going around where someone asked who's going to break that news. And somebody made the joke that Shams was going to do it. And then everyone's retweeting that like, oh my God, they were right. He didn't.
Yes.
And I shouldn't care. And I understand that. I understand this is about me being weird. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who did the thing. The President Biden did what he did and stuff happened. And that's all separate from my annoyance at just like who's getting credit for this report. But everyone's like, wow, what can't Shams do? I'm like, bro, he didn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, he did do something. He tweeted something without accrediting a source.
Yes, that's so annoying.
Yeah. I think that's where it's at. Like, we have a policy here that we don't talk politics, right? Like,
yes,
we don't.
So
talk
I'm just
politics
trying to be
here.
very vague and generic as we do.
Yeah,
this.
we don't talk politics. You're escapism.
Yes.
What we're talking about here is something completely different. It's the way that things are reported.
Yes.
And how Twitter can be used, like any of the mediums can be used in like a very strange way. Like, I credit people, like I'll retweet something, or if I'm going to get like if confirm something, I credit. Like, I try every single time. Every once in a while you're moving too fast and you forget. Sometimes you got to go back in and edit a tweet and add in a name. Sometimes you got to put a second tweet. But that doesn't matter. Like, if I'm not first with it, then I'm going to credit somebody. Unless it's one of those things where you're both competing at the same time for the same exact story, and then someone may get a tweet out like 20 seconds before you get a tweet out, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But but I've seen you do this before, and I've seen a lot of people on the 49ers beat do this all the time. Can confirm, report via so-and-so that X, Y, and Z happened.
Yes. Or
X, Y, and Z happened, source X, Y, and Z happened, such and such had it first.
Yes.
Like, that's just so easy. And that's again, this is not a Shams specific thing. This is just, I see this all the time where people be like, breaking thing that happened. Like, you did not break that news, dude.
Yes.
You did not do that. And so Shams seeing what the president tweeted and then tweeting this out as though he's breaking it. It's a joke. Shams on Fraud Watch. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
He is.
Okay.
I thought he was better than that. I know that and here's my theory on this. I've been building this theory for a while with because of Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. And I think to a similar extent, Shams, where there's like bonuses or something written into their deals for Twitter engagement.
Okay.
That's the only explanation for not just retweeting. You'll see Ian Rappaport from NFL Media does this all the time. It's a running joke. I have multiple group chats where this is a running joke, independent of each other, where this is a running joke. Something will happen. Let's say the 49ers announce the Brandon Aiyuk contract. Rappaport will quote tweet it and go, official. Like, nope, didn't need that. The Ravens will sign some safety, and he'll be like, safety help in Baltimore. Like, you don't need it. What do you do? Just retweet it.
Specifically, so he's getting the engagement, because if you just retweet, you don't get the engagement. If you retweet with comment, then you do get the engagement.
Racking up those clicks, baby.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's so insane going from, and we'll talk about real sports here in a bit, but it's so crazy because when I was I wasn't in college in the scope of time. I was not in college that long ago. I graduated college in 2013. So I was there from 2008 to 2013. Yeah, do the math. I was there for 5 years. Sue me. And in that time, you learned about journalism in a way more like old school way.
Yes.
Because so many of my classes, it was mass communication. The study of mass communication was my official major. So I did a lot of classes on like the study of intercultural communication and the study of interpersonal communication and mass communication theories and effects and all that. And what I learned back in 2009, 2010, 2011 was all about like hard newspaper journalism and the way that goes. But so many of my classes at the time were like, yeah, but things are kind of changing with the internet. Like that's how quickly these things move.
Yes.
And now with social, all of that has just gone. It's out the window. Crediting sources doesn't matter anymore. Crediting other reporters doesn't. It's just like, hey, get it out there, have it first, and get that engagement, baby.
Yeah.
I hate it.
I think it's interesting too, because when you do see a Woj tweet or a Shams tweet and it says, according to, and they start listing the agents, then that feels even more strange and awkward and like, oh, well, we know exactly where you got that information.
I've been so excited to ask you this because we have not gotten to talk about it. Because you play in this space far more than I do.
Yes.
So do you think that my theory, tell me if you think this is right or wrong, or if you have a different thought on it. My theory on why Woj is doing that is because he's telling these agents, like, hey, if you give me this info, I will make sure to get your name out there.
Of course.
And that's why he's getting these scoops, is because he's the one who's willing to put the agent's name on it.
Yeah, I mean, you can go through the Ethan Strauss like breakdown
expose
on on Woj, how he sends out basically what is it, slides. He sends out like a presentation to incoming general managers, to agents, to everybody about why you would give him the information first, because
he puts together a sales deck.
Oh yeah, no, he has a sales deck of why you would give him the information first, because he has this many followers, this much engagement, this much, this. Like, there's a whole entire thing. And so
that's
like
crazy.
Like, look, it's like there are occasions where you're just like taken aback by how shady everything is. Like, again, one of my biggest beefs was with the day we saw De'Aaron Fox like get hurt at practice. We're walking in the door. As we walk in the door, he takes a bad step, and then he's like, oh, and then he's hopping off the court and limping off the court, and we're all there.
Right.
We do a coaching interview. They have no update. We do some player interviews, no update. While we're leaving that room and heading to another room, while we're there, while he's there, while we saw it happen, we get a Shams tweet that De'Aaron Fox has a grade 3 ankle sprain and is out, blah, blah, blah. Like, it was like, okay.
And you were
like,
all
look,
in the same building. Shams wasn't.
He was not. He was somewhere else in the world, nowhere near Sacramento. And that's where you're like, okay, like, look, if you're talking to agents, you're talking that's fine. But like,
that's infuriating.
It goes beyond, So there are times where you have a story, they have a story, and they may, like, Shams might beat you by 10 seconds on something, but it's like, okay, you put it out. And I'm not going to credit him in that situation, because I had the information probably before he did, but at the last second he was handed a text or a tweet or like something very specific. Hey, this just happened.
Yeah. If it's the margin of error of like, I was on 5G and you were on Wi-Fi, so your tweet went through. Yeah, there's none of that.
But I'll tell you, there's not a single time where it's been the reverse, where I beat them to a story and then they come back and like give me credit after the fact. Either one. And I will tell, like, I don't know if Shams follows me, but I will tell you, like, Adrian Wojnarowski follows me. I've met all of these guys. I mean, there was a game where I sat next to Shams the entire game. We exchanged like maybe 5 words the entire time. Yeah.
What an interesting person.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Other news from yesterday that we did not dive into, Sasha Vezenkov bought out by the Raptors for $0.
Yeah.
How does that work?
He renegotiated his contract to $0, and then was waived and went to Olympiacos on a 5-year deal, which is like, I think it's a 5-year, $17 million deal. So like literally he gave up $6.5 million so he could sign a 5-year, $17 million deal to go back to Europe.
So he just really wanted to go back to Europe.
He really wanted to go back to Europe, and I'm surprised that it was $0. Like, I would have expected him to like at least get a little bit to leave, and maybe get like if I were the Kings, now you're looking at it like, oh, we maybe probably should have negotiated that a little harder and seen if he wanted to leave, because you could have just bought him out after the fact. And then you probably wouldn't have traded Davion Mitchell and 2 second-round picks for Jalen McDaniels.
Right.
Even if you wanted to make a straight swap of Davion Mitchell for Jalen McDaniels, that's fine, but you wouldn't have given up 2 first-round picks in that deal.
So is that
second-round picks? Sorry.
So bear with me here, because I think I'm struggling to figure this out. The Kings didn't benefit in any way from that, though, right?
From what just happened? Mm-hmm. No, Toronto did. But if the Kings...
I'm sorry. I misspoke. The Kings didn't. That didn't impact the Kings at all.
No, but
if they had been the ones to negotiate it down and waive him, that doesn't change anything, right?
Well, yeah. Now they have Toronto has $6 million in cap space that they didn't have yesterday. So, like, if the Kings would have done that, if they would have got Sasha to take a 0 buyout and just go, then they would have had $6 million in cap space. Now they got that $6 million by trading him,
right? That's
and by taking only back $4 million. But at the same time, they gave up 2 second-round picks to dump the salary.
Oh, I see.
Got me?
Yes.
So like in a like I think if you were to trade Davion Mitchell straight across for Jalen McDaniels, I think Toronto probably would have had to give up something.
Yeah, probably. I would imagine so. That's a rotation player versus not a rotation player.
Yeah. So you're looking at the reverse of the trade, and the Kings they gave up 2 second-round picks to give up to get rid of salary in that trade.
I imagine so. I can't imagine that the Kings front office didn't try to do that. That seems to me like either the Kings just whiffed and they went, yeah, we're going to salary dump him without asking if he wanted to negotiate his contract down, or they tried and Sasha said no thanks and was willing to work with the Raptors instead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think again we talk about this all the time, but basketball is super situational. So he gets traded to Toronto, and he could be like, okay, first of all, I don't want to be in Toronto. Secondly, Toronto's not going to be very good. There's a good chance they're not going to be very good, and that's why he came to the U.S. and came to the Kings specifically, because he thought they had a chance to be really good. They were the 3rd seed the year before. And then lastly, like, you can get to Toronto and then look around and realize that they have 6 guys who play your position and you're not going to see any time at all, and just be like, all right, not only am I in a new city, but I'm done. This team isn't going to be very good, and I'm not going to get to play, and I'm going to bail. I don't want to waste my prime here in Toronto. And even if it's for one more year, you don't want to waste your 29-year-old season in a situation that's not going to be good for you. So, like, again, I think if you back out today, it looks like a bad deal for the Kings. Like, the Kings did something that they should not have done. But you have to look at the situation, what it was on June 26th or whatever, when they made that deal versus where it is today, and how things change quickly in the league. And this happens. So I would have done a little bit more work to see if I could get Sasha to, even if it was like $1 million buyout where you're giving him $1 million and he's taken off. Like, the dollar amount could have been anything. The fact that it went to 0 is, for Toronto, is a great thing, because now they don't have that $1 million on the they don't have $6.5 million on their books. But yeah, it does feel a little bit like you let something slip away there. I just don't know that it would have been that same way in Sacramento.
Right. If Sacramento had held on to him, let's just for the sake of this and not getting into the weeds, let's just call it Davion and 2 seconds for Jalen McDaniels, and the Kings keep Sasha. Is he going, oh, well, this is a better team, I'll just stick around for $6.5 million? Or did he feel slighted in some way by them and decided that he wasn't going to play ball?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
No, it's very interesting. I don't know. But I will tell you, like, the funny thing is that
can't imagine they just fumbled that bag like that.
If you would rewind it and Sasha was still on the Kings today, I actually see a way in which Sasha plays for the Kings today. Like, if you would have had, like, if you had Sasha and he was healthy, and you traded for Jalen McDaniels with the Davion transaction without second-round picks, whatever, however you get that done, the fact that you now have DeMar DeRozan on the roster changes things. So in this world, right away, in my mind, I think, okay, you could start Trey Lyles at the 4, you could start Keegan Murray at the 3, and DeMar DeRozan at the 2, and then you would have the backup at the 4. You still would have limitations. You would still want to go out there and find some other piece, but at least it would have given you a different option. But either way, like, Sasha wanted to go home, and I don't like, that's like the overarching theme.
$0. That dude wanted out.
Yeah, totally. And like being around him a lot, because he was the one guy who was in the locker room all the time last year. Super, super nice guy, but you could tell, like, he was lonely. And then when injuries hit, it was like, okay, he'd never been through that. And we talked about this a little bit, just like the extreme travel of the United States game versus, playing in Europe. Like, it was crazy how like you're just getting dragged around the country at all times.
Well, not to mention, you just talked about I think the two things that kind of go hand in hand here and making last year really tough for him. Not only is he lonely and isolated in a new country,
Yeah,
just that was great. To be lonely and isolated in a new country with a major injury, where go talk to an athlete about being hurt.
Yeah.
It is a lonely, boring existence. It is you and the training staff. And that's it. You don't get to play the sport that you love to play more than anything in the world. You just don't get to do that thing. And now you're in a country where your friends and family are not here. Like, that'd be brutal, dude.
That and I think that like when you come over as a young player and a team usually has a group of young players. Like every team in the league has a small group of young players. Like last year the Kings they had Jordan Ford, they had Jalen Slauson, they had Colby Jones, they had Keegan, this group of young players, right, that are all hanging out. If you're coming over as a European guy who, like clearly at this point, Sasha's English was better than most people's English here in the United States.
Yeah.
But if you're 28, you don't fit into that group of young guys. And then we talked about this like all the time, how this team very specifically has a bunch of babies. Like there's a bunch of mature guys who are married, who are like have families, like the Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox. Now, Sabonis now have 2 kids. The Foxes are baby number 2 is on the way. You got Harrison Barnes and his wife who have a little baby August. Like that group, you don't fit in with them so much because you're like this European dude who doesn't really have someone to hang out with. So like very odd fit. And so I felt for him. Like you could tell, like you could go hang out with a player like, hey man, let's go have a drink. He probably would have been like, that's not something I do, but it probably would have been like, hey, that doesn't sound all that bad. Like at least I could go hang out with somebody.
Yeah.
But it's tough. Like the transition to the NBA and all that stuff, it's not easy.
Yeah, and trying to make a jump in league. God, that's a really, really tough spot.
And the realization,
I feel for Sasha, man.
I do. The realization that what you are over there and what you are here is so vastly different. You're such a superstar there, and here you're just some dude on the bench who may or may not get to play.
Fighting for playing time.
Yeah, it's super tough.
I could see if you're 20 years old and you think, man, I've maxed out what I'm going to be in Europe. I want to go test myself in the NBA and grow, and you have runway. When you come over here as a 28-year-old, 28, right? 28-year-old, this is it. This is probably about where you're at in the league.
Yeah,
you're fighting for playing time. I'd go be a superstar too.
Oh yeah, totally.
I don't blame him one bit. Taking $0 crazy though. I don't want this $6.5 million. I'm gonna step away from that and take 0 instead.
Yeah, that just tells you how much he wanted to go, and that the Raptors definitely played a little bit of hardball there.
Yeah, for sure. Saw some news this morning from the NFL. We're going to be all over the place today, guys. Buckle up. Saw some news this morning from the NFL that the NFL and the NFL Players Association are discussing an 18-game schedule. They're like deep in talks about this. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone.
No.
That this is happening, that they're pushing toward an 18-game schedule. You, me, D-Lo, Casey, Jesse, everybody in the chatty house, anybody who watches even a little bit of football or follows the NFL, even a small amount, knew when they went to 17 games that 18 was the goal.
Oh, yeah.
17 was a means to an end.
Well, then they want a 20-week schedule. They want the 2 buys. They want 20 weeks of television of all of us lining up and watching TV all day long.
Here's where I have a tough time with this, and this is just kind of there's a lot of this push-pull as a sports fan. I think 18 games is a terrible idea. I think 17 games is a bad idea. I think games on Thursday night is a terrible idea. I think games every Christmas is a bad idea. It's all bad. But at the same time, they got me. And they know they got me. They know they got me and everybody else. So they're going to push for this 18-game schedule. Everyone's going to talk about how much it sucks. I will say, look, the reality is that's what's coming. No amount of realistic pushback from fans is going to stop the NFL from trying to take over the world. So as long as the 2 buys are there, you're giving teams 2 bye weeks. whether that's a normal kind of set of bye weeks and then one like halfway point bye week where everybody's off, or however they decide to structure it. 2 bye weeks is a must. And then this is something you brought up a while back, and I couldn't agree more with it. You have to allow your game day roster to be all 53 guys.
Yeah.
You can't go 46-man game day roster with 18 games.
So if I'm the Players Association, I'm asking for a handful of things here.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing is I want, if you're playing a Thursday night game, then you have a bye the week before. So you have a bye on that Sunday. And then if you're going to play on Thursday, there's no more 4-game gap.
Yeah.
That a 4-day gap. That is so detrimental to the brand of the NFL. And a lot of times it's not even that Thursday game that you get impacted. It's the next one where you have the wheels fall off and 2 guys get hurt or 3 guys get hurt. Also, the concussion issue of that is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say if you're going to make a Thursday night a thing and we're going to have 2 bye weeks, teams that play on Thursday night have a bye week on the Sunday before. So then there is, so then they have like a 10-day gap and they're getting a break and they're relaxing. They're getting some sort of build up. The other thing is
that just real quick.
Yep.
That turns Thursday night into almost a benefit.
Yeah.
Because now you get your week off, you play on Thursday, and then you get another 10 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a way to preserve your players. So that be number one. Number two, lifetime medical for every single dude who plays in the league. Yep. Just straight up lifetime medical. It's over.
On a roster.
It is what it is. The other thing I would do is you need to increase the league minimum. So you can increase the salary cap, but we all know what that means. That means that Brock Purdy's going to get more money and that Bosa is going to get more money. What that doesn't mean is that some dude who's taken in the 6th round who makes a roster is going to get any more money. You need to raise the floor. If you're going to play this many games, those guys have livelihoods. They have lives that are going to be after football as well. And for me, if you're going to let these guys go out there and realistically destroy their bodies for the rest of their lives, then you better pay them like a going wage, like a realistic wage. And then what we've talked about, like bump up the roster, like go to a 53-man. Everyone's eligible, but also how about we get 4 more roster spots to have a
55-man roster. With practice squad call-ups or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like give, like open the league up to have more. So if I'm the Players Association and I'm negotiating this, like I have my demands here, and it's going to cost you. Like you guys are going out there and making all this money on TV, it's going to cost you a little bit more.
Yeah. And I don't think there's anybody shedding a tear for the NFL's pocketbooks.
No,
they already print money. Now you're going to add more games to the schedule. You're already doing the prime time Christmas and Black Friday and all this other. They are going to be printing money.
Yes.
The lifetime medical for every player, the uptick in minimum salary, the added game day roster spots drops in the bucket compared to what the league is going to look like in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years.
Yeah. Take care of your players. That's what I'm saying. Like, take care of these guys. Like, you know how many players play in the league for 1 or 2 years and then
most of them
have a catastrophic knee injury and they're done, right? And then what does that mean for them? Like the rest of their life, that there's a good chance that they destroyed their knee for you and you're just going to walk away from them. And that's what I see so often. Like I just feel, I feel for these guys who are trying to get in the league and then, you know, you got to do something here.
Tough. All right, we'll stay on top of that 18-game schedule story. I'm guessing it will continue, maybe not through this season, but certainly into next offseason. USA men's basketball narrowly escaped with a victory against Germany yesterday. We'll talk about their odds of winning the gold medal coming up next. We've also got some NFL power rankings from The Athletic, and coming up at 11 o'clock, 49ers press conference with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. The 49ers report to training camp today. Still no news on whether Brandon Aiyuk is in the building or not. As soon as that news drops, we will have it for you right here on ESPN 1320. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. They're Jiffy Lube. They're the sponsor on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Sorry about that, guys. We're game planning in the middle of the show.
Yeah. We changed some things up with how we structured the show when we were discussing those things, and it was just kind of a not super fun conversation for you guys. So
yeah.
And in the event that James wanted to fry me for doing the show this way, I just didn't want to have him hold back.
Yeah. That's not how I roll, though. Just so. Tom L., you have a good question here, I think. Do you think the Kings are shopping Jalen McDaniels? He hasn't been introduced by the team yet. They sent out a press release announcing the trade. Having a press conference, though, he doesn't, like, you have press conferences for certain things, right? But one for Jalen McDaniels is not one that I would think that you would have a press conference for. And clearly they haven't. I mean, they could have had him with DeMar DeRozan, but DeMar DeRozan is clearly the frontline guy. And they didn't make another transaction, so there wasn't like three of them. Like, I remember the year where they did. They had Vince Carter, Zebo, and George Hill all up at on the podium in Las Vegas. That's just kind of the way it goes. Like, those are big transactions, or at least big name transactions. This one doesn't. It's just not something the team is going to have a press conference for. Hello, Dawn. Yeah, Tom, I think you're looking too much into it. Now, I also don't think that they can't trade him in aggregate for 60 days. So there could come a point where they do trade Jalen McDaniels. And if you look at his contract and you look at Kevin Huerter's contract, you can kind of come up with, say, Kyle Kuzma's contract. But in order to trade him in aggregate, you have to actually do that. Yeah, they did press release Jordan McLaughlin as well.
1 minute.
I don't know what number Jordan McLaughlin is wearing.
1. I don't know that. What did he wear in Minnesota?
It's a good question. Jordan McLaughlin. 6. Well, 6 is retired in Sacramento, so he's not number 6 in Sacramento.
Well, that explains it.
It's been retired for the 6th man, but then it also became retired with Bill Russell. Like, number 6 was retired across the league, I believe.
16.
Peja?
Retired. 26.
Ken Bazemore. It's available.
Didn't retire Baze's number. Wow, what's wrong? What's wrong with that work?
That's funny. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, you guys got me going now. You know that I'm a big numbers guy.
Yeah.
And I think numbers in sports matter. I as a bit think they matter a lot. I don't think they matter that much. But Jordan McLaughlin's in a tough spot. Somebody in the chatty house asked what number he's going to wear for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And he wore number 6 with the Wolves, which is not available in Sacramento because of the 6th man and because of Bill Russell. In college at USC, he wore number 11, also not available in Sacramento because that's Domas's new number.
Yep.
10 will go to DeMar DeRozan.
Yep.
9 is Huerter?
Yes.
So
8 is Colby Jones?
No, Colby Jones is 20. Mason Jones is 8.
Mason Jones. Yeah. I remember seeing the number 8.
Yeah. So he can't just flip the 6 upside down and do 9. He can't do like or 11 minus 6 is 5. Maybe he goes 17.
Okay.
No, 17 was Kessler Edwards, I think. So
yes.
I think 17 is available. So maybe he goes 6 plus 11 and goes to 17.
Yeah. Now Kessler Edwards has not been signed anywhere yet. Yeah. Just to put that out there.
Bring him back for camp. Why not?
There's no. I mean, you're at 13. You still need 2 more roster players. Well, at least 1 more roster player. Like
it can't be. It can't be Kessler for camp. Fine.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in all honesty, like I'm not sure if you need long athletic dudes, you might as well bring in a guy who knows your system. Even if he and like if he's going to compete with Jalen McDaniels for whatever, that to me wouldn't be all that horrible.
I think you just need, if you're going to do that, you need someone whose upside is they can play the 4. I don't think Kessler can.
That's true. I think both of those guys, like in the modern NBA, can play 3-4. They're both 6'8", 6'9", with 7 foot, right. 7 foot plus
you're
wingspans.
Right. Bring back Kessler.
Bring back Kessler. Yeah, that's we need shirts.
Yeah. If the Kings want to win the offseason, here's the move they have to make.
Actually, I'm on board with this one right here. In the chat, Delaran 1, Dominic Barlow.
Oh, that's your guy.
I really like Dominic Barlow. I would give him a non-guaranteed 2-year contract. Invite him to camp. Is he a free agent? He's a free agent. Yeah. He has bird rights, but his bird rights are as a 2-way player. I would be all over that. I think he's a guy that can really play the game and has the length, athleticism that you're kind of looking for.
Stephen Brown in the chat. That was tough, but fair.
Yeah.
If you want to see what he said, go to youtube.com/ESPN 1320.
Wow. It's tough.
Blunt assessment of Kessler Edwards' game, to be sure.
Yes. I think it's interesting. Like someone also brings up JaVale McGee. There's been no mention of JaVale McGee at all. I mean, like as a player, there came a point where it was like, okay, I'm not sure.
This is what we talked about when they signed him.
Yeah.
It's can you get more good than bad? And I do not think they did last year.
Yeah, I think it's funny too because it becomes like a bit on D'Lo and KC that I don't like JaVale McGee. Right. I'm perfectly fine with JaVale McGee. I just like there are games where you couldn't play him.
Yes.
And you knew it like within 30 seconds of him being on the floor. He could do an alley-oop dunk, and 2 seconds later you just go, I don't think I've ever seen what just happened on the court after that. I don't think I've ever seen before. And no.
One of my favorite plays this year was JaVale at the top of the key, and he's got it, and he tried this like backhanded like bounce pass thread the needle.
We have breaking news.
And just sailed it through the baseline. What do we got?
Brandon Aiyuk is reporting to training camp, sources tell Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo.
Wow, that's big time. So Brandon Aiyuk is in camp.
Oof.
A small surprise.
Keep your money.
A small surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is good news. I think this is ultimately good news for the 49ers. It means things are a little bit more amicable than his recent trade request would have indicated.
Yeah.
Now, here's where things get interesting. Does he report to camp and just go, okay, I'm on my 5th year option, negotiations over, see you next offseason? Or is this a hold-in situation? Is this the 49ers have told him, hey, you show up to camp, we're not going to negotiate, but you show up to camp and we'll get something done. You be here in this building and we will work with you. But if you hold out, here's our offer.
You know what I don't like about this situation? I feel like when we saw Aiyuk say, hey, like, look, I want to be here. Like, I feel like they don't want me and like all that stuff. Like, there's a genuine like feel to him. He's not your typical diva wide receiver, but he does deserve to get paid like what it is that receivers that are as good as him make.
Yes.
And so I feel like he's going to have a tough time in negotiations because you can tell that where he wants to be is where he's at. And he doesn't want to go somewhere else. He doesn't want to. He likes playing with Brock Purdy. He likes being a 49er. He wants to be here. And so it's really difficult to negotiate when you're in that situation, where you're in a situation where like everyone around you is saying, man, you need to stand up and do what's right for you. And that means you need to not be here. You need to force their hand. And at the same time, you're like, but this is where I want to be, and this is who I want to be. And so I get it. It's a very difficult thing for a player, and especially if you think you're in the right spot for you and the best position to be great. And I think sometimes it's not all about like, if you can make 25 million and not 27 million, but you're in the right spot, then that's probably where you should be. And for me, like if I'm Brandon Aiyuk and I've got to take a little bit less to stay a 49er, maybe I do. Maybe I show up to camp. Maybe I say do what I have to do and say, hey, I demand a trade. And, hey, I feel like I'm not loved anymore. But at the same time, like, I get it. I get that he can say all that stuff and he can have to go through the steps
to
try to get your money. But at the end of the day, like, he wants to be there.
Right. And that's where the negotiation has been so tough. If Brandon Aiyuk did not want to play for the 49ers, he would have asked for a trade in April where, hey, he's making this loud and he's demanding this trade and he's making it clear that he doesn't want to come back. But like you just said, he wants to be there. He's made that clear. He said as much. But at the same time, does he want to be there at what he believes is less than his market value?
Yeah.
Like, hey man, there's got to be some give and take here.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be here as long as you value me the way I believe I should be valued. And that's we've talked so much about this negotiation process. That's where I think the Niners coming to the table and maybe bucking the trend that they've set for themselves with other contracts, coming to the table on this one specifically and saying, hey, you want to be here. We want you here. We know that you're a part of this transition from this old guard to this new guard. We have what we believe is a franchise quarterback. You're his favorite target. So we're gonna make sure to work this out. That's where I think the Niners might have stepped in it a little bit here, because it has not been made clear to Aiyuk that, hey, we value you on this level. It might not be at $30 million a year, but you know what? Hey, we initially said 26, and we're willing. You know what? How about 28? Let's do 28.
Yeah.
We want you in this building. What do we got to do to make it happen? We're not doing 30, but let's talk. The fact the Niners haven't talked is why he requested a trade, but now he's in the building, which, like I said, leads me to believe that somewhere along the line, he was told, get in the building and we'll work.
Yeah, this is an act of good faith. And I want to bring up Wheezy in the chat. Let me see. There we go. It feels similar to the situation with Monk. You can get more money on a bad team or take a slight pay cut, but stay home on a winning team.
Sure.
I totally agree. Like, Malik Monk could have made a lot more money somewhere else. And I'm surprised Malik Monk went for the 4-year contract, not a 3-year deal with an opt-out after 2. I am surprised by that. But at the same time, like, you're looking at a player that had never made that kind of money.
Yeah.
Like, the most he'd ever made was $9.5 million or whatever it was, 9.9. And you just doubled up your money. And you're going to make $80 million over the next 4 years. Like, I know you could have made more, but you're going to make $80 million over 4 years.
You're doing all right.
Yeah, and if I'm the Niners and Aiyuk, like, maybe it is a 4-year, $100 million deal, but with some very reachable incentives to get you to 28 million and some very, potential. Like, if you win a Super Bowl, you can get to 30 mil. If you like put in some guarantees, the huge, maybe even give him a huge guarantee money number. Like, if you're giving him 100 mil, maybe like 85 million is guaranteed, and you're up there with everybody else. But then the incentive money and everything else. But I just feel like this is one that you probably didn't have to beat someone up this way. And like, it almost feels like a baseball arbitration hearing where they go in and they're just like, yeah, but we're going to pull out your dive attempts to the left-hand side and show you how bad you are at that.
The thing is, and that's where this has been, I think, frustrating for a lot of fans. There's not a lot of that with Aiyuk. there's not a lot of just very clear weaknesses in his game.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can, if you're the Niners, you're going, well, Debo had more touches last year. Debo had more touchdowns last year. You're the number 2 receiver right now.
Mm-hmm.
When really he led the team in catches and yards.
Yeah.
And was the, I think, second on the team in touchdown catches. Like he was awesome. And he wins in all these areas. You can go look at the regular metrics. You can look at the advanced metrics. He's been awesome. But Brandon Aiyuk, if you just missed it, has reported to camp with the 49ers. He is in the building. And again, whether this is a hold-in where he's going to be at practice but not participating, or whether this is him going, all right, I'm on the last year of my contract. You guys aren't negotiating. I'm playing this out, and then I'm out of here. And that's where the difference is between the Monk and Aiyuk situations. That's where this shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is an aspect of, yeah, you can be on this really good team for X amount of dollars, or you can go to this bad team for Y amount of dollars. But he's not a free agent. It would have to be via trade that he was sent out. And the 49ers have made it very clear that they're not trading him. They don't have to.
Yeah.
They can just let him. Yeah. Hey, you want to hold out? Cool. We'll try this again next year.
And then they can franchise tag him.
And then, right. And then they can franchise tag him.
Yeah.
So this is a, the ball's been in the 49ers court. They've had all the leverage because if Aiyuk holds out, then next offseason, he doesn't have an accrued season and he's just back in the same spot. He doesn't suddenly become a free agent. So now he's in the same spot.
And maybe the way that Aiyuk wins this, because maybe the way you take back some of your leverage is just to be someone that the fan base is so enamored with, the way that you're handling yourself. And that, again, the honesty of Aiyuk is something, it's so refreshing. And the fact that, like, for whatever reason, the wide receiver position in the NFL is so much about being a diva. And, like it really got out of hand with the Terrell Owens and the Randy Moss and the Michael Irvin era. But it feels like it's always these guys. It's, look at the troublemakers in the league. It's always and that's not who Aiyuk has been.
Right.
Aiyuk is a show up to work and do your job. Yeah. But do your job, like don't cause a bunch of problems. Like it feels like the right fit for a team that's filled with gigantic personalities and huge money players. Like maybe that's what you do need.
Yeah. So Brandon Aiyuk reporting to camp. I think the reason that is with receivers is because you could be one of the best receivers in the league and you're looking at 8-9 targets a game, sometimes 10.
Yeah.
Obviously, sometimes there's going to be those games where you get 15, 18 targets. There's going to be other ones where you get 3 or 4. It's not like a running back where you're just, hey, pencil that guy in for 18 touches today.
Yeah.
You gotta battle and fight, and you gotta win your reps, and you always think you're open. I get it to an extent, but you're right, man. He's not been that. He's been not a huge pain in the ass here. And the Niners have made it clear, hey, you're not being traded, so show up.
Yeah.
Like we'll see you there. So by showing up, Brandon Aiyuk avoids fines, which I think is a key aspect of this.
Yep.
And so it'll be interesting to see, does a deal get done in the early portion of the training camp like we've seen the 49ers do time and time again? Or does this go until September like it did with Nick Bosa?
I hope it doesn't.
Me neither, because the longer this goes on, I think the higher the likelihood that this year is kind of a mess for Aiyuk. And I don't think there's a world. The Niners are a run-first team. They still have Deebo Samuel. They still have George Kittle. Christian McCaffrey is awesome. We all know that. But I don't think there's a world where they can overcome all the hurdles they need to overcome to go back to the Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk being as good or better than he was last season.
Oh, yeah. No, I totally agree. Especially with Deebo's penchant for injury. Christian McCaffrey's penchant for injury.
Yep.
Even Kittle, plenty of games missed due to injury. Aiyuk is a dude who goes out there. He's one of those reliable guys that you can count on. And he's the what he does on the field, how he's able to play in that 20 to 30 yard range that Brock Purdy lives in, which is such a refreshing place to live in. He's the perfect guy for this team.
Yep.
He is.
Yep.
So interesting.
Absolutely. They may not throw it a ton, but I've said this before. The Niners are never going to be in the top half of pass attempts in a year where they're any good.
Yeah.
The only time they've been in the top half of pass attempts is all the years where they're terrible under Kyle Shanahan. So they're going to run the ball. And I get why they may not want to pay another wide receiver that much money. But the way Brandon Aiyuk wins, you can't just say, yeah, put a safety over the top and you're locking him down. It's not that easy. You can't just say, yeah, just play inside leverage on him and he's not doing anything. No, man, he's going to win in so many different ways. It just forces defenses to focus on so many different things in the Niners passing game. I think they're going to get a deal done. I think the Niners want to get a deal done. They just do this hardball negotiation thing that makes it awkward. And
yeah, we all sit here and like, man, this is awkward. I wish it wasn't awkward.
Overall good news for San Francisco that Aiyuk is in camp.
Yeah. I mean, this is, again, you show up. That's how you buck the trend here and you get your deal done.
All right. I want to put a pin in the 49ers for a bit because we've got the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch press conference coming up at 11 o'clock for you. That's going to be really interesting now that Aiyuk is in the building. I was under the impression he was going to hold out. And I was expecting the typical John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan non-answer of, he's part of us and he's going to be part of this team. And, we're disappointed he's not here, but we're talking to him every day and this and that. Now he's in the building. He's there. That I think you hit the nail on the head. That's Aiyuk going, all right, I'll play ball.
Yeah. I'm not the bad guy.
Right. Now you got to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was a really smart move by him. I want to put a pin in that though. Team USA men's basketball struggled again yesterday to beat Germany. Not that Germany's a bad team. Hey, is Dennis Schrader good at football? Or
good at basketball?
Good at basketball? Yeah.
Yeah, in the right situation, I think he is.
He was a menace yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he does have, I've always liked him because he plays with the speed and quickness that Fox plays with. Fox is faster, but that's always been something he's a player that can get to a spot. And I've always appreciated the way that he does that. I think he is an irritant. He's a guy who gets under people's skin. And he really, really, career-wise, cost himself so much money when he turned down.
That was tough.
The Lakers, was it $84 million offer or whatever?
484?
Something like that.
Oof.
It just really, really hurt his value long-term, and he'll never get back to that money. But
you got to pack your agent onto a jet and launch them into the sun if that happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having him on a roster. I think he's
solid, man.
Yeah, I do too. And solid all around. He's 30 now. And I just think that he's a guy that he plays hard, and you get him into a situation like international play, and he has a very, very American game. And he's very difficult. The Germany's going to be super tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Germany, I got some odds today.
Yep.
From my friends over at betonline.ag. It's an offshore book. Don't tell anyone. Men's basketball gold medal winner odds. Team USA, despite their struggles with South Sudan, who is 125-1, and despite their struggles with Germany, who is 25-1, the United States is 2-9, minus 450. That means you have to bet $450 on the United States to win it all, to win $100.
Oh no.
Whereas if you want to bet $100 on Canada, who is second in the odds, Canada is 11-1. So your $100 bet would win you $1,100.
Oh wow.
I think you got Canada at 11-1, France 12-1.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there.
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Given how USA looked the last couple of games.
And
I know they're working through some stuff, but
I don't understand what they're working through. They're working through the fact that they have too many superstars and they can't seem to figure it out.
Yes. And also, it's been funny watching everybody else get privy to the Steve Kerr madness. Joel Embiid shouldn't be starting. I think he's doing that so he can start Embiid, which opens things up for LeBron and Steph, and Embiid can just be a rim protector, and those two guys can go to work on offense. And then off the bench, you can bring in the Anthony Davis, Bam Adebayo front court, which is just a monster. I think that's kind of the philosophy on it. But Embiid just hasn't looked good, man. But Kerr has been like, him and LeBron and Steph are the 3 starters for sure. Man, what?
It's weird. And the funny thing I've seen as well is how people are like, oh, you know what? Team USA is totally being like, they're being carried by LeBron and AD. And that means that the Lakers are still legitimately a team. They're a threat. And it's like, bro, last time I checked, they don't have Steph Curry.
No. Although Austin Reeves is close.
With the Lakers. He's so close. He's so close. They don't have Anthony Edwards. It's like,
is
Rui Hachimura?
Oh, it's close.
It's close. No. Like, it's so crazy how people are like, oh, they're legitimate. They still have a duo. It's like, oh, man, we're talking about 82 games, man.
If they played for the Portland Trailblazers, 0 people would have that take.
I guess. Yeah.
Is one Laker fans are delusional. I think most people are a little bit delulu when it comes to their favorite teams.
Yeah.
But then there's the national media side of it where people in the national media badly want the Lakers to be good because clicks.
Oh yeah.
So that's hey, look at Anthony Davis, LeBron. Oh,
and Kyle, I hate to point out, they're the best, and Team USA won by 1 point against South Sudan, and they barely beat Germany. Like, if that's what we got, there's a problem.
Hey, speaking of problems, I think Franz Wagner is going to be a problem.
Okay.
Franz can hoop, dude.
Yeah, he can hoop, and I like him and Mo Wagner together. Yeah. Well, that, and I think the other thing you brought up while we were prepping today is Team USA today versus Team USA.
Oh, yeah.
The stats.
This is wild.
Yeah. So what was the stat that you came up with?
This was
the original Dream Team.
This is via House of Highlights.
Okay.
The original Dream Team faced 9 NBA players.
That's so crazy.
They played against 9 NBA players the whole Olympics.
We were trying to come up with them too. I think if we sat here, we went through it enough, we could probably come up. So it's like Drazen Petrovic. It's
do you think they counted Kukoc?
Sabonis. I don't think Kukoc. He was too young, but it's possible.
I don't know if that was 9 current NBA players or guys who made their way into the NBA eventually.
See, that's a good question too. Like Sarunas Marciulionis. So like, who is it that you like? Who else was there? I like, it's tough. Like, I was thinking maybe Dino Raja, but I think he's a little bit later than that. Yeah.
My Euro basketball knowledge.
Oh, Detlef Schrempf. There we go.
Oh, that's a really
good one. That's a good one.
Yep.
I think Kukoc was young, so maybe.
Yeah, because he was he was on the second wave of the Bulls.
Yes. In 92, he was playing professionally in Italy.
Right.
Yeah, in 92 and 93.
Yeah, I don't know if they would count him or not. But either way, it was nine players who played in the NBA.
Yeah, so I think we've come up with like 5.
This year, Team USA will face 61 NBA players. That's amazing.
That's wild. I will say the league has
good NBA players,
but the league has expanded greatly since then. So what is there, like 4 more teams or 6 more teams since then? Like the expansion like kept happening. Maybe
I think it's 6.
It's either 4 or 6.
Either way.
Yeah. So there are a lot more players, and there are a lot more teams around the world that are bringing players back. A lot of European teams used to be like, you're just here playing for your European team, and you play over, in our leagues, you don't go over there. So
we'll pick this up a little bit later on today. We got the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch press conference coming up next for you right here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear. I totally got lost on the clock there.
Oh no. Yep. Yeah. Sarunas was definitely there. There's some bigs that I'm missing, I think. Good morning, Aldrin J. Yeah, I had to look up and see what year Drazen Petrovic died, and it was like a year or two later. It's funny. They say Aiyuk, they haven't had talk since May, but didn't he call a conversation like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, but I don't think that was about the contract. They haven't negotiated.
They just were getting on the same page about, like, hey, we're going to be a jerk to you, but we still love you.
Yeah.
But we're going to be a jerk to you.
We're about to be the worst.
You're not going to like this. It's not going to feel good. I just don't get that. Okay, who else do we have? It's possible that Kukoc, but Kukoc wasn't an NBA player at that point. Oh, no. Man, I looked up Dino Raja, and he was not an NBA. Dino Raja started playing in the NBA in 1994.
Right, and that's where I get to. I don't know if they were.
Yeah, he was a rookie in the 93-94 season. Man, he was so good for the 4 years he was in the league. 15, 17-2, 19.7, and 14. And then he just up and vanished. Went back to Europe. Okay, so you say Dino Raja played for Croatia in 1992, but the fact is he wasn't an NBA player in 92. So maybe they're saying they played against that many NBA players that would become NBA players, but I don't know. Oh.
Okay, so I just found an article that said it was 13.
Oh.
They have Kukoc.
Yep.
Schrempf.
Okay. So Kukoc pre-NBA, but still became an NBA player.
Petrovic, Kukoc, Zan Tabak.
Oh yeah, Zan Tabak.
Stojko Vrankovic, and Dino Raja all played some part against the Americans over the 2 games in 1992.
Okay.
That was just Croatia. They had 5. Joao Viana from Brazil and Rolando Ferreira. And then Kukoc and Schrempf.
Okay. Soren Smith.
I'm sorry. Jose Ortiz and Ramon Rivas.
Yes.
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
And then Sabonis and Marcialonis.
Yeah, Marcialonis. Marcialonis was fun. He played in Sacramento for a year. The year they made the playoffs.
Oh, this sucks. We're going to be a little bit behind, but that's fine.
In the press conference?
Yeah.
Has it already started?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's my fault. I knew we needed to get out, and I didn't get us out. Okay. We'll just start at the beginning. We'll just take however long, and then we'll...
Okay.
$30 seconds. Yeah, what a dunce. I'm so mad. This is why we need a producer.
It's all right, Kyle.
All right, here we go. I'm just going to go right to it. Hour number 2, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are live at 49ers headquarters with the team reporting to training camp today. Here are the 49ers head coach and general manager.
All tracking well, but we will start training camp with those guys on PUP. And after that, open up for questions.
Brandon, that Aiyuk will be reported. Has Aiyuk reported? Do you expect him to report if he hasn't?
Well, they still have another hour and change, until, so I don't know if he is here, but we expect all our players to report and be here.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any to get?
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Is there a possibility that you do some sort of restructuring like you did with Raheem Mostert back in the past?
Everything's a possibility. We not gonna get into negotiations, and as Kyle says, there's no absolutes, so we're open to anything. And like I said, Brandon's a big part of this team, and we expect that he will be going forward.
Do you know yet whether he'll practice once he reports, or whether
We expect all our players to practice.
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Did you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way, but I think again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
Kyle, Bosa mentioned last year that he thought maybe obviously a really long negotiation that did affect him during the season, saw his numbers go down. Debo has mentioned, during his contractual offseason that kind of threw off his season that followed. Are you concerned that this could happen with Aiyuk or anybody, but specifically Aiyuk?
Anytime you don't get a practice like you're used to, and the NFL season's real hard. So anytime you don't really get prepared the right way in training camp, it's a challenge for all those players. And tons of players have gone through it. Some have bigger challenges than others. Each one's different. I don't remember Debo missing much. I think we got him done the first couple of days, from what I remember. Bosa just, the way a D lineman is, I think is a little bit different, but then getting in football shape, no matter how hard you work out, it's tough. It's tough to catch up throughout the season. So both of those guys have their individual experiences with it. It never helps, but it's something that's not a new thing. It's something you got to deal with.
When Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago, you were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Aiyuk if things get bumpy?
I don't remember exactly. And knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that, but I don't remember. But I have a personal relationship with all our players, and you like to be able to talk with those guys. And usually, when it does get close, it can work out. And I would feel the same with Brandon. I've known Brandon here for 4 years. I'm going in our 5th year together, and got a lot of love for BA. I think I'm close with them, and hopefully that can help, but it only can help so much. There's also business side to it, and but when you do have relationships with people, it helps.
You've only been able to work at these huge contracts for the star players like Bosa and Debo in the past. Has this been one of the more challenging ones that you've faced since you've come to Santa Clara?
Yeah. I think first of all, I think it's important to note we're fortunate to be in this position where we have a lot of talented players. So you have to have these conversations. This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past, made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. And, the 5th year option is something we all sign up for when you have a 1st round pick. And, that's been out there, but we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. That's, what I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years going into our 8th is that sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think all right, this thing's done tomorrow, it's not. So you just keep keep going. You stay in communication, and you understand that it's a business. I've been in their shoes. I know where they're at. I know the challenges. I take a lot of pride in having things done so that our team can focus on the job at hand. And it hurts me when that's not always done at this time of year. So I understand that. But again, I think we're in a fortune. We've got a lot of talented players, and we've rewarded a lot. So it does become more challenging in time when you've rewarded so many players. So, but that's also why this is a very good team that has such high expectations.
You're listening to the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan season opening press conference here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Radio.
Made it harder, and is there concern that this is pushing the price to a place that you aren't willing to go?
No, I wouldn't say that. And again, I'm not going to get into the specifics. I think there's a privacy that is earned, and I always go back to I didn't like my business being aired out, so I'm not going to get into the specifics. There's certainly markets that happen and developments that happen that affect, but we also have our own roster, and like I said, we've rewarded a lot of players, so things do get more challenging. We put our best foot forward, but both sides have to come to agreement. We haven't been able to do that yet, and so where that goes, we'll see.
Expect the timeline to be for Ricky with that hamstring?
I think we feel pretty confident he's in a good place. We kind of work in blocks. Our thought is that he misses the first block, and then on that second block, but we're not going to put him out there. That's on our trainers, our performance staff, and we won't put him out there too early. On that note, Ben Peterson moved on to the Atlanta Hawks. We thank Ben for all his contributions. We'll announce formally what their titles are and all that, but Dustin Little, our head athletic trainer, and Dustin Perry will be taking that kind of in a dual role, and we're excited about that. Those are good people that we got a good system in place, and those guys will be taking the reins.
John, with these extensions, it seems like you are comfortable taking your time with them as long as it takes. Other teams seem to be doing them as soon as a player becomes eligible. Why do you like to take your time with these extensions?
I don't. I'm impatient, and it's I like going, and I think again we've had a lot of really talented players, and it's I think put our track record against anybody in terms of getting players signed. I wish it could happen quicker, but I'm proud of our record.
One that you did get done during the offseason was Christian McCaffrey. How important was it for both of you to make sure you have him around?
He's a pretty good football player.
Very important.
Yeah.
It's always tough with all this stuff, just everything that the question guy is asking pertaining to contracts and stuff. And that's a whole challenge that you got to understand the market and how that works in the league. And you also got to understand what works for our team and how to build your own team with it. And there's two things that you're constantly weighing, and it's not easy to figure out. And there's never an obvious right way or wrong way. You try to figure out the best way, and it's a lot of stuff goes into that. And to be able to get Christian here with what he's done the last couple of years and what we plan on him doing for the next few years, we're really excited to get that done and felt great about it.
From the outside, when the guy makes a trade request and other social media comments, it's like, oh, this is not going well. There's a real huge impasse. The fact that he appears to be going to be showing up and maybe just holding in, is that at least a sign to you that is that an optimistic sign of where he might be?
Yeah, I always want to be optimistic, Eric. This has been a tough one. I think it's been hard to find that common evidence by us not having a deal in place when we both have tried. So I guess we're going to continue to work towards finding resolution, and not optimistic, not pessimistic. Just going to keep attacking it and trying to find the right endpoint for each of us, and leave it at that.
You said PUP. Is it NFI or
NFI? Yeah, treated the same way as PUP, but because he did it away from here, NFI.
And how long is a block of practice?
It's really like the first 3 or
4
4
days. Everyone in the league has to do 4 days, and then you get a day off, and he'll be in there. Hopefully, he'll be in there in the next 3, at least. Ease him into there.
How are Kittle, Charvarius Ward, and Brendel coming in? Will they have any restrictions of any kind?
I will be smart with them, but I mean, they're all 100% healed and stuff. You just got to be careful how you get them back in. And but they'll have some days off and stuff like that, but they're all good to go.
Remarking about Bosa, you said getting defensive linemen ready is a little bit different. How so?
I mean, I think each team's differently. Each team's different. But I would say, I'd say a kicker, you want to worry about it all because they're not tied to many other people. I think a D lineman, especially, with the 4-down scheme and the way we play it, it's a little more individual based and stuff. Now you got to get back into football shape and the movement and stuff. But as far as an O lineman, when you're moving in combination with the guy next to you, or sometimes both guys next to you, 3 people, you have to zone stuff off. It takes longer to build guys together and things like that at other positions. D line, not that any of them are good. I would say I'd put probably behind kicker at that.
John, do you have a date, a timeline that you would like to have Brandon's situation resolved?
No date, yesterday, we'll continue communication and, keep working.
Now, for you as a coach, how does it affect to have a piece like Brandon, not knowing if you're going to have him, what day, to what capacity, the season? I mean, it's a question mark. How does it affect you and your planning?
I mean, it's tough. I mean, especially a player like Brandon, but that's something if I just found that out today, you'd probably see me a lot more of a panic. But it's something that you understand what's going on. I've understood that the whole off season. It's something I hope that we don't have to deal with, but if you do, you got to deal with it. So you prepare for that and how you think, how you plan. And it's not something that you can let surprise you in my situation. So it's definitely not the ideal situation, not at all what you want, but it's something that you're prepared for as a coach and you plan your team accordingly.
That is the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch season opening press conference. I think you got most of the Brandon Aiyuk questions out of the way.
Yeah.
That's all I cared about.
All of them, I think.
Every potential angle was covered. So if you missed it, and thank you to the 49ers for streaming those press conferences live. If you missed it, neither John Lynch nor Kyle Shanahan could confirm that Brandon Aiyuk was in the building, but they also said that players had like an hour left to get there and they didn't know if he would be there or not. My big takeaway there was John Lynch seems genuinely frustrated by this entire situation. And maybe I'm projecting.
Yeah.
But he did not seem as, not that he was jovial about Debo and Bosa potentially holding out. Because Debo did the hold in thing. But you even heard somebody ask there last year with Bosa, he was like, unequivocally, he's not being traded.
Yeah.
And now this thing with Aiyuk, he's like, well, yeah, I did say that about Bosa, but we don't like to say that. We like to keep all our options on the table. I don't know. It feels like this one has gotten, even though it hasn't been as public, I think behind the scenes it's probably gotten pretty hairy.
Yeah. I mean, when I was watching him, I thought it was more of he's still playing the game. He's playing the game. And I also think that we're like what we were talking about before. I think there's been like a genuine feel to Aiyuk. And when you're on the other side, you're very much looking more and more like the bad guy when every other great wide receiver in the league is getting X amount of dollars and you're sitting here not paying the guy that you have. And you clearly screwed up by not paying him early. Clearly, like there's no question at this point, like you screwed up. You should have paid him early and like help set the market, not be at the back end of the market where all of a sudden it kept going up and up and up. And so I kind of felt like he's still playing the game. It's like, oh, Aiyuk is here. I haven't really seen him. I don't know if he's here yet. Maybe he's here, maybe he's not. I don't know. And it's like, okay, like, look, the dude just pulled a major card on you. He showed up.
Yeah.
And now you got to respond. And how are you going to respond? And so I think, putting it out there that, trades are always possible. Like he's just playing the game. And I do get what he's saying where he's like, hey, look, I went through these things and I went through these negotiations on the other side. But sitting there and acting like you don't like to drag these things out, that's just disingenuous because you're the team that always does this.
Right. He said in there that he doesn't like taking his time with these extensions. Like he's impatient. But hey,
then pay the dudes early.
Right. But they don't do that because Parag Marathe, their cap guy, really can't. And it's a team. It's not Parag sitting there just with a computer.
Yeah.
There's a team of people. But Parag Marathe, their cap guy, is I think part of the I'm just gonna say, I don't want to say problem, reason that these things go so long. And I think the Niners and Aiyuk, I don't think it's like they're $10 million apart. They're a couple $1,000,000 apart.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, they're a couple $1,000,000 apart right now, but could they drag Aiyuk down so the Niners are actually only paying like $500,000 more than they want to per season on average? Can they get it down to? Can they pull him down to his number? Okay, no. Can we? Okay, what about $1 million? Like, just it's every single little thing. They're going to try and squeeze every little piece of value out of this negotiation, and apparently, according to reporting from Mike Garafolo at NFL Media, the Niners haven't been in like deep contract talks with Aiyuk since May. So Lynch said they started earlier. Well, then why did you stop? What? Why are you not at the table every single day trying to hammer this thing out?
And when Aiyuk called a meeting of the minds himself and came in and sat down, like, why did that not reignite the conversation? Or are you just so far apart that it's crazy? I think one of the interesting things that I learned during this process, which you brought up, is the escrow account thing. Like,
I think it's Nick Wagner from ESPN who gave us that.
Yeah. There was like, so whatever it is that you have to, like, the guaranteed
money. Yes.
So if it's $75 million guaranteed money, that has to go in an escrow account, like right now. That's crazy.
Yeah, and that's why when you hear an NFL team is more willing to spend, it's not that other NFL teams are afraid to go up to the cap. It's that. It's, hey, are we going to pay all this guaranteed money for a team that's going to win 6 games? And just have this money? Because you don't, even though the York family has a hilarious amount of money.
Yeah.
Tying up $75 million, even $75 million in escrow is like a drop in the bucket. But it's also $75 million. I'm guessing I'm guessing most people, let's call it $100, can afford to stash away $100. We're not gonna love just, hey, here's $100. I'm just gonna go set that over there now. I don't get to have this anymore. Or $500 or whatever. Pick your means. Like, it's not a fun thing to do, but the 49ers have been willing to do it. But I do think that that's part of this too. Maybe it's not the per year. Maybe we're all stuck on Aiyuk wants 30. The Niners want to give him 26. Maybe it is the guaranteed dollars. Maybe Aiyuk wants $95 million guaranteed. And the Niners are going, we're about to give Brock like a lot of guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And we're going to try and knock this down.
That's like a really big wire transfer.
Yeah. It should.
That's like, holy cow, that's a big wire transfer.
It's just not. So we say all this to say, we talk about negotiations and getting to the table and hammering it out. But at the same time, it's not Aiyuk going 30 and the Niners going 26 and Aiyuk going 29 and the Niners going 27 and them going, oh, okay, fine. How about 28? Okay, yeah, kumbaya. There are so many things that go into these deals.
Yeah.
Whether they're front loaded or back loaded and guaranteed money, and there are so many different machinations. The issue is all these other teams figure it out well before training camp. The Lions got their quarterback re-signed or extended, their left tackle extended, and their top wide receiver extended. All within the span of like a month. And the 49ers are here and they, for whatever reason, can't figure it out with Aiyuk. And now their GM is going, hey, I don't like this. I'm impatient. I want to get this. We started earlier than we normally do. Then what's the hold up?
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you look at all of the other wide receiver contracts and and it's not like you're in uncharted territory.
Mm-mm.
It's straight up. You can see what the other guys are getting. The breakdowns of what all these other wide receivers are getting is like readily available to them.
Yeah.
So where
Very
is
easy.
it? Yeah, so like it just does seem like maybe you take the top 6 guys and you come up with an average, whatever it might be. Like I don't know. To me, it's very strange.
Give him 4 years. Call it 100 and was 4 and 120 is 30 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So call it 4 and 110, right?
Or 108. Okay.
Is that call it
27?
So call it 4 and 110 with 60 million guaranteed. That'd be the second most guaranteed money of any wide receiver.
Oh, okay.
And depending on how you structure that, that could be a 2 and 30 year deal or whatever it is.
Yep.
That's I wouldn't be surprised if that's more of the holdup than the average annual value.
Yeah.
Because everybody knew right away that Amon-Ra St. Brown's $30 million a year. As soon as the structure came out, everybody went, well, it's more like 26 and a quarter, whatever the exact number is. It's not actually 30 a year. So get in that 27, 28 range. Give him Tyreek Hill got 52.5 million guaranteed. Justin Jefferson got 88.7 guaranteed.
Mm.
Call it 55, call it 60. I don't know. I don't think it's that difficult.
Yeah, it shouldn't
They
be.
made this harder than they need to. All right.
Yep.
But apparently Brandon Aiyuk is in the building. I'm putting the ball in the 49ers court. So we will continue keeping track of that as the season progresses. The 49ers reporting to training camp today. Practices begin tomorrow. We have some pre-training camp power rankings from the Athletic, NFL power rankings.
Yep.
That is not MLB. Pre-training camp power rankings from the Athletic that we'll run through. And then I want to continue this USA Men's Hoops convo that we were having before the break as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Handoff coming up today in about 20 minutes. Damian Barling will be in with us on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Sweet. What's going on, everybody? Jeez, another one?
Another one.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. That's a lot.
Nutty. Did you email that guy, by the way? That I emailed you to email yesterday?
Oh, I did not.
Okay.
I will today.
Go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
They're on to the next step of that process. So
okay.
The thing is, it's not hard. Like it's not.
No, I like how many of those have I had to work with?
Yeah.
Yeah. So many. Let's see. What's going on, everybody? We've been a little quiet in the chatty house today.
Yeah, I'm going to start getting here way earlier in the mornings. Make sure I'm all set up.
Oh, for all your Niner stuff?
No, well, that too, but just making sure I'm all set up in here because I feel like I spend the entire show just making sure I'm organized and on top of it.
Got it. Yeah, it seems like it's like about 5 minutes worth of prep to have that situated.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're at the last minute, it's not easy.
It's just like If I just had it done in the mornings where I could just look over it a million times instead of, I might just worry through the whole show anyways. Who knows?
Yeah.
I am not here for Costco hot dog slander. You're welcome, Tin.
What's up, Scooter? Dog days of summer. Actually, I
Honestly,
don't
finally got off their ass. It was great.
I don't feel like we have like I know there are dog days of summer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't feel like our show like bogs with the dog days of summer. I don't know.
There's definitely a the difference is there's a lot more digging, and there's not like a weekly cadence of like, all right, football reaction in Kings on Monday, continued reaction from the NFL weekend on Tuesday. All right, we got Kings games this day and this day. Friday, all right, we're talking NFL.
Yeah.
All right, we got fantasy. It's just during the season, there's just like a cadence to it. Whereas now it's a lot more, the prep is a lot more intensive.
No, totally.
And
totally.
there's a lot more, for lack of a better term, like bullshit.
Yeah.
Like it's just easier to go, hey, we're going to run with these power rankings today.
Yeah, it might have been we would not have spent like 6 minutes on Sasha Vezenkov. Like maybe.
Sure.
But at the same time, I think it's like important conversation to have.
Yeah. And we can.
Yeah. How much time do we got?
1 minute.
1 minute.
I didn't know he was talking to somebody.
Oh, gotcha.
I was going to super loudly just yell Damian Barling. Because that's what the ritual is. When Damian walks in, I go, Damian Barling. And he says, comment. It's just
got it. Yep.
Silly little thing. And I was going to go do that right now while he's sitting right. He's sitting right over there. That's him in the blue sweater. And so I was going to yell at him. But he was talking to somebody, and then it was awkward. Oh, yeah, we can talk Giants. Hey, Teoscar Hernandez is awesome. Teoscar Hernandez is rapidly rising up my rankings of dudes I didn't care about before this year that I now care very much about. Here we go.
I'm a dog.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, shout out to Complex over at KSFM for this shirt. It says they not like us. Little KSFM logo on it. What? Trying to do anything in a camera is because it's like reverse.
Yes.
Tough look for your boy. Struggling over here. Dodgers beat the Giants last night. That's what we were talking about at the break.
Yeah.
Teoscar Hernandez, look, real quick. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on the Giants-Dodger game. Didn't go great for the Giants. The Giants struggling since the All-Star break. Sounds like they're going to stand pat at the trade deadline, which is the most boring possible thing, which tracks. Teoscar Hernandez, because I've been watching the Dodgers a lot this year, because I've been covering them for the Sporting News, or blogging about them for the Sporting News. I feel like in baseball, it's really hard to take over a game, right? Like in basketball, I was just watching highlights today in Will Z's piece over at the SI King site. He wrote about DeMar DeRozan and the dribble handoff, and there was a highlight package from DeMar DeRozan's game against the Kings this year here in Sacramento, where he went 7 for 7 with 19 points in the fourth quarter. And oh man, it's just the NBA guys are uniquely positioned to take over games like that. And in football, sometimes you'll see a defensive end, Khalil Mack, with the Raiders during the, was it 2016 season that Carr was an MVP candidate? I think it was 2016.
Yeah, I think so.
And Khalil Mack, at one point of the year, just end of games, he was taking over. Like night.
Yeah.
There's nothing an opposing offense is going to do. Khalil Mack is getting a strip sack and the game is going to be over. In baseball, I feel like it's a lot harder for guys to do that. Sometimes you'll see a pitcher for sure, but offensively, it's pretty rare that one player single-handedly just kind of takes over a game and wins it.
Well, that, and now you can just point to first base. Like, why don't you just go stand on first base so you don't beat me?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm done pitching to this guy.
Yeah, that guy at first base now, please.
So Teoscar Hernandez last night has a solo home run that tied the game at 1. He gave the Dodgers a 2-1 lead with a single up the middle. And then he won them the game with a base hit as well. He had to get what wound up being the game-winning hit with a base hit as well.
Yeah, like when a player gets hot, I mean, obviously, you have to wait your turn in Major League Baseball. So if there aren't players on base, you can't knock them in. I mean, you can clearly hit a home run, but
sure,
you know what I mean? But you're just sitting there waiting. Can we get to this player?
Right.
And I do think like the element that you can just point to first base, it's funny, but at the same time, like you can kind of wipe out a player. Like when people are like, man, Ohtani just keeps beating us. It's like, okay, well, why do you keep pitching to him? Like, because forever, I mean, like Barry Bonds, how many intentional walks did he take? The one season was like in the 90s or maybe he had 100 intentional walks. That's his team going, hey, just, and even then they had to throw four balls outside.
Sure.
A catcher standing out there with his glove.
I think it's because with Ohtani specifically, in the Dodgers lineup, there's just not a lot of dudes that, and as good as Ohtani is, and I think he's great. He is the best player in the sport right now. As good as he is, he's not prime Barry Bonds. He's not what Barry Bonds was in the early 2000s. So that's why. But in that Dodger lineup, you walk him, okay, then it's Will Smith, or it's Teoscar Hernandez, or it's Freddie Freeman, or whoever happens to be batting behind him that day. And it's just not a super easy thing. And when Mookie Betts comes back, it might be if Ohtani stays in the leadoff spot, maybe it's Betts. Like there's not a ton of guys that you would rather pit. It's like, all right, we'll just try and get him out. And he strikes out a lot, Ohtani does. So you try and get him to whiff, I guess. But no, we saw a team the other night. There was a runner on third with 1 or 2 outs it was the Red Sox. The Dodgers had a runner on third with less than 2 outs and Ohtani at the plate in a tie game in the 11th. They just walked him.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you're not going to walk Teoscar Hernandez. Like it's not like he's batting 480 this year or anything.
No, he's batting 268. He's got 116 strikeouts, so he strikes out a ton.
Yeah, strikes out a ton. He's gonna bop some home runs. He won the home run derby.
Yeah.
But he's not the kind of player that you're gonna go, yeah, we'll just walk him to get to. I think it was Freddie Freeman batting behind him last night.
Yeah.
That's not a thing you want to do.
Nope.
So yeah, it's tough. Anyway, tough loss for the Giants last night. They've lost 3 of 4 since the All-Star break. We will we'll talk a little bit more about the MLB trade deadline as it gets closer. A week from today, actually, is the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We'll see if the A's or Giants will be active.
By active, we mean if they have a garage sale sign out. They have like the red and white sign sitting out front.
I don't think they're going to be buying.
No.
I'll tell you that.
No. And I mean, will the A's, instead of a garage sale, will they have like a moving sale? Estate sale?
Dang.
Tough look.
It's really tough. Where were we? We were talking with something about men's hoops.
Oh, the Team USA team.
Yeah. But I can't remember. We put a pin in something and I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely are playing against a lot more NBA players internationally than they were in the past. And it seems like every year it's more and more and more. What do we say? 61 players?
61 dudes.
Yeah.
Compared to 9 when the Dream Team was making their run.
Yeah. What do you think, Canadian nationals? Do they legitimately have a shot?
I think, look, based on how Team USA looked against South Sudan and how they looked against Germany, I think Canada has a real shot at them. Because look, the argument against it is, well, look at how talented Team USA is. Do you know how ridiculous it is? I said this on Twitter the other day. So if you read that there, I apologize for repeating it, but that's a joke. Sorry, that was a bad joke. I don't think that people are sorry. It is ridiculous the amount of talent the Team USA has that Derek White, who is awesome, gets added to the team and it's like controversy. The fact there is so much talent with Team USA basketball that they had a player who Derek White would be the best or second best player on like every other team in the tournament.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he's a top 3 guy, I think, on every team in the tournament.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think Serbia is the one team that you look at. Well, Serbia and Canada. You're gonna look at Canada and say, okay, they've got some really, really high end players. Shea,
Lou Dort,
Wiggins is there, right?
No.
Oh, he's not.
He's not playing.
Okay, they have Olenek.
And it's Wiggins.
Trey Lyles.
Andrew Wiggins not better than Derek White.
No, that's true.
So Trey Lyles not better than Derek White.
No.
So I think he's a top 3 guy. Like and Team USA gets him, and it's like, is that really the best we can do? Like, oh my god! But anyways, I think the argument against it is Team USA is just most talented team by a lot.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a question. If you just went player for player, Team USA has I don't know, 8 of the top 15 guys in the tournament. We'd have to go through it, but whatever it is. But you see how South Sudan played them. You see how Germany played them. And it's like, hey, would you be shocked if Canada got them? Or if France got them?
If some other team got them before the finals, yeah, I would not be shocked. At this point, the way they're playing, all right. I mean, they have the ability to crank it up and just be much better than everybody else. And I'm sure once we get into the tournament, we're going to see we'll see a couple of like 130 to 72 games and stuff. And it'll be like, oh, okay, they're back.
So they are favored. So Serbia to win the whole thing has the 4th best odds at 16-1. So that means you bet $100, you win $1,600 if Serbia wins the whole tournament. They're behind USA, Canada, and France. And then it's Serbia at 16-1.
Yeah.
The United States is in Serbia's group. They face Serbia in their first game on Sunday.
Yeah, the group play. That's going to be interesting.
Take a guess at the point spread in that game. I'll give you Team USA favored, obviously.
11.
Keep going.
It's higher?
Higher. 18? No, lower. 15.5 points. Whew. The United States is favored over Serbia.
Oh.
15.5.
That's crazy.
And I know they just played them in the showcase and pulled away, but 15.5 points against a team with the 4th best odds to win the whole tournament,
and a Team USA, they're just not playing well.
I don't trust them, man.
Yeah,
and like I said, maybe Kevin Durant plays and they shore up their rotations, and it's less Joel Embiid, it's more Anthony Davis and Bam Adebayo, and they're just this defensive juggernaut. And nobody can score. Maybe. I got to see it though, man. I don't trust it yet.
I find it very strange that they're so close in these games. It should not be that close. I mean, Germany's got talent. South Sudan, though, like, not to be disrespectful, I like NBA players. There's not a lot there.
South Sudan is 125-1 to win the tournament.
Well, yeah, and what are they ranked? 35th in the world, something like that.
They belong in the Olympics.
Yeah,
but they're not. Team USA should not be having to foul them and get no call at the end of the game to win that game. Like that, they got outplayed flat out.
That would have been such a earth shattering.
Oh, it would have been monumental. Even though it was monumental that even with the loss for South Sudan.
Yeah.
Because there's 2 tracks with this, right? And this goes for the whole tournament. This isn't just the USA South Sudan game, but there's the track of, wow, what is Team USA doing? But there's also the track of, holy crap, the rest of the world is catching up super fast.
Yeah.
It's been happening, and now it's like, it is here, dude.
Well, and it's not just the rest of the world as in Canada and France and maybe Spain
and Eastern
Serbia.
Bloc countries, yeah.
Yeah. Now it's like, oh, like the basketball is getting real in the South Sudan. I mean, that's big. I think it's great though. It's great for the sport. And shout out to the NBA for helping build some of this with their academies that they've done throughout the world, and given a place for some of these young players to sort of grow and become who they can be. I mean, really, it's kind of cool to watch.
Soren Smith in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you would like to participate. Also twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Says Steve Kerr's rotations are pretty questionable at times too. Great point, Soren. Couldn't agree more.
That's right. And then
Boy,
Ramsey brings up South Sudan has 0 indoor basketball courts in their entire country.
man,
They don't have an indoor basketball court.
incredible.
Only outdoor.
Incredible.
Totally
Yeah, it's
bizarre.
cool. It's cool. And that's the thing is, if Team USA doesn't win it, as long as it's not Canada, it'd be like, that's kind of cool. Good for whatever country winds up winning it. As long as it's not Canada. My disdain for Dylan Brooks runs so deep.
Oh,
be cool for Jordy. Be cool for Trey Lyles. Love Lou Dort. Big Shea Gilgeous-Alexander guy. But Dylan Brooks, I'm a hater. And the Dylan Brooks disdain outweighs all of that love.
I didn't even think about that. I want to see Trey Lyles medal. If they medal, like Trey's got to bring in the medal
to Sacramento.
Yeah, like into I want to see it in the locker room. Like that.
It's going in a vault or a safe.
Oh no, he'll bring it in.
Really?
I don't know.
If they are the bronze medalist, he's gonna pull up with his bronze medal.
I think he would bring it in for a day. I don't know.
Would you request it?
Oh, I would ask him. Oh yeah, I'll ask Trey.
Can you bring your medal with you?
Hey Trey, can you bring in the medal? I want to see an Olympic medal. That would be really cool.
I know it's different once you've been an Olympian and you've been an Olympic athlete.
Yeah.
Because you get the tattoo and that's your thing. Like you get the tattoo and that's it. And once you have dedicated your life to that, you think about it differently than a schmuck like me does.
Yeah.
Where I'm just sitting here, I'm just watching. I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever. And the people who do whatever sport they're doing at that level are like, this is a job. I'm going to be awesome at this. I'm going to win. I am super competitive. If that was me, if I won a gold medal or any medal, I would wear it every day of my life.
Just like walk around with it.
You'd
be like D-Lo and Casey with her.
You would not
shirt unbuttoned. Find
a day. Yes. I would be wearing the blue button up that Damien's wearing right now. 3-button maximum. Really well done by you. 3-button max with the medal.
Olympic gold medal.
With the gold medal on. Damian Barling jumping in here for the handoff. We were just talking about, Team USA basketball, and James is saying he wants to see Canada medal, so Trey Lyles will bring in his medal.
Okay.
And I was doubting whether Trey Lyles would even have it on his person to be able to bring it.
He doesn't strike me as someone who would.
But you don't think if James went, hey, I would like to do a story on your medal, can you bring it in so I can see it? Or, hey, I think that's a really cool thing. Can you bring it in so we can see it? Or is it in whatever place Trey Lyles stays in the offseason, whether it's here or elsewhere?
I think, oh man, that's tough. It's probably, he probably isn't traveling with it. Like he'll probably, will give it to his parents or leave it locked up somewhere. Or,
that's what I think.
It's not really something.
I think we can talk him into bringing it one time.
Some people will put it in a security box and
just leave it there.
Yeah.
Because you can't sell it, right? Isn't it illegal to sell it?
Oh,
I don't know about that.
I thought it was you could donate it to a museum or whatever, but I thought you couldn't sell an Olympic medal.
I'm not aware of that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I know at one point.
I don't know what value an Olympic medal has though.
It's a bunch of gold.
I think it's just plated.
Yeah, it's not. It's not like you're getting handed a solid gold.
I think it is.
Okay.
That's what you're sticking with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do know that we had a
There may have been one just sitting around the house at one point in my life, but yeah, like it's. I don't think it's what people think it is.
Okay.
It's more like what you did to get it. Like it's the process of earning that medal.
Right.
That's the value, but like the dollar figure value, I don't know that that's that.
I know we had a situation one time in the locker room where guys were talking trash about something, and Corey Brewer said, "Oh no, I got 2 rings, and I'll bring him in because he has his NCAA championship rings, and brought in his championship rings, to talk trash, but not an Olympic I don't think I've seen an Olympic medal.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't think you
some-
can do that. I don't think that works on trash talking. Like, yeah, I got this Olympic gold.
Oh,
Like, it's a
I
cool
don't know.
thing.
I would just like wander around. And someone brought up Gilbert Arenas. First of all, I don't care what Agent Zero.
Yeah, Gilbert Arenas sucks.
I don't care what he's saying about South Sudan, or I don't want
He's
to
just a
even
bad
hear him.
person.
Yeah, and the fact is, he's the dude who walked into an NBA locker room with 2 loaded guns.
Correct.
And yeah, so we're talking about people who would walk in with cool stuff. Just so.
When you Google, can you sell an Olympic medal?
Mhm.
First thing that comes up, rrauction.com. Sell your Olympic memorabilia. A gold medal is a pinnacle of achievement in sport. RR Auction offers Olympic medals for sale at least twice a year in dedicated Olympic memorabilia auctions, typically held in January and July.
So I'm guessing it's not illegal.
I
And
don't think it's illegal.
I also think the idea of selling like again, it's not the value of the medal. It's like this was Carl Lewis's long jump
right
medal from 1984.
Yeah,
that's going to have more value than the goalkeeper in the water polo match. Like that's going to have more value than his. Like there'll be a
at least
historical significance to it.
Try and tell someone in Croatia that.
Okay, right, very true. No, very true. And but it's not the actual. It's like buying Tupac's driver's license. You know, it's the link to someone.
For
that
sure.
People get excited for
sure.
Well, that, and I would also think that like winning an NBA championship, I think a lot of people would put up there or higher. Well, especially since there are players on a team that can win an NBA championship who can't go win a gold medal. So maybe the guys, the group of guys that go win gold medals for Team USA, the basketball players, that's one thing. But it can be one of many achievements for them where like the fencing dude, like that's the pinnacle of your sport.
Yeah,
it doesn't get
absolutely.
any bigger or better
Yep.
than that. So if you have one of those and you're in that world, it's like the biggest thing you could possibly do. You know,
Yeah.
the gymnast, like the build up to being in the
Olympics is it. Yeah,
it is the pinnacle of your sport, where I'm not sure that I still feel like that
it's
winning
not.
is
Well,
you know
I
what I'm
think
saying?
winning is, but I think it's another achievement. Like a gold medal will be another achievement for Steph. It'll be another achievement for LeBron. But in this case, like LeBron being the male flag bearer for the U.S.
That's awesome.
That's
huge.
incredible.
Yeah.
Like that is an incredible honor.
Yeah.
And in terms of basketball players, no male basketball player has ever done it.
Mm-hmm.
And the only people from USA Don Staley did it in 2004, and I think Birdie did it in 2021. So LeBron's the first. Like Mike didn't do this, Magic didn't do this, no one from the Dream Team did it.
Yeah.
And again, how many Olympics have we had? Only 3 basketball players have ever done it. Like that type of thing is that type of thing is amazing.
We moved some breaks around, so we got to go a little earlier than normal today. I thought what LeBron said about that was like gave me chills when he was like, I didn't even dream about this because I didn't even consider it as a possibility.
Yeah.
I thought that was really, really cool.
No, that's an amazing honor for LeBron. And I mean, whoever gets it, like that's a phenomenal honor. You talk about like, Snoop is carrying the torch into the stadium. He's part of the group. Snoop Dogg is carrying the torch into the stadium as part of the group that's going to relay it to the person who lights the cauldron.
I bet
who doesn't know they're lighting the cauldron yet, which I thought was actually the best part of the story.
I bet nobody is going to make a joke about him lighting something with that torch.
Nobody.
No,
one will. No
Exactly.
one will make that joke. I think that I don't care about the opening ceremony with all due respect. Like I witnessed one live and it could not have possibly have been more boring. Like it was just dreadfully boring. And so now it's like, I'm cool. I don't need to watch this anymore. But I do love the Olympics.
Me too.
And I love like little story. Like I've heard Dick Ebersol tell the story of Muhammad Ali lighting the torch in 96, which is phenomenal because that's one of the big reveals. It's the biggest reveal. So I might not care about the opening ceremonies on Friday, but in 2028, I want to know who's lighting that torch because it's one of you talk about carrying the torch or carrying the flag, lighting that torch might be the honor that you can have. And like hearing like stories about how they had to, get Muhammad Ali out there at like 1:30 in the morning to practice lighting the torch is phenomenal.
Incredible. More of that coming up on D-Lo and KC. James and I will be back with the Insiders tomorrow, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. Bye. See you guys.
See you, gentlemen.
Bye, everybody. See you guys tomorrow. And kind of like was getting, and something distracted me, so I didn't get to watch last night. I have some free time today. I should be able to catch it in its entirety today. And SummerSlam's not this weekend; it's the weekend after, right? Yeah, August 3rd. August.
It's a jam-packed weekend, jam-packed Saturday for your boy.
I feel like somebody just asked about yeah, Walmart back to school thing.
It's my bad.
What's that?
You guys still got like a minute and a half.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Literally not missing anything. Does that look like Cody Rhodes up there?
No, it really does. It really
does. Joe Burrow needs a neck tattoo. Huh. All right. All right. I am hungry. Fuck, man.
Nobody wants to have anything to eat at this place.
Well, yeah, it's because all the people who order food are in San Francisco. Well, the tribal chief is here.
Tribal chief is here.
He hasn't got hit with COVID yet.
Well, Jesus, just running wild around here.
Brother. Amari Cooper is getting a $5 million raise.
Oh, well, good for him.
Also guaranteeing him the $20 million currently left on his contract. Good job. Cooper will be entering the final year of his deal. 80 of the $100 million's been guaranteed. Man, good for Amari.
Where does he play again?
Wow. Cleveland.
I thought so.
This is for you.
I thought so. I thought there might have been another. This is his third team. That's not the craziest thing for me to ask.
Well, no, that's who was his first team?
The Raiders.
Who was it?
Raiders.
Oh, the Cowboys were
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What is good? Welcome in here to the Tuesday, July 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is the Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, and we're happy that you're here with us. Shout out to Amari Cooper.
Good
Cooper.
for him.
I laughed when Amari Cooper signed this deal with the Cleveland Browns because it was essentially, Amari signed a $100 million deal. It was basically like a series of $10 million deals with like opt-outs like every year. He basically signed a year-to-year contract that the team just got decided whether he played year to year. And then there were certain years that were guaranteed more money than others. And the $100 million is going to turn out to be like 80. I honestly thought it would wind up being like 20.
Did he sign this same type of deal with the Cowboys? Or wasn't it like a 2-year something deal?
Well, yeah, it was a 2 real year deal. But ultimately, I think what he signed with the Cowboys was like a 4-year deal. And Cowboys got out of it. And he went to Cleveland, I think, right away. Mm-hmm. And I feel like there was a team in between. Are you sure this is only?
Well, that's why I asked the question. Where is he playing at again? But I think it is just 3 teams. I think the Browns.
Yeah, it's only been 3.
Okay. Feels like he's been in the league an eternity when he very much has not.
He was drafted in 2011.
Oh God. I hope not. No, he was drafted in 2015.
That was only 4 years off.
Give him a loss.
No, that's
no. Wait, the hell no. Wouldn't even know music played.
Well, I mean, we could start the show. With Amari Cooper pocket watching.
Has he made all real money?
Yeah. Do we only count his guarantees with this?
5 years. Okay, let me take a quick look at Spot Track because Spot Track normally doesn't give you the fake dollars. There's the restructure. Let's look. Oh, why doesn't Spot Track? Wait a minute. The hell?
Wait a minute.
Stand by. Wait a minute. They don't even.
$30 hadn't gone through yet. We don't have access to NFL.
Well, that $30 is never going through. I can't get anything past the Cowboys. Oh, here. Sorry. We're up here. There we go. They're the Raiders. Let's see. 20.
Yeah, I don't think this is
I
working.
can't tell what's real. It doesn't.
We'll just think
keep
pocket watches to NBA players.
I was
MLB
about
players.
to win that one.
It doesn't
and
add
was
up.
Like,
I can't make this add up. 20.
To get buckets out here, man. And they was like, nah, let's not play. See how they do me, y'all. Y'all see how they do me? They knew I was about to win. They started looking my eyes.
Hey,
man.
well, let's go. Let's do it.
Well,
Let's do what we got here. No,
turn the music
let's
off.
do
and
what
said
we got
it's not
here.
official. You already said it wasn't official.
Let's do what we got here.
See how they do me? I was training, and now they said fights off, and now I stopped training.
Yeah.
Now they want me to get back in the ring.
Are we going just the total contract guarantees? What are we doing here?
I'm just mathing this myself. No, that equals. So you got here. Just carry the one over here. Yeah, we'll do total.
Total up until this point. That's
Yeah,
the only way
total
you
up
can do
until
it
this
with the
point.
NFL.
2015. Yeah, we'll do totals up to this point. This works. This is real money. This is real money. The most he earned in a single season, if anybody can remember the year 2020, it was a shade over. Now, keep in mind with the news that you saw today, because it does appear. No, that's not factored in. The news we got today isn't factored in. Spot Track is fast. They're not that fast. It's a shade over 20 million. Amari Cooper been in the league, as Kenny Caraway pointed out, since 2015. He was the number 4 overall pick in the 2015 NFL draft. As Kenny noted, he's played for 3 teams. The Raiders, the Cowboys. Now he has done, at least in my mind, surprisingly well. The Cleveland Browns. We're starting the show with pocket watching. So again, 10 years in the league, the former number 4 overall pick, his peak earnings were in 2020 when he earned just a shade over $20 million.
All right, real quick, we're counting up until this point, just total contract money.
Correct.
Okay, not just guarantees.
Correct.
Okay.
Right now, Kenny Caraway is in the lead at 22-20 with the season finale approaching on August 1st. Will the game on August 1st mean anything, or will Kenny Caraway have secured his pocket watching championship? The contestants
What's my record again?
Writing their numbers down. 22 wins and 20 losses, my friend.
I'm cooking. Tell the whole story. I wish you tell the whole story. Your boy started 3-12. What a season.
All right, let's see the numbers here, gentlemen. What do we got?
Easy win for your boy.
148 million, 165 million, 148 milli for Kenny Caraway, 165 million
Yeah.
for Jesse Tapia. Amari Cooper at this point has earned 116,672,334 for his 23rd victory of the season and the first ever segment 1 pocket watch.
Let's go.
What are his contract numbers then?
Let's go.
The like in terms of the latest contract is 4 and 100. If that's what you mean. He's basically made $20 million, and that'll include this year, every year since 2020. So I'm going to need you to sit down.
Stop playing with me.
Hopefully Will's busy with SI and he's not graphicking this nonsense. But yeah,
Zabo is though.
Zabo
ain't even in the meeting yet. Let's go.
He's had a pretty solid. Okay. All right. This is why we don't do this segment in this in the first segment, because now we got to deal with this the rest of the day.
I'm almost to the point where I can clinch.
You're getting there.
What's my magic number?
Bro, I don't know. Will you settle down?
Magic number got to be 3.
That's probably true. It's probably not far off.
Let's go. What a year. What a season.
But it is 23-20 right now as the end of season 1 approaches on August 1st.
You know, I went a little high there. I originally thought it was like 120 something because you said 80 million guaranteed. I figured his first rookie deal might have been 40 something.
No
but
one
then I
needs
thought
it. No.
I thought he might have scored. I thought he might have got another one in between.
No one
there,
needs
so.
this explanation of how you would have been within $4 million. No
would've.
one need. Then why didn't you do that?
I thought he might have had another contract.
See, that's what I did. That's why I slipped up. I gave him a contract with Dallas.
I think the same way. But I was there. I was there. You know what I mean? I was there. And I had to stop training because they said the fight was off. You know what I mean? That's what kind of threw me off, but I still won. Boy, they tried to get your boy again. I ain't let it happen, though. You heard?
You know, the same thing happened to Jesse. And the fight was off for about 4 seconds.
Minor details.
Football's tough. Football is way
football's
tougher.
Insane.
Way tougher
Insane.
than
Can't wait to do the pocket watching for Brandon Aiyuk, though.
Well, Brandon Aiyuk's at camp, and training camp for I think 23 NFL teams gets underway today. Brandon Aiyuk, surprised?
I am surprised. I am surprised
Me
he
too.
showed up. I was expecting him.
Optimistic?
I always talk about this damn podcast, but it was a pivotal moment in understanding Brandon Aiyuk. I believed him when the reports came out last week that he was willing to. He was going to ride this thing out. Like, I'll sit out. I'll take fines. I'll miss games. It's whatever. I believed him. I didn't think that was the right thing to do, but he comes off as a guy that's about the principality of the situation, Smokey. And I believed that he might be able to go through with that. So I was a little surprised that he showed up. I think that's the right decision for him to show up. Now, he doesn't have to participate, and he can be a hold in. They didn't have to participate in all this stuff like that. But as a sign of good faith and goodwill, hey, I'm here. I've reported to camp. I'm eliminating a little bit of the distractions. Now, you guys, talking about the San Francisco 49ers, you come meet me a little bit halfway too. You know what I mean? I think that would be the right thing. If they haven't had any contract negotiations, come to the table, 49ers. The guy's at camp, even if he's not quote unquote participating and he's a hold in, he's there. Negotiate with the man and figure something out.
I'm with you. I think this was a positive step for sure for Brandon Aiyuk. I'm with you. One that I did not think he was going to make, but I think this was 100% the right way to handle this because I don't think he's being traded. I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is playing anywhere other than the San Francisco 49ers.
I agree.
John Lynch has said as much. I intend on Brandon Aiyuk being a San Francisco 49er. Now, the language in that is smart on John Lynch's part because that could just mean for this year. That may not have anything to do with the following seasons, but I do believe that their intent is for Brandon Aiyuk to be a San Francisco 49er. And I think this was definitely a positive step for Brandon Aiyuk. I think it's good for the 49ers. I think it's good in a season with such incredibly high stakes for the franchise to not start with any distractions. I think Brandon Aiyuk being at camp in the midst of a negotiation is not a distraction. Brandon Aiyuk being absent from camp in the midst of a negotiation, especially one that at least on one side has been a bit contentious, is a distraction.
Yeah.
So this is a good step for Brandon Aiyuk for sure. But in my opinion, it's an even better step for the San Francisco 49ers.
I agree 100%. Yes, indeed.
So we're just getting started. We'll talk a lot more about the San Francisco 49ers as we roll along. We'll talk some Kings basketball as well. Trysta Krick. Oh, Tryst,
as they call her.
I think Mace called her Tristan once, and Cam was like Trysta, and then he just went with Tryst after that.
You know, Tryst. That's a good point that you make there. I didn't really think about it that way.
So can I tell you his meaning my co-host de facto response is to slip into an impersonation of somebody. Like he did that yesterday when Mace's name came up and we weren't on the air. He slips into like an impression of someone. Like it's just I don't know. It's a weird personality mechanism that our guy has. But Trysta will be with us. Jason Jones will be with us. We'll talk training camps. We'll talk Kings. We'll talk about what you want to talk about. We'll talk about what you want to hear. We're here for you. Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, okay. Hold on, Drew Down. While we're not on there, I got you. Brandon Aiyuk, he's here, and he's gonna be here, and we expect him to play, and it's one of those things where these guys they show up, and we got a relationship with them. And we try to do what's right, but sometimes, the business of the game gets in play, and it's really what it comes down to.
Bro, Kyle Shanahan talks like a pug breeds.
That's funny. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
I lost my Kyle Shanahan. I gotta hear him a little bit more because I had a good Kyle going on, but I haven't heard him in a while. Yo, Stephen Brown. I don't know, like when Tryst is talking, we just be talking. I don't really know, like really dead ass, like for real. I'm not even like for real. Like we just really talking. We talking hoop, and they got my guys upside 134th Street. We know what it is. Harlem is always the spot, and my people in Chicago. Shout out to my man out there. But it's just really one of them things where, like, we really just be talking, you know what I mean? And people don't want to hear. And Trayvon Diggs, I tried to tell you ass. You didn't want to listen. I tried to tell you.
I'm not gonna lie, it's there, but it needs work. It needs development. I see the potential. I see it.
I just hate that you guys encourage this.
You gotta prop up your friends, man.
Or sometimes you just have to tell them, like, hey,
we do that too.
Oh man. No.
Well.
No. Oh, whoa!
Well,
wait a minute.
Well.
Yeah, that kind of overrules everything.
Well.
Just stop, bro.
Wait a minute.
Judge, jury,
crazy.
And executioner.
That was crazy.
No.
Come on, man. No 13th round, but I don't know if Canelo got it to go up against UFC. It's gonna be interesting.
Against who?
He's facing Berlanga.
Oh, I think that's the weekend after. No,
I
don't think that's that same weekend.
I saw a report it's the same weekend. Coppinger said it's the same weekend as UFC in the Sphere. I don't know if he got it like that anymore.
I do want to see what that looks like.
That's
probably going to be fucking American flags everywhere, or Blue Lives Matter flags or something, but I want to see what that looks like.
That's going to be fire. That is going to be fire.
Now 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation, which we haven't started. We started with pocket watching and impersonation. So that's where we are on this Tuesday. But
I'm not going to lie, that loss kind of hurt because I did give him an extra contract with the Cowboys. And if I didn't, I would have got that dough.
But it feels like, and that was the thing, it feels like Amari Cooper's been in the league a really, really, really long time. And it's probably just because he's been a solid wide receiver. And of course,
Hall of Very Good.
Yeah, like that's legit.
He's been really good. Do we think he's lived up to? I don't want to say the hype. He wasn't like overhyped, but as he
number 4
reached,
overall pick. That's a pretty big.
Yeah,
to
go as a wide receiver for sure.
He's low key Andrew Wiggins, but a better career.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Like he's
a little
had
better
more
than
impact, but yeah.
Although people kind of sleep on Andrew Wiggins' career, like they talk about the impact, but I don't know if he still is. But at one point, he was like a 20-point per game scorer for his career.
I think the best and the worst thing that happened to him was going to Golden State. Like he had the moment, against Boston, right? But you're under a microscope with that group. And when you're on a team that's expected to win a title or be in contention for a championship year after year after year, man, that microscope is tough. And I don't think we've ever really got to, when we evaluated Andrew Wiggins as a young player, it was he's not living up to this. It's this. There's all these different, things that are in play. And it's like, oh, okay, he might be all right. And then Golden State and, just kind of the measurement changes a little bit. He's gotten paid along the way, which I think is a factor too. Like anytime you get paid and you can pick apart someone's contract for their productivity on the court, that's tough too.
Yeah.
I don't know that I love that comparison, but I don't know how many holes I could poke in it either.
Let's go Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins for his career, 18.5 points per game, 4.5 rebounds, 2.3 assists.
Okay.
That's a good career.
Absolutely.
That's a really good career. I mean, he's the number 1 overall pick. We were outside.
The labels of that draft class were brutal.
Yeah. We were outside for the hype of Andrew Wiggins. And
absolutely.
And maybe he hasn't necessarily matched that. But you look at Amari Cooper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 1,000-yard receiving seasons. And
any all pros?
What was the all pros looking like? Let me see.
Are you on the stats?
No all pros. Yeah, no all pros from what I see.
Okay.
5-time Pro Bowler.
Okay.
That's a good call, Jesse. He's about Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And we mean that respectfully.
No, I mean that's fine. He's a good ball player. He's a good ball player for sure.
Is he a number 1 receiver
today?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Not if you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Was he ever?
Yeah. In Dallas? Well, wait, wasn't he one in Oakland?
In Oakland.
Yeah, in Oakland he was.
In Oakland, 3 of his 4 seasons there, 1,000-yard receiving.
He was with Dez. It was Dez and Amari, right?
I think Dez was gone.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
No, that can't be right.
2019. That's when he was in Dallas.
I
think Dez was gone.
Damn.
Dez was gone probably by 20, maybe 14, 15, 16.
Are we talking about
Dez Bryant?
Yeah.
Was it? It couldn't possibly be that long ago, was it?
He was around the time.
Yeah, he was gone in 17. Wow.
I feel like Amari Cooper is was always towing that line between like true number 1 or like, I guess not. I don't want to call him number 2, but just that line,
Yeah.
Does Dez get signed by the Saints and tear his Achilles the first practice?
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Wow.
Dez caught it.
He did. Always. Forever Dez caught it.
Well, he literally didn't. They said it was an incomplete pass.
He literally did, and the referees got it wrong.
Well, I mean, that's the call that was on the field.
If we're doing revisionist history here, the Cowboys would have had a Super Bowl that year. That would have been the Cowboys' 9th Super Bowl by my calculations.
They would have found a way to lose that game.
Right.
That and I ain't even saying the next week. I'm saying that game.
Well, that was the
Packers,
right?
Yeah, divisional round,
Yeah,
second round.
Packers.
They wouldn't have made it to the conference championship. History tells me they would have found a way.
Well, part of the history was written after that play, though.
Part of the history has been written since 1997. Haven't made an NFC championship game in that long. So history says they would have found a way to lose and not be in the NFC championship game.
But some of those years they were just bad.
Some of those years they were 13-3 and lost in the first round.
Yeah, that was one. And it wasn't the first round, it was the second round.
Because they had a bye, and the
round.
guy went with Jessica Simpson, and went to Mexico and didn't work out. The other time, he fumbled the snap with a chance to win the
wait a
field
minute,
goal.
why are you attacking Tony Romo?
I'm just talking about the playoff losses.
Okay.
I didn't write history.
Tony Romo wasn't even the full-time quarterback that's when he stepped in for Drew Bledsoe.
I didn't write history. I'm just talking about what happened.
Start to the show.
All right, keep climbing my boy Tony Romo.
Look, if it makes you feel better, he ain't the only one that hasn't been able to get him to the NFC Championship game. There's a plethora of quarterbacks that haven't gotten it done in Dallas.
So
he's
the
just
NFC
one of many.
Yeah, Quincy Carter.
Drew's in there. You mentioned Drew.
Well, there's another one in there too.
Who's in there? Oh wow.
Well,
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
So that's the marker, huh? The NFC championships.
Well, no, that's just
the mighty have fallen, huh?
Are they? Did I see this stat? And I'm thinking about it in my head right now. It could be true. It could be true. Maybe the Commanders are the other one. They're the only team in that span not to get to a conference championship game in the NFC.
Commanders definitely haven't. Oh,
It's
it
just
from
those two.
97 to today?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just
wow.
those two.
I haven't heard that. That's crazy.
The Eagles, the Giants, Saints, Bucks, Panthers, Falcons.
Detroit just did it.
Detroit just did it. Green Bay did it. Minnesota did it. Chicago did it.
Wow.
That's tough. Don't even read the rest of that. I'm a
Chicago.
Dallas fan. I'm turning off the radio, bro.
Chicago went. Yeah. Chicago went to the Rex Grossman got him there. That's wild. I didn't know that. You said Dallas and the Commanders. That Minnesota, that absolutely checks out. Atlanta, Carolina checks out. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, Arizona.
Even Arizona got
Yeah, that
Arizona
all
got
checks
in there
out.
twice, I think, because they went to the
Well, they went to the Super Bowl.
and then they lost to Carolina in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, that all checks out. Ooh. Sorry, Cowboys. Or Commanders.
Look, man.
There's a cool little stat out there too. Shout out to the Raider fans out there because I'm in this one too. It's like, oh yeah, teams that have had like some sort of success since like 2000 or whatever, or like 2005 or something like that. And it's like, oh, Jets playoff win, like that's the minimum. And then there's 3 teams on the bottom. It says nothing. It's the Commanders, it's the Raiders, and it's the Dolphins. No playoff wins, nothing.
Oh man.
Come on, man. This 2024.
That's tough. You said since 2000?
No, like 2005 because they went to Super Bowl
Oh.
in 2002. I think that was like 2005 or some weird year.
That's brutal.
The Raiders' last playoff win, I believe, was 2002. I believe.
Well, yeah. It's broken. Oh, that's tough.
Ian might be right. Might be 2003.
Yeah, the Super Bowl.
Either way, once you get to 2002, 3, 4, 5, we're talking 20 years at this point.
I was in kindergarten in 2002.
Well, all right. Nobody asked you that.
If anyone's wondering.
No one. Like literally no one was wondering.
Jesse a little low-key older than I thought. He said his age last week.
He was in kindergarten in 2002, and
Jesse's-
your first response is he's older than I thought.
Thank you,
Jesse's
Casey. Thank
28.
you. Yes.
I thought I knew his age. I forgot his
I'm
age,
not
really.
22. I'm
He's
grown.
like 24, 25. 28 years old. He's about to be 30.
I actually thought you were like 26.
No. I've been trying to tell you guys the last 4 years.
You're a little older than I thought. I guess just when it comes to us, you're a child. Well, that's when Kyle sent us a private man. Hey guys, I'm going to be off such and such days because my wife's turning 30. All right, man. All right.
Shout out.
I literally work with a bunch of children. I've been telling y'all this for months.
At least we're not sick. That's a
Well,
good thing.
Our immune system's holding up here. Boy,
Last man standing.
Man, boy, it's the Royal Rumble here at the Odyssey office, and every day we're getting an email about
Bro,
someone
yeah.
who's been thrown over the top rope. Just every day an email goes out. Oh, both feet have touched the floor. There's like 5 people here today. Now there's 5 people here for multiple different reasons, but there's about 3 at home.
Yeah.
Ill.
Yeah. Just trying to make it.
It's picking off the programming department one by one.
Trying to make it.
If you don't have a broken limb, you have COVID. If you don't have a broken limb or COVID, you're D-Lo and KC.
Facts.
That's pretty much what it is.
That's what it comes down to, really.
Or you work at ESPN because Kyle and James are healthy. And wow. Yeah, it's an amusing week here at the office.
We here, though.
We here, baby. We here. Training camp's underway. We talked a little bit about, we said it to James, kind of jokingly, but not, talking about, Sasha was a bit of a failure from Monty McNair. And, Jesse posed the question, is Monty McNair's biggest failure? And, of course, James immediately brought up Davion. I don't know why James hates Davion the way that he does, but my goodness, man, that dude ain't even here no more, and James will still find a way to drop the people's elbow on Davion Mitchell. And we could get to the Davion portion of it. Like, do you look at the Sasha Vezenkov experiment as a failure?
No.
Because I think there's a difference between something not working and something being a failure. Like a failure means there were stakes.
Yeah, I do too. And I think aside from the high hopes that people had and all the hype or whatever, they didn't really risk that much or give that much to get Sasha to get him.
And they were able to get off of whatever they got him or whatever they were supposed to give him. Like they sent that to Canada.
I think with Sasha, like failure is maybe a strong word, but it's failure in the sense that they did have plans for him. Like he did have he did have guaranteed money. It wasn't, oh, we'll sign you for this year and we'll see like team option next. Like he had guaranteed money. They had plans for him, I think.
Now, I said this at the time, but we were caught up with everybody else. Like we built our own expectations for this. In moments like this, on July 23rd, when there's no basketball game yesterday, other than a very bizarre, I can't tell you how weird it was to leave a meeting last night at 7:00, walk into the studio to get my stuff, look at the TV, and it was like 113 to 113 in overtime. Like, what the hell is going on up there? You're concluding summer league with an overtime game. But like there's no Kings games to talk about. There's no trades, trade deadline, free agency. There's nothing to talk about. Like, so right here in this moment a year ago, we were sitting around watching EuroLeague basketball. And we knew Sasha had ties to the Kings, and we started to build this player up. Not in our imagination, because we were watching it, but we were using our imagination as to what that meant for the NBA and specifically what that meant for Sacramento. It got to the point where we asked if Harrison was going to come off the bench so Sasha could start. And those were our conversations. Ours, you, me, insiders, chatty house. That's what we were doing. Mike and Monty might have been like, get him here, see what happens. If it don't work, it don't work. And I remind everybody real quick before you, Mike, like the second day of training camp, was like, yeah, I don't know what Sasha's going to do. I don't know if he's going to play. And we're all sitting around like, what's Mike talking about? And now it's like, what did Mike see in 2 hours where he was like, I don't even know if this dude's going to play?
Well, Mike seems to like, it feels like he feels a way about a player, and that's kind of where he stays a little bit. You know what I mean? So whatever he wasn't feeling about Sasha, it didn't feel like there was any room for growth, so to speak.
Well,
and we talk, and it at its peak, yes, we were asking the question, would he potentially be in the starting lineup? But I do think for the most part, it was pretty measured. Like we look back at the hype for him now, nobody expected him to be all NBA, be an all-star or anything else like that. We thought he'd be able to come in and contribute. And like I said, at the peak, we ventured into the territory of could he start or whatever the case may be. That's at his peak, but it never, I don't think it ever got too out of control. We thought he was going to come in here. We thought he was going to come in here and be like a 6-man type guy. And it didn't happen for one reason or another. I don't know if that was from ability or lack of ability. I thought he just didn't really get he didn't get the.
You mean ability or lack of opportunity?
Yeah, well, I don't know if him not being this super sub or something like that was because he couldn't do it. Right? It might have been the lack of opportunity. And it could have been injury too. He got hurt pretty bad.
He did.
And was out.
You told him to get well, and he kind of told you.
Yeah, and on that part, kick rocks.
Hey, get better, Sasha. Oh, all right.
Whatever, jerk.
That's a shoot. That really happened.
He a fan. He a fan. He a fan.
That really happened.
Yeah, he had that Devin Carter vibe right
Oh
there.
man, yeah, we got more evidence of Devin Carter. Just
It's not looking good, man. It's not looking good at all.
well, so look, I don't know. Do we want to talk about that now? Or are we still?
I don't
talking
care.
about Sasha?
Well, I don't even know what we're doing. We're gonna do pocket watching. What's going on here?
Sasha pocket watching.
Well, that's easy. He made the same amount of money he gave up.
I was gonna say -6 million.
Be the first ever negative.
He just balanced out. He made 6 million last year. Gave up 6 million. Yeah, he's at 0.
Dude came to America for a year and some change and made exactly nothing.
Made his per diem. That's what he made.
Which isn't true. He made $6 million last year. He didn't have to give that back. He just isn't gonna get any money from Toronto to leave.
No, he's not.
Which, hey, salute. I get. There's that. As some, I don't remember who said it. That's a different level of homesick right there. I think it was Mrs. Mac-10 that said it. That is a different level. $6 million worth of homesick, boy.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I ain't that sick. I ain't that homesick. But Devin Carter. All right, how do we view this? Is this because this is what I thought about? It kind of morphed into not a personal thing. It started off as like, yo, you're being rude to Trysta. Like, we ain't for that.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't having that. To he clearly has a hang up with this Black Air Force thing. And anybody, if his mom would have been like, you got that Black Air Force energy, he would have reacted the same way. Clearly, for whatever reason, he's got an issue with that.
I can't remember if this is. I think this is clean.
I think so too. I don't think he go crazy.
Yeah. So we'll play the sound from you from and shout out to Bree. Bree's Cupcakery if you're looking for cupcakes. Bree's Cupcakery has got you. Who alerted us to this, which Trysta has chimed in on, and it's your rookie, Devin Carter.
Little combine, the new ones that they gave us. I took the tag off. Oh, another thing. A lot of people, they want to say this, that about Black Air Forces. When I wear Black Air Forces, the only time I wear them is if they're Supreme. Because if they're not Supreme, then you're on Black Air Force activity. I'm not on Black Air Force activity. You're Supreme. It's a big difference, y'all. I promise you it's a big difference. But yeah, man. You ready to go to the combine now?
He really does have a problem with the idea of he would hate Jesse. Honestly, he really has an issue of just regular Air Force Ones. Oops, my bad.
No, he doesn't like the thought. I don't know what this says. Is this saying, and I don't think so. I'm just asking the questions here. I'm a broadcast journalist. Does this say you soft? Because you've got a price. I'm not on Black Air Force Energy because I got Supreme. Well, if you're not on Black Air Force Energy, you're on White Air Force Energy.
Well, wait a minute. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not. But,
it's not the same.
Yeah, what I'm saying, are you little finesse? Do you not have that dog in you? What are we doing here? And then if you have Supreme Air Force, are you just I don't know what that says about you.
Yeah, I've never heard this before.
I think it's just the younger generation thing, probably.
Is that what it is? I've never heard.
I mean, I've never heard anyone say the difference between they're just Air Forces to me and stuff.
For those who aren't aware of Supreme, it's a tag that's about that big. For those on the radio, it's very small, and it just says Supreme. It's the same exact shoe, just with a little red tag, white letter says Supreme.
And mind you, without the Supreme tag, it's a $70-$80 shoe. With the Supreme tag, it might be
at a zero.
yeah, right, or more, right, or a lot more. So I don't know. I mean,
but
just
in
saying
its
just
essence,
stylish or whatever the case may be. I don't know.
It's still a Black Air Force One.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like off-white Air Force Ones got the tag, got the writing. It looks like a different shoe. In essence, it's an Air Force One, but there's a lot added to it.
Well, I think if you do something like, I think if you do through the Supreme sticker or whatever you want to call that thing, it does add some price. Like adds a little bit of whatever you want to call that, some added value, I guess.
It
takes it a notch up. It's not just regular black Air Forces.
It's a status thing, like for sure. Like it's 100%. It's like it's a
maybe you just
it's kind of a flex
down.
Yeah, it's kind of a flex. It's like, yo,
look, I don't mean to be that guy, but okay, settle down. It's only $170 with the Supreme tag. Like he talking like he got some, you know what I mean? Like he got the exclusive Louis joints or something like that. If he got the Dior Air Force One black Air, settle down.
I also wanted out that you said it's a $70, $80 shoe. It's about $110 now for Air Forces.
Oh, that makes it even worse for him.
Figure it out, Nike.
So that sticker's worth $60.
I guess now.
All right, dude. Those ain't even as expensive as the shorts KC had on at the park the other day.
Well, settle down. I told you what happened with those. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Regardless. Offshore or not. Offshore is the way to go if you can do it.
I'm a bargain shopper. I'm a bargain shopper.
That is so weird. Our rookie, I think, is weird. I think that's just what it boils down to.
Devin, come on, man. Devin just need to we just need to talk to Devin, man. He'd probably get mad that we even talking about this.
Probably. Well, that's not my problem, pal.
Don't talk to me, bro. Come on, Devin. We just trying to. We just first the
This shoe's really $150.
Yeah, the basis of it all, Devin. Now, okay. Now look,
is there like a different one that's like 2,000? Nope. 160. Nope.
If he wears a 12.5 on StockX, it's $445, which is crazy. It's $100. It's no more than $170, $180 everywhere. But if you wear a 12.5, it's $445.
There's an 8.5 for $130 at Walmart. That's a shoe with the Supreme.
Yeah, Nike's got them right now. The regulars for $115.
That's crazy.
$115. The shelf price for the Supreme joints
for the regulars.
Oh, for the regulars.
Stop buying Air Forces too. This is everyone else's fault.
Ain't gone up, man. And I saw, man. Speaking of them bread Jordan 1s coming back out, they're gonna be $250. That's crazy. They're gonna be $250.
I just stumbled on a replica shoe site. It's called Pedal.
I was about to say DH Gates.
It's called Pedal Driven. The problem is, I think they make replicas of shoes that don't exist.
Well, that's where you get into it.
I'm looking at it like I've never seen this black. Like this is just a very poorly made replica. This is one where if someone wore it, you made fun of them. like what are those? What are you doing?
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with reps or UAs, but just make sure you do your homework. That's all I say. I don't judge. Just do your homework.
Yeah, don't get a replica of a shoe that doesn't exist, because then it's not a replica. It's wild. Oh man. Hey, but shout out to Devin and his Supremes.
Come on, man. Hey man, Devin, when you get back in town, if you left, man, holla at your boys, man. Let's work this thing out. You know, obviously you see a difference between the Supreme Air Forces and regular Air Forces. That's your bag. But look, man, let's just make sure we all on the same page here. TK, that's the homegirl. You know what I mean? We got love for people out here that have black Air Force energy. It's not a knock. It's not a sign of disrespect.
That's a Mark Jones staple.
Yeah, it's love. Let's just get on the same page. You know what I mean?
We'll get Mark to ask him about it.
He'll be nice to Mark.
Well, he should have been nice to TK.
No, he should have been. Yeah, he should have been.
If TK's new crew had been, there'd have been problems.
Yo, Tris.
Okay, that
what's
wasn't
this guy?
a call
Yo,
for-
No, that's your
what's
fault,
this
to be
guy
honest. Hold on,
talking
let the
about?
guy cook. Let him cook. Go
Like
ahead.
I'm just saying, like you could say he got black Air Force energy, and he don't really want to hear. I'm telling you right now, Devin Carter, you need to know black Air Force energy is what you need to be on. That's what you need to be on. I'm just saying.
Hey.
You know what I mean? Tris, tell him he needs to be on that black Air Force energy. Pause. It's just one of those things that he has to know. If you go into Sacramento, that's what you got to do.
possession goes on so long. This is your fault.
You throw the alley-oop and you
I
expect
didn't
him not
throw
to
an
dunk it.
alley-oop.
Yes,
I
you
made it
did.
sit.
You threw it off the backboard. It was a great alley-oop.
Casey and his 10 impressions back here on ESPN 1320.
Sacramento sports leader.
You sound like it hurts to talk. So, I'm sorry, what did... Oh, they haven't announced what he's done to his contract.
Who's that?
Matt Stafford.
Oh, did you guys see what Paul George said, by the way?
Yeah, come on, PG.
Which one?
Don't do that, PG.
About playing for the Clippers? Said
No,
when I was playing in LA, I always felt like I was playing for the B team.
Come on, PG. Don't do that.
Paul George is back.
Yeah, shout out to Steve Ballmer, who's like, man, we really wanted him here, and he did what's best for him, only for the dude to go out and throw shade at him later.
It's kind of like Blake Griffin.
Well, hey, no, I won't let you do that.
Blake Griffin.
They retired his number.
Yeah, stop. Blake Griffin is way better than Paul George leaving and all that.
Blake Griffin, settle down.
There's
Settle
actually
down.
there's actually some things there for Blake Griffin.
Blake has a right to be upset.
I asked the same question I asked when we talked about it last week. Did the check clear?
Corporate Kenny,
Did the check clear?
This is my least favorite character.
Did the check clear?
Sure.
If the check cleared, then what are we talking about? They ain't take no money from you. Matter of fact, they gave you more money than you can get from anybody.
Jerry Jones Caraway over here.
Yeah, wow.
Check clear. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, but
Kenny said honor the contract.
We honored the contract. He's probably to stand for the anthem. You're at work.
Oh no.
Jeez, man. KC, like, man, but it's no why it shouldn't be a surprise. Like, billionaires stick together. That's what
true.
they do.
That's true.
Like he ain't gonna turn his back on Jerry and his good friend Stan
I heard
Kroenke.
Kenny said email to Roger Goodell.
nowhere
We
near
should pay
a
the running
billionaire.
backs.
I'm nowhere near a billionaire. I can't build a stadium in my house.
You could. You have an arena at your house.
You could. You just put a basketball arena there.
I don't have an arena. We're trying to get you to help the Republic get to MLS.
Me and D'Lo, the little guy out here, just trying to make it work.
Oh, look at this guy.
Meanwhile,
Now he's teaming back up.
you're out here.
Now he's teaming back up with this guy. Come on, man. Come on.
Damn shame, Casey.
Blake running off somewhere. All right, Blake.
Never meet your heroes, people.
And then it's another thing. It's a whole nother. This what always gets me. Blake act like he ain't never seen the NBA before. Ain't never seen nobody traded.
Bro, they put his number in the rafters.
Bro.
What do you come on?
You a
And they
cold-hearted
traded
dude.
him 6 months later.
Again, no one should be surprised that Kenny identifies with the owners. Like, no one should be surprised.
They
by
said, hey,
that.
we want you to retire a Clipper. This, and that. We want you here. Yeah, you're part of the family.
So
6 months later, go to Detroit.
So let me ask you this. If the Clippers, I don't know what the money was, but like let's just say it was $250 max or $250 million max. If they would have done all that and said, Blake, we want to sign you for $125 million, is he signing? You think he's signing?
It probably
Taking a
depends
pay
on what
cut,
his
no?
other offers are.
Yeah.
But it's all about they put the jersey in the rafters and all. No, it's not. It's about they were offering you the most
No,
money. Because if they offered you less
No.
than that, if they cut that in half, you wouldn't be signing and worried about the jersey in the rafters.
Well,
that
it's
wouldn't
different,
matter. That would not matter. That's why I always say
No,
this.
hold on. So you're full of crap. Like because you're taking a situation. I don't know why, but we're talking about Blake Griffin.
He's been taking shots at Blake for like the last 3 weeks, to be honest. I think you're on vacation.
I
for
think
one
it
of
was
them.
clipped. Like I think it was clipped. He saw Donald Sterling leading Blake around at that party, and he's
Your Lakers bias really seeps out.
I ain't got no problem with Blake Griffin. Blake Griffin has some nice things to say about Sacramento too at the that little golf tournament that always happens. I saw that clip.
in Tahoe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't even.
It was
I
like
didn't
2
think I
weeks
saw
ago or
him.
something.
No, yeah, I didn't know he was there.
I think it was the week of the DeRozan signing. So they asked him about that. Like Kevin John asked him.
Oh,
about
okay.
that, something like that.
Okay. No, we were discussing Blake, you know, the recruitment so this all started. Jesse said, did you see what Paul George said?
Yeah, Paul did a little too much.
Paul was throwing shade at the Los Angeles Clippers. Listening to I like Paul George a lot.
Mhm.
Listening to him talk about this was a little it was kind of weird. But it got to he threw shade at the Clippers, and then I don't know why Blake Griffin came up, but then Blake came up.
Undeserved. Casey was just like, you know,
no.
it sucks, Blake Griffin.
That's not what happened. No, we talked about it because it was something about the Clippers or whatever the case may be, and like no, because Steve Ballmer said something very nice or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. It was like Steve Ballmer kind of took the high road and was like, yeah, I really like. Obviously, we really wanted him here, but he had to do what was best for him.
And it reminded me.
It sucks, but that's what he did.
It reminded me of when Ballmer tried to take the high road with Blake Griffin, and he ran right by him and didn't shake his hand.
That was funny.
And that came up, I think, while you were out, like that clip or something like that. So that's how we started talking about it. And everybody, oh, poor Blake Griffin. How did they do Blake Griffin that way? And I said, did the check clear?
There's no way. So I don't think you have to go like extreme and say poor Blake Griffin.
That's what's being said, though.
I thought
that's what
they did Blake Griffin dirty.
They did him dirty. Poor Blake Griffin.
They did do him dirty.
Stuff.
They did do him dirty.
And I said that the check clear.
Like there's more to it than just the check clearing.
So this is my.
They recruited him.
Uh-huh.
And they did this whole ceremony to get him to sign there.
Mm-hmm.
They offered him the maximum amount of money, but they did this whole, we see you as this, we see you as this. And like the very first day they could trade him, they did.
So, and my retort to that, or whatever the case may be, is everybody gets all sentimental about that or whatever the case may be. And they be like, because I say, did the check clear, then it should be okay. But if they would have done all of that, if the max they could give him was $250, if he made $250 off that contract,
it was $171.
If it's $171, it was $171 he could have made. That was the max he could get. And they did all that stuff, recruited him, retired his jersey, put him on the video board like it's he got game and all this other stuff, and said, Blake, we only giving you $100 million. Is he signing?
Nobody would do that.
Yeah.
It's not about that. It's about the money they were giving them.
They wouldn't have done that.
Why wouldn't they have done that?
Why would you have? Why would you have gone through that whole process to offer him $70 million less than
because that's what matters, right?
Well, no, that's
what matters is all they retired.
Because then that turns into, hey, we're gonna give you a $75 million pay cut, but here's the stupid ass jersey and the Raptors. Yeah, that's different. It's everything.
But that's what matters.
That's so disingenuous.
That's why it was so disrespectful, right? Not because of the
contract.
It was disrespectful because they did that.
No,
it wouldn't.
All goes
how about
hand
this?
in hand.
Yeah, it's all of it in one. If they just offered him the contract or whatever, like, hey, like we could trade you, or like just trade him without telling like you're gonna be here for life, all this stuff, like whatever. Like trading him after 6 months is crazy, but that's different. But you did this whole show and dance for him or whatever, and
I think part of it is it felt like they signed him just for the purpose of trading him, which is like, why would you go through all of that? Like something for the future of your franchise changed so drastically in 6 months. You had planned. Now, his contract was for 5 years. I really believe a lot of general managers sign those contracts knowing, hey, we got 3 years to really make this work. So, and we'll go on that in 3 years. Something about your 3-year vision for your team changed so drastically in 6 months.
Maybe it was the medicals. I think Blake, we looked at the stats or whatever. I think he was really good that first year in Detroit. I think he was pretty good the second year and got hurt in the middle of that. And he was kind of never. I think he was.
But Blake
really
missed his whole rookie year.
Yeah, his whole rookie year.
I feel like KC just hit us in the back with chairs or whatever. Like, I'm Dean Ambrose, you're Roman, and he's just standing with Triple H at this point.
There's always a plan B.
Yeah.
And plan B was send his punk ass to the Pistons.
I'm not. Number one, my whole thing is, and I was a little unprecedented, so I will be transparent in that. But
yeah, he was an all-star. It looks like that's his second year in Detroit.
His second year in Detroit. His first year he was bought when he averaged like
first
24 or 5
very
or something
good.
like that.
Yeah. Well, hold on. You know how they Detroit. So it looks like 21, the year he was traded, is what he averaged, and then 19.8 the second year, 24.5 was the third year.
So he was. I mean, he was.
And then J. Cole, the fall off was a bit
What-
vicious after that.
And he got traded, and you said 21
From Detroit?
to yeah.
From
Well,
Detroit
from the
to-
no, from the Clippers to Detroit.
No, that was like 2017, I think. 2017.
Trying to remember what they
18,
were
17,
doing at
18.
the time to make them think that was
The Clippers, yeah, I can't remember either. I was trying to think of that as I was blurting that out, and I can't remember what that team was doing.
Hell, Chris Paul was even gone at that point, huh?
Chris was,
He was
where?
with-
Houston?
Yeah, he was with the Houston in 20. No, he was in Houston in 2019. So Chris Paul was probably there in LA still.
Chris Paul, 17, 18. No, you're right. 17. It happened. So it might have happened at the same time.
He spent-
17, 18,
spent
he's with
2
the
years
Rockets.
in Houston, huh?
17, 18, he played 58 games with the Rockets. 18, 19, he played 58 games with the Rockets. Then Thunder, Suns, Warriors.
And ironically, that I think that Clippers team was the scrappy one that made the 8th seed. The one
That
without Blake
Clippers
and
team.
without Chris Paul.
Okay.
And pushed the Warriors, quote unquote, pushed the Warriors to 6 games.
Okay.
So I don't really know what the direction was. That was Lou Will, Montrezl Harrell going crazy off the bench. I'm trying to even think of who else was on that team.
This was 17, 18. Let's see if I can find. Well, that didn't help. That just brought up Blake Griffin statistics. Blake. Blake had missed. Well, maybe this was a part of it. So Blake started pretty. Oh, God, he was all over the place the first 19 games of the season. Then he missed 14 games. Came back, played 5, was on fire, missed 2. And then played, looks like about 8, 9 more games with the Clippers, and then he's traded. And he's with Detroit. Yeah, I don't know what the Clippers were doing that year.
Let's see.
It's just I think you used this word a second ago. It was extreme. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that before.
No, that was a trip. That was crazy.
Now, we've said it because we know it's reality. Some guys will sign that contract with the intent at some point of asking to leave.
Dame
6
Lillard.
months in is a little drag. Well,
yeah.
I think that's a shoot.
And look, we don't say poor,
Dame's still got like 9 years on his deal in Milwaukee.
we don't say poor Blazers, or they were trying to say that during the summer though. Like, oh, he did the Blazers dirty. Oh, he didn't. The Blazers gave him the money.
Yeah, the Blazers.
They knew what they were stepping into.
Yeah, they
They
had
know
to
what
have
time it
known.
was.
Yeah, they had to have known.
So my thing is consistently poor nobody. Everybody knows what they're getting involved in.
Yeah, I
Look
think
at Kenny
poor.
playing neutral again. I'm tired of this. You did the same thing with
No.
Drake and Kendrick. Enough. Pick a damn side.
Well, no, everybody knows what side he.
No, he's
picked in
all,
that.
we know he's
Every-
with
everybody
side.
knows.
He's all, yeah.
side.
Everybody knows. No, stop it. Stop saying that.
You're with Drake
Stop
and you're with
saying
Joe
that.
Lacob. Me and Dan were with Kendrick and the players.
That's
There.
right. That's right.
I look. I got love for the players. I don't really got love for the owners, but I understand their play. I got love for Drake and Kendrick.
I don't doubt that.
The only
I-
owner I like is Uncle V. That's it.
Well, you don't do an Uncle V impression. You do a Jerry Jones impression. So your
Well,
love of Jerry Jones. See?
Look, I don't.
No, it's
love
good. We're an
Jerry
hour in. This
Jones.
is like the 9th impression.
I don't love Jerry Jones,
think you
but I
do.
know that he just wants
It
to
all
win a
s-
Super Bowl
this is-
so bad.
This is what happens
that
when you
he's gonna
start the
do
show
whatever
with
he can.
Tony Romo slander.
And I know
And you're
Dez
not
did
impartial with Kendrick and Drake. Stop
How
saying
am I
that.
not impartial?
You're not, because you're a Drake fan.
So I
Everybody
can't be
knows
a
that.
Kendrick fan?
They call you. No, you can like Kendrick, which I think that you do.
I like them
But
both.
you're OVO Kenny. Nah, yes you are. Yes you are.
I like both of those guys.
You can only go to OVO Fest. Or you can go to the Pop Out concert. Which one are you going to?
You're going to
The
OVO
Pop Out
Fest.
concert was crazy. OVO Fest was crazy too when it was popping off.
So which one?
That's crazy. That's a tough one. Probably the Pop Out. They got more artists than I liked at the Pop Out.
I think you're lying.
It depends. I don't know the lineup for OVO Fest though. Like if OVO Fest,
It's
was
just
If
who you
it's
crazy-
support him,
headlined
you
by
support him,
Drake,
yeah.
no, that don't got nothing to do with
you know Sexy Red will be there.
Shout out Sexy Red. I like Sexy Red. She makes me laugh. And she makes some bops.
Because
She makes
Sexy
some
Red
bops.
is funny. That's why.
She makes some bops too.
I can't believe it's July of 2024 and Sexy Red is still cooking.
Man, and you
got that one.
You
wrong.
my everything is starting to push up the charts.
Got that one wrong. Just like you got Not Like Us wrong.
Not Like Us is an all right.
No matter how many times you say it, you're wrong.
It's an all right.
No matter how many times
You got
say
Family
that,
Matters
you're
wrong.
No, don't do that. I was the first one right about Family Matters.
No, you're not right about Family
I
Matters.
am right about Family Matters. That song was it was dope the second he dropped it, and then 10 minutes later it was like, oh, and then 2 weeks later it was like, yeah, that song's not aging well.
Does it get played?
Absolutely.
Never.
Well,
Never.
of course, you wouldn't play No Drake. So
No,
that's
that's true.
That's not the right person to ask.
That's true. It doesn't. But the songs,
that's not the right person to ask. Devin was in here. The Young Boys was in here talking about, yeah, that slap. I go hard.
yeah, and it has, but in the connotation of when it was made is ass.
That's fine. It's a dope song.
Well, I mean, too, like Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us is just worldwide right now. Family Matters is
Gone.
Yeah, it's nowhere.
It's gone because it doesn't make any sense. Like you talk about Meet the Grams all the time. When does Meet the Grams get played? Those records don't make sense anymore. They're gone.
Nah, I still play Euphoria. Euphoria is a dope
Yeah,
track.
Euphoria is fire. Euphoria is still the dopest track. From
I
the whole
don't know how, if you're being completely unbiased and talking about hip hop, that you think Euphoria is amazing and Family Matters isn't.
Because
those are by far the two best songs of this whole thing. By far. It's not even close.
I told you this when the record came out.
We can talk about the popularity of Not Like Us and all this other stuff.
I told
it's
you
like
when the
fourth or
record-
fifth on the depth chart.
It's not even
It's
close
better
to
than Like That. It's a better song than Like That.
For me, no.
It's because it's not. It's like
That's what I
fourth or
just
fifth-
said. I said
but
no.
I'm saying it's not. It's like the fourth or fifth best song of this whole thing.
It's probably third. It's probably third. No. But Family Matters is like
And then
I
gotta
told you
include
this.
first person shooter. If
That
we're
is
doing
first
that
person. Did you? And I don't know if academic. I never heard academics say this, but I heard it attributed to academics that there's the line in Not Like Us about did Cole dirty,
Mhm.
and there's I can't make this work because he has the line of the Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake.
Mhm.
And and I, again, you would be more hip to this in the OVO community than I would, but did academics say that they pitched that? Now we all know that the belief is, and this has been long discussed, that was supposed to be a 3-person. That was supposed to be the three of them.
Mhm.
The whole thing centered on Kendrick and Drake and Cole.
Right.
But there was a thought, and perhaps it was stated that Cole did his verse thinking Kendrick was a part of the song
Mm.
and didn't know that Kendrick wasn't a part of the record.
That makes sense.
But
That
I
makes
still
sense.
don't understand the line of the Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake, because you left Kendrick out of that line.
Yeah, I mean, it could have just been a rap line, right? Like
It could've,
not to diss Kendrick or leave him out or anything, but just a rap line.
Okay.
Like it fit. That's what would make sense to me, because I do think Cole made the verse before Kendrick declined or something like that, or said he wasn't going to be on the track. So it could mean a whole lot. It could. I don't know, but it could have just been a rap line.
Yeah.
So.
And that's why it was disrespectful. The Clippers traded Blake Griffin.
I told you when Family Matters dropped that I didn't. Everything I don't like about Drake is in that song.
That song is
every
amazing.
single thing. Kendrick just opened his mouth. Someone feed him a Grammy right now. I can't help but sing along and do all this stuff. You dead. All right, that's gonna bite you in the ass in
that song
about 24 hours.
That song is
okay. It don't make any sense, but sure, it's amazing.
I'm just you're literally the only person I've ever heard say that song is not amazing. I've heard people who don't like Drake be like,
I was
don't
the
like
first
him,
person who
but
said
that is fire.
I was the first person who said that song is aging poorly. Now
Aging-
everyone
aging
is
and all
saying
this
that
other-
song is aging poorly.
I mean, Meet the Grams age poorly, right? Like aging is whatever. But we talking about
one
like, was
verse
it
of
a-
it might have aged
we
poorly.
talking about the song. I've heard people who don't like Drake be like, I don't like Drake, but that was
I
fire.
said it that night. Like that second verse was fire. But I told you the next day or whenever we went back on the air, he did everything I hate about him as an artist in that record.
I'm not here to convince you.
Yeah, you never will. But I'm different than you. I don't like him. I don't like his music. But I feel like I can be fair to the conversation. No, I think I can. I just think it's funny when you go, oh, I'm neutral. Like, no, you're not. You're a Drake fan. You're a Drake fan more than you're a Kendrick fan.
To be honest with you, I don't even know how that gets equated because I listen to a lot of Kendrick. I love
Drake
all
gave you a jacket.
I love all his albums. I listen to all his albums. I like his music. Drake albums, I don't even necessarily listen to all of them all the time. I listen to the hits and all that other stuff and then keep it moving. I listen to them. If I got an opportunity to get in the car and listen to something, Drake and Kendrick are probably on the same level of like where I would go listen to music. There's probably at least a handful to 10 people before both of them.
The record they missed out on not putting on the platforms is 616. That record's fire. That record lyrically is absolute fire.
Anything Kendrick does to me is lyrically fire. Like that's who he is. That's who he is. But that song was just kind of, it was cool. It was cool.
It was it just got drowned out quick.
Yeah. It was a cool song. Like I said, Kendrick.
I think that's fire. I thought the way he performed it at the pop out was pretty dope. He just kind of hit the verse and like cut.
Kendrick, he's doing a great job, and you're living proof of making music for his audience.
He's got the belt.
Absolutely.
Me, I'm living proof.
Yeah, Kendrick for people who hate Drake, Kendrick leaned into
I don't hate Drake.
You just said you don't like
I don't.
Drake.
Yeah, hate and not like.
You don't
is
like
different.
Drake. For people who
I don't like his
for
music.
people who don't like Drake, he leaned into that audience perfectly.
Okay. But I don't think he's changed. Like that's what Kendrick did a couple months ago. That's who Kendrick is. He just went at somebody this time directly.
And he did a phenomenal job throughout the whole thing. Phenomenal job. I just think if you don't like Drake, like you was never gonna give him anything. And that's where I say I like him both. Like I look at
that's not
like
true. How many? I mean, we played first person shooter we knew first person shooter was a smash.
What did you do during first person?
Yeah, it's true though.
Yeah.
Hey, but am I wrong? Whose record is it? Am I wrong?
It's Drake's record. But that's the
who made the record.
I mean, Cole did his. Cole went crazy.
Cole's verse is insane.
Cole went crazy. Drake's second verse or the third verse, he's spitting on that. Drake stepped up. Cole went crazy on that one. That one.
The third
to me,
verse
Cole,
was the beat
Cole has
switch.
the best. Yeah, Cole has the best verse on there. Don't take that from him. He went crazy, but like Drake was just sitting there the whole time.
Well,
I don't think there's three Drake songs that you like.
Oh, you're 100% right.
Yeah. So how?
I mean, first person, but
so,
I do. That's not true. I like first person shooter.
So like
there are songs Drake's on that I like.
So I'm not a big fan of country. So how can I critique country music if I don't like it?
Well, I think there's a difference. You don't listen to it. That's how you can't.
I'll listen to it and don't like it. Like you listen to Drake and don't like it. So how can you critique Drake?
Well, because I have a job to do.
No, not that aspect, but like. When you be like, man, it's trash.
I don't. Other than Tailor Made, that was the only song where I was like, that's trash. Tailor Made was trash. I didn't think Push Ups was trash, but I didn't like it. I thought it was corny, which is the crux of my issue with Drake is I think he's corny.
I'm not going to defend him if you feel like he's corny. That's a personal preference.
Well, it's not a preference. It's just my opinion on him. I think he's corny.
Personal opinion.
And that's why what they did to Blake Griffin was trash.
Thank you. It's what I was trying to say this whole time.
Man.
Nah, Blake,
and the crazy part is this all started with Sasha.
Yeah.
We were talking about Sasha. And then somehow it went to Devin Carter and Black Air Force Energy.
Well, no, it was Paul George.
Oh, that's true. It was Paul George that started it because it was during the break.
That's right.
That's why Paul George, relax.
That's why Paul George needs to chill.
Relax.
It's B crazy. Player played for a B team. That's all that is.
are about to sign Reggie Jackson. Like, where are all they? I mean, I know that they had roster spots, but
the Clippers, right? Or not the Clippers, the Sixers, right?
Yeah, the Sixers.
Yeah.
That's who I meant by they. Sorry,
Yeah.
the Sixers.
I guess so. They probably, if off the top of my head, they probably got 2 to 3 roster spots available. They only had 2 people. They signed Paul George, Caleb Martin, Andre Drummond, Eric Gordon, the rookie, Jared McCain.
They re-signed.
Oh, yeah. No. Kelly Oubre.
Kelly Oubre. Thank you.
I won't give them
Not
Drummond
Reggie Jackson.
because he's done at this point in his career, I think.
Oh, I think you're wrong.
Do you think he's still
Yeah,
got
I think
something?
you're wrong. Yeah, I think you're wrong.
I don't.
Like, he's not a
Especially for that role too.
Yeah,
He's a backup big, but like the same
Yeah.
way Alex Len is a backup big. to me.
No, I disagree. If we could get Andre Drummond in Sacramento, I'd take that in 2
I'm
seconds.
just
With
not
all due
familiar
respect
then
to
with
our
the last couple of years.
He's
our
a little bit of a tweener where he's probably a little overqualified to be a bench big.
Yeah,
but he's probably like if he's your starting big, you might not be going anywhere.
You know what throws me off about Drummond every time I see him? He's so big.
Yeah.
Like he looks like he's gotten to the point where he looks like a wrestler. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's almost like when you're that big in the NBA, you're a gimmick. like that's what he is.
Giant Gonzalez.
Yeah, but yo, Drummond still get after it. Like
Yeah,
I'd take Drummond in
I think
Sacramento
last
in a
year
second.
he averaged, 7-8 rebounds a night in
Andre,
a backup role.
And is he even 30 yet?
That's a good.
That sounds like that sounds insane to say.
That
He
sounds-
is 30.
Just
He
turned
okay.
30 though, huh?
No, he actually turns 31 on August 10th.
All right, you can include Andre Drummond then. Either way, I was going to say.
No, I like
Philly.
Andre
What Philly's
Drummond.
done, I think, is a little bit better than what I've thought as far as rounding out the roster and all.
Is Drummond? Let me look this over real quick. Did Drummond meet his potential?
When did he get drafted?
Andre Drummond was drafted in 2012.
I think he probably did because he's not like
He probably, it looks like he peaked at about 17.8 in 15.
I would say he probably did because I know this sounds a little harsh. He's not like overly skilled. Like he's a
not.
great athlete.
He never was.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a great athlete, big guy or whatever the case may be, but it's not like he had touch, where he could work on a fall away and all.
He tried though. He worked with a trainer that we know.
I was gonna say,
And
did the game just change for like he just kind of
No.
overpassed them, or like that's not really what teams are looking for anymore?
No, I think Kenny's on point. Like he just doesn't. He didn't have his NBA trait is his size.
Mhm.
So
And
when
his athleticism.
he didn't have.
He was pretty springy. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like to be that size and be able
Mhm.
to jump. That's extra. It's almost like DeAndre Jordan, right? Like
Yeah.
he's super big, and it was able to jump super high as well.
Mhm.
So, I think he reached. He was a positive.
Yeah, I got you. I'm with you. I always hoped he would be like in that 20 and 15 range, 20 and 13. Like
Got close.
he got damn close a couple of times. I like Andre. Obviously, he's not doing that now, but he's not playing that role anymore in the league either.
But to your original point, yeah, Blake Griffin be good. No, I'm messing with you. To your original point, Reggie Jackson supposed to sign with the Sixers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good look.
I'm just not buying it yet. I got to see it.
Understandable.
gotta
I mean,
see
it's
it
a
feels
whole new
it
roster.
feels like a lot. It's like because I think the problem with them is like, hey, this is a lot. Go win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
We wrote them.
I mean,
off.
that's really what we're talking about now because there's a point where everyone talks about the Eastern Conference Finals. Joe is a big who's getting older. Jesse,
We kind of wrote them off after Game 6. They lost to Boston that 1 year. Are they back? Did they do enough to kind of put themselves back into contention? Because after that, we were like, they're done. It's over.
I'm not. I need to see it. Joe and Drummond are the same age.
Yeah,
Joe just turned 30
Joe's
in March.
I want to answer your question, Jesse. Let's do it. Let's do it when we come back. We'll talk. We'll talk about it.
And something will happen during the break that will just throw everything off on
The most famous rapper
Oh my God. Well, that's a. Oh God. ESPN 1320. Did I tell you? Oh man, did I tell you my ear was clogged yesterday? This one. So Kim was trying to help me with it. Nothing was working. Kim put like this steam cup that I tried a couple of times. Like she made the cup really, really hot. You put it on your ear, and if there's anything built up, it's supposed to break it apart. And if there's water in it, it'll start to drip out. Did it twice here, did it at home, nothing. Woke up this morning. I even tried to sleep on my side just to get the water to come out. Nothing. Finally went to Walgreens this morning and was like, this is it. If this doesn't work, we're going to do what we got to do for KSFM, and I'm going to go to the emergency room in the morning and get this fixed. Because like I could hear maybe like 20%, less than that out of this ear. And I did all of this stuff, dry drops, all of this stuff like 4 times this morning, and I couldn't clear it. So I'm going to try one more thing. I got one of the things I bought came with the little thing that you put in your ear and squeeze. I went from warm water to hot water. Like painfully hot water. One, and it was gone. It hurt like a motherfucker. And I can still
but it's
feel
gone.
it's gone like that, like instantly it was gone. And I don't know what it was. Like I'm not clear if it was water or water caused something to build up. But it was bad. And that one splash of scalding hot water.
That's crazy.
Not fun. Hurt like hell.
It's crazy how much like your ear could hurt. Like when you put a Q-tip in or whatever. Like if it's at not precisely the safest or right spot, that pain is bad.
Yeah, that's a small. There's very little room for air.
Yeah. Well, Soren. I always heard, and I don't know how this works, but the doctors will tell you do not use Q-tips.
Yeah, mind your business, doc.
Well, there's nothing. I mean, with what we do, especially with this show, and this is true, like with your AirPods, there is nothing more humbling than pulling out your AirPods and
like, bro, I just
got
out the shower.
Like,
What the hell?
What is that? But so again, in my extensive ear research over the last 36 hours,
your ear leader,
wax actually protects your ear. Now there's like obviously there's levels to this.
A limit to
There's levels to this.
Don't be gross, okay?
But like, yeah, it protects your ear from bacteria and other. We always look at it as just like.
Did you see that?
The wax is brown, then you might want to go to the doctor. But other than that,
did you see that? You remember that baseball clip of the guy who got the gnat stuck in his ear?
Oh yeah,
that was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Ugh. Get away from me, Nat. In the Little League World Series softball edition, West Regional Elimination game, Utah and Hawaii are tied at 2 right now in the top of the 5th.
Let's go Hawaii.
Utah with the runner on first with 2 outs.
Well, apologies to the radio audience who just missed the Little League softball update or whatever.
Just lost 7 viewers from the stream after that update.
Do you have so with me, I have, our rundown in front of us and, the computer and then the phone in case in case Shams breaks more political news that we've got to alert everybody to.
I'm going to start doing that.
Do you just have to have for like a comfort level or whatever, like something playing in front of you on your iPad?
Maybe. I never thought about it that way, but maybe that's the case. I'm always looking for something.
It feels weird when we do the show because I was doing the insiders with Kyle last week or whatever, and we're sitting in the studio like he doesn't have the TV on, and I'm like you have it has to be on, like something has like some sport or whatever has to be on.
Yeah, what's funny about those two is it's always on CNN, and it's like, what are you two doing? Like, what are you two talking about? Because I walked in and Vice President Harris on the campaign trail. It's like, what are you guys talking about?
I
Capitol Hill insiders here on 1320.
One thing that I don't, I'm not alone. This isn't crazy, I'm sure, but I don't like having on things that I have to listen to that I can't hear. That's why I look at CNN, right? Like to understand what's on the screen, I know they got the scroll and everything, but you
Yeah.
got to be able to listen to what's being talked about.
Sure.
With NBA Today, you can see the highlights. You get an
Yeah, yeah.
idea for a
Yeah.
game. You get an idea of what's going on. So there are times like even like my YouTube will come up and it's something, a video, something like stadium videos or something like that. And they start to tell a story about the stadium, like RFK or something like that. I'm like, oh no, save later. I want to be able to hear what the hell is going on. So it's just that's why I'm always just looking for a game.
I got you.
Really need Netflix to fix up the network too, because I've realized the off season is big WWE network time for me.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, you need you need Netflix to fix NBC. Well, we don't know that it's moving.
Oh,
I don't think that's ever been yet. Well, it's never
Or
been
never been talked about?
explicitly stated that the network is moving to Netflix.
And what's the deal with SmackDown again? It's leaving Fox and going to USA?
Yes.
Back to the B show.
Yeah, probably.
It is.
Yeah, like they always treat it when it was broadcast television, they definitely treated it different.
So, but do you think the way they got the rosters will
Which is
kinda
still
change
NBC,
that?
by the way. It's still like
Yeah, yeah.
USA is still an NBC affiliate. I'm sorry.
Do you think the way they do the rosters will kind of change that? Like if Roman is on SmackDown, it's hard
So
for
my
that to be
feeling,
the
what I and I guess maybe they just did a draft. I think they just did a draft. My honest to God thought was they'll blow that up before Netflix. Why wouldn't? This is arguably you're leaving cable television for the first time really since Vince McMahon expanded this company. It's probably it's bigger than you leaving pay-per-view. This is a bigger move than your launch of the network and putting the pay-per-view business behind you. I would no, you can't see Roman Reigns here. You can't see the Wyatt Six or the Uso.
Right.
No, but AJ's here and Randy Orton is here, and every guy who's gotten hurt at 40 and come back like 30 pounds heavier, they're on this show. Tune in. I would think you probably do something before January that explains why. And that's WrestleMania season, so the line really gets blurred. Right. But I did wonder if I don't know, brand extension or brand, whatever they call it now. I wondered if they just start to leave that alone.
Is it still Roman Reigns? Like if you're like, we're starting this Netflix journey, we have to have the guy. Is it still Roman Reigns? Because I think it is. I don't think it's Cody. I don't think if you're starting with Netflix, you're being like, we're putting Cody on Raw.
Well, you haven't
alone as the guy. You know what I mean? He may be on Raw, but he's not leading.
You haven't established anything yet with Cody, other than he's like a John Cena level babyface. So yeah, it's still Roman. Roman's still the biggest star in the company.
Is it still going to be live too?
Yeah. Yep. And it's from the way Hunter explained it, it's live everywhere. So there's no waiting till 8 o'clock if you have YouTube TV or whatever. If they're live at 5 o'clock our time in New York City, it's live at 5 o'clock our time. That's what it's doing.
Okay. I'm trying. You know what? I agree that it's Roman. Obviously, I'm trying to think who's number 2.
You know who it could be? It might be Punk.
I was thinking Punk.
It might be Punk. Like Cody's close. Like I think Cody might be a little closer than you want to give him credit for, but I don't know that it still feels like Punk. I think Punk has one more injury before people were like, all right, it's another stop. Like that's getting tough.
See now,
of course, they've forgiven Rey Mysterio for the last 47 years, so maybe that's not a thing.
So I'm thinking now.
Edison's really upset with us right
Edison
now. Shout out to our boy Edison.
Shout out Edison. Sorry, brother. We got to figure this out first. Now I'm trying to figure out where Cody's at without being disrespectful. Because is it? And
I go top 3, third.
Because what I was going to say,
second or third.
What I was going to say, and it's probably one and the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you separated them, is it Roman, Punk, Bloodline?
No.
Where are we throwing
I'm
Cena in all
okay.
this for
I'm
next
okay
year?
if Punk is 2.
Cena.
He's 2025. He'll be around. You're gonna have to throw him on somewhere.
I'm the wrong person to ask.
He'll be around. You're gonna have to throw him on somewhere.
I'm the wrong person to ask. I am D'Lo with Drake when it comes to Cena.
Really? Why?
At this point,
well, okay,
I don't
well,
need
He's still
him
a
to
draw,
come
man.
back.
Like he's gonna be a player next year. They'll probably put him on Raw or something. I'm sure they'll feature him a bunch.
I think they're gonna put guys like that on both shows.
They should. They should. I think they should. I don't think you should overload one show.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And of course, again, we're in a different like that. That was McMahon's old thing. Is like there'd be panic, and it's like, well, God damn it, put him over here on SmackDown then. Well, he's a Raw superstar. I don't know, make something up. Just leave all of that. Just stop doing it.
Yeah.
And now that you have, you have the same audience, but you're attacking it in 2 different ways. Put your best foot forward. Put your biggest talent forward. You don't have to have the same guys on television week after week after week. Like guys can not be on Raw one week, or they can be on Raw but not be on SmackDown and to be on Raw. Like you can do that and have a far more like storylines used to be Monday. I can't remember the day, but I think it was Thursday, Monday to Thursday. And like, yeah, you look forward to it. But sometimes the Thursday would just be a recap and it's tune in because Stone Cold Steve Austin's going to get Vince McMahon on Monday. Right. And like, it's like, oh, that works. Right. Yeah. Like go back to that. I know there's a lot of talent. People are worried about stuff being drowned out. If you manage it manage your roster, treat it like a sport, manage your roster properly, you'll be just fine.
Say Bobby Lashley's probably gone.
Bobby's like 50.
Yeah, I don't get the Twitter. Everyone's like, oh, Bobby Lashley, dude, he's 50. Yeah, it's fine.
Also, he's like fighting Jinder Mahal at this point. Like they're not even doing anything with him like that. Now I thought they did a good job with him. They made him a monster for a minute. Like he was the dude.
Yeah.
That's great.
That was a nice run.
Yeah, it was a good run. But I'm not like if Bobby wants to go to TNA or AEW or whatever else is out there, hey, salute.
I thought they pulled the plug a little early on the Hurt business.
They absolutely. It wasn't they. It was he pulled the plug.
Bobby did?
No.
Redacted?
Yes. Yes.
Hurt business is fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
And MVP was really good.
Absolutely. His role was great. And yeah, they messed it up. But I'd go to close Roman. Man, I think it's Punk.
I see that.
And then Cody.
I see that.
Cody needs a challenger. And I don't know that Solo is it because we already saw Cody versus the Bloodline. So it feels recycled. Like now Solo's believable, but if Cody gets past Solo, like that does he needs someone to take it. Like everyone has a guy who will take him to the next level. Hunter had Foley, the various forms of Mick Foley, took mainly Cactus Jack, took him to an entirely different level. Randy Orton again had Foley, but he had Cena too. Edge had Cena. These guys took them to a different level. Cody doesn't have it yet.
I don't know if they are that just yet. Maybe time will tell and they'll have to get into it to really see, but I think it might be Seth. And what you do, obviously we wanted Seth and Punk, but now you're able to pivot off that and put Drew in there with Punk. And Seth's claim to fame in this situation is you only finished your story because of me.
Well, see, they're already setting up Seth and Punk, though.
That's a good point.
They said what they said with Punk?
They're already setting up Seth and Punk because Seth's going to be the referee for that match.
Yeah, they're going in that direction. But you're 100% right. Like when you get there, whenever it may be, there's a built-in story. I don't know that Seth can get him to that level though. Seth got him like Seth was like 3 straight pay-per-views, including the one where his pec was ripped off. Like that's a big deal when you're a guy the caliber of Seth Rollins to put Cody over 3 straight times like that.
That's why I said they need to get Seth to win.
Seth can't get it against Cody.
Ever. Maybe you can. The story's finished. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can, but Cody needs that. That's not going to get Cody where he needs to go. And I don't know who does. Maybe it is the Bloodline. Maybe it's Solo. I don't know who it is right now that can get Cody to that spot.
Cena.
Hey, why not? Hey, that's who. No, Cena's taking the belt off of him at WrestleMania. I'll say that. That's what we're doing.
It's not the worst. It's not the worst. It's just I think the problem is it would feel like nostalgia if Cena did it. Like, because Cena can Cena helped elevate Punk.
With all due respect, I joke about it all the time, but I respect Cena and I respect his place in
Respect the jean shorts, man.
and the lineage of WWE. If he took the belt off of Cody, it would feel like a bit of a step backwards
For Cody?
For the company. Like, why are we going?
You got to give him the record. Get it off of Flair.
Did you? Yes. Did you hear? let's. Ric Flair should never talk ever again.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Did you hear the remark he made about Charlotte?
Oh, I did. I saw a
about they're obviously trying to get Charlotte to the stupid 16 number. And somehow in Ric Flair's mind, he's equated this to the same thing as his number. And
Charlotte
God knows,
like Kawhi right now. I don't know when she's coming back.
So he's like, well, if Cena does it, like, it's fine. But I told Charlotte, and she didn't like this, but I told Charlotte if she broke my record, she'd be bigger than Serena Williams.
Okay, maybe I saw that too, because I thought I saw Flair was mad he wasn't on the top 100 athletes list or something like that. Or maybe that was the connection.
It's like, Rick, this isn't. I hate to use this phrase, and I'm sorry, Rick, this isn't real, right? Like, Charlotte's not going to be Serena ever.
Come on.
He said Charlotte would be bigger than Serena Williams.
Maybe on USA Network.
Rick is special, man.
Maybe on USA Network from 5 to 8.
Rick is special.
Come on, man.
Rick,
man.
Bret Hart, and Hulk Hogan are probably the three who take wrestling like the most serious. Like they just live it and never left it.
Brett's by himself.
That's fair.
Brett's in a tier all by himself. Rick is right there, and Hogan's with him.
Where's Punk at in this?
Of guys who take the business too seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he's in there.
Oh, I don't think he's in
not
that
even close to those
conversation.
guys. Like Bret would get mad if you told him, hey, you're gonna lose today.
No, I don't think he's. I think CM Punk takes himself really seriously. I think those guys like.
Because wasn't that the basis of his last two exits? Him being frustrated with the business. So when he left WWE, he was frustrated. He didn't think the business was being handled the right way. Now you might have answered it. It might have been just himself that he had an issue with. But AEW, AEW was a mess too.
At that moment, I think it was. I don't think it was the business. I do think it was him. I think in the moment that was where they had the Cena Rock thing for a year, and in that year, Punk was the champion, like all of it. And you get to February, and Rock is beating Punk, and I kind of like I understand. Punk's like, that's it. Like I'm just out of this. I've been the champion for like 300 some odd days or 400 some odd days or whatever it was. And I'm just out. Oh, you got a match with The Undertaker though. All right. It was a great match. And they told an incredible story with it. But it's like, so I'm just out. So I kind of understood why he felt the way that he did. I would too. But on the flip side of that, you told the story the day after WrestleMania. You kind of had to stick with it. Right. You said you were going to deliver something, and you spent an entire year building it up, and everybody knew Cena needed to get that win back, and that's what they did.
Shout out to Punk. I've done a little bit of a 180 on him. He's doing a good job.
Do you want Cena to break the Flair record?
I gotta be honest. I don't want him to win the title.
Cena hasn't had a title in forever, like 10 years almost. Or not a title, the title.
Yeah.
The Rock came back after however many years, and they put it on him. You could put it on Cena.
Well, now they gave him the stupid People's Champion belt.
Well, I mean, even going back to the CM Punk one or whatever.
I wouldn't have the biggest problem with it. It just feels like a step back.
I don't think it would be Cody's though. I think it would be Drew or Seth or Punk's or someone.
Yeah, Jesse said it, and I could see that happening because now Cody is. You can do whatever. Like I'm not saying like you can he can never
He doesn't
win it
need the
again.
championship
Yeah.
for 4 straight
He
years.
can lose it, come
Yeah.
back, do all this other stuff. Like, he can do whatever he needs to.
Attitude era booking. He can lose it on a Sunday and win it on a Monday.
Cody drops it to Cena at WrestleMania, and then he starts his feud with Ricky Starks on Monday Night Raw the next day.
Hey,
I see you booking. I see you booking.
Hey,
There we
I
go.
like
There,
it.
it's simple.
That's his boy, right?
I don't know.
No, Ricky is Cody's.
Cody, oh, yeah.
That's his guy. I think there's
is Ricky
clips of
just like
Ricky
in
at
the
Mania.
Abyss right now?
I think if AEW's the Abyss.
Oh no,
yeah.
I didn't know if he was.
No, he's still. I
on.
think he's still there.
He's just not on TV right now.
I think his contract is coming up.
That needs to be a Royal Rumble.
He needs to.
That
Yeah,
needs to
it's
be a Royal
time.
Rumble.
It's time.
That's a Royal Rumble, and they need to keep it on the low. Like unlike Jade, they need to keep that a surprise.
Well, Jade had been signed with the company for like 4 years before she debuted.
You think they could do Ricky Starks how they did with Chris Jericho when he came over?
Yeah,
Like that same kind of impact or whatever?
Yeah,
I think Ricky.
Yeah,
Ricky
absolutely.
Ricky could be him.
Absolutely.
Ricky could be him. Oh, I like what they're doing. Speaking of him, I like what they're doing with Carmelo Hayes too.
Mm.
He could get a push coming up soon.
Yeah, he is insanely talented. He is insanely talented.
All right,
I was
come on
trying to
back,
flag down. I thought I saw Abe. I was trying to flag down Abe because I wanted to ask him what to do with Cena, but maybe he's talking to the tribal chief or something. But,
all right, yeah, that's why earwax is a big problem.
Come on back, Edison.
Yeah, someone tell Edison he can come back to the show. That day that Brandon Aiyuk requested a trade, and we wound up talking about Brandon Aiyuk far longer than we imagined. I got a text when we shifted to the Kings. It was at like 1:30, and it was from Edison. And Edison said, and this is how I read it. These were the words, but I read it my own way. Now that you're finally talking about the Kings, and then gave me a thought on DeMar DeRozan. Make sure, speaking of DeMar DeRozan, make sure you check out Will Z's new article. Will wrote an article for SI about a conversation we were having yesterday about DeMar DeRozan fitting into the Kings offense. So make sure you support our guy, Will Z, now that he's on the big stage of SI.
Yes, indeed.
We were talking Philadelphia 76ers. Jesse asked a question. You even said, I'm going to answer that when I get back. Do you have any idea what that question was? I think I do. And it was,
I think I do too, but just in
good
case
enough?
you tell me, you know what I'm saying? Because I want to make sure you know. You know what I mean?
Is Philadelphia good enough to be a contender?
Was
that the question, Jesse?
Yeah, title contender. Are they back in title contendership? That's even a word.
We'll make
Oh
it
no,
one.
you said that's what you said. You talked about Game 6.
Yeah, we wrote them off
couple
after
years
that.
ago.
Their window was closed and all that. They back. Have they done enough to
I
get back
thought
in?
that was an overreaction.
I disagree.
Well,
That's-
I mean,
that's fine.
With
That's
that,
fair.
with now to be fair,
you weren't wrong.
well, I wish you tell the whole story. To be fair to the situation, we were talking about that duo, Harden and Embiid.
Yeah,
they were finished. I do believe that.
Well, any duo that has Harden in it is finished right. Just always.
Maybe Kawhi and him can get it done.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
Maybe.
All right. Good luck to the Wall and Bomber down.
I'm not there yet. I'm a little bit higher on the situation than maybe both of you guys. I know Jesse's moving up the ranks a little bit. D'Lo's got to see a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I like them. When you talk about a title contender, before I go there, I got to see them for a good month. I think they're going to be good. I think they're a top 4 team. I don't know if they're better than Milwaukee. A lot of people treat Milwaukee like they're done. And I think,
bro, don't do that. You're one of them.
But I think their championship window is probably closed.
Okay.
But I still think they're like a third, maybe second seed in the East. They're like a really good team.
I'd be pretty surprised.
I
if
just
that
don't.
happened.
I don't know if they could be. I don't know if they're better than the Knicks or Boston.
I wouldn't be shocked at third. I think part of this is it feels like Boston's so much better than everyone else. Like that's what it feels like because like there's no reason to not believe in Boston. I have a thought, and I'm trying to like man up and make it a thought and not a question. I think it might fire you up a little bit, but I'm not sure.
Jesse? or me?
You. I don't know if Paul George is a championship player. Like, I think championship players have to have a certain mentality. I don't know that Paul has that. Paul's good. Like, Paul George is great. I don't know that he's a championship player.
So doesn't fire me up at all because I
Apparently
understand
not.
what
You're
saying.
awfully calm.
I understand what you're
So
saying.
actually, I agree.
The reason why I've got pause with it is because the one time we saw him like really have to step up by himself, he kind of did. That was when Kawhi goes down in the middle of the playoffs. Everybody wrote them off.
But
he beats the number 1 seed Jazz, and he pushed the Suns to 6. Now that's not a championship, right? So you're probably still right in that aspect. But the one time when he really needed to step up when he was alone, he did.
But it's not the first time he's needed to step up.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if is it something where if he's got nobody around him and he has to step up, he'll do it. He did that in his early days in Indiana. But if he has another Hall of Famer or something like that around him, he doesn't know how to defer but still be assertive.
Peyton in the chat house threw a name in there. Is he? I don't think I agree with this either. Is he Carmelo Anthony 2.0?
No, I think Carmelo's better.
Okay, I think so too. I think Melo's more of a winner. I don't know why it didn't work out, but
yeah, Carmelo's a better player than Paul George. Although this is always the bizarre thing. Add another list. Did you see there's somebody else out there who's like, man, Paul George is.
Who else said it this time?
He was the one.
Was the one? What do you mean?
Like, that's the person they looked up to. That's the person they modeled their game after. It didn't go so far to say he was my GOAT or something like that. But when it's like, oh, who did you look up? Who did you try to be? Oh, Paul George. Paul George for sure.
Okay.
Juju.
Oh, that surprises me.
Juju was like Paul George. He was the one.
Okay.
And it's one of like the list continues to grow.
It's kind of weird, to be honest. I don't get it. It's
who love Paul George.
New generation loves Paul George.
I get why people love Paul George like that.
Brandon Miller called him his GOAT too.
Yeah,
Like, that was extreme.
Like I don't think there's anything. I don't have an issue with that. But my question is he a championship player? Let me ask you. This might help. Go ahead, Jesse.
I don't think he is because he comes off as, and not in a bad way, but he comes off as like too okay with it didn't work out this year, if that makes sense.
So let me ask you both this then, because they've essentially accomplished the same things. Is Russell Westbrook a championship player?
I'll answer that when we come back.
Oh, that's slick because we had 30 seconds, but no, it's fine. Hold it off.
All right.
Hold it. You know what it is? He needs time to think about it because he's not sure what answer I'm looking for right now.
I got
an answer for that.
I thought about something with Russ too yesterday. We'll talk about it.
Denver Nuggets own Russell Westbrook. Trysta Krick at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll have some fun with TK when she joins us. I'm not sure live from where, to be honest with you. I think I know, but I don't.
You really don't.
I don't. We'll find out when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Soren, settle down.
Hey, are there any Matthews mattress bubbles in the log?
Have I told you I love you?
Still don't add up for what we're thinking about. Still doesn't add up. But I'll find out. There have been bubbles for them before, right? Okay.
Time to get back to work then, guys. One falls off, you got to replace it.
I don't know that anything's falling off, though.
I don't know.
Except our payroll department. That email going out today. Like, motherfucker, you've had time. It's Tuesday.
Good.
You've had time. Explain yourself, Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff, Ross. Good stuff. Maybe Kenny will catch up to you.
Yeah, I'm like close to season 3. I'm right there.
Casey's on episode 2 of season 2.
Aldrin, I've seen a few episodes. Like, I've watched it, but like, it's funny, but I've just never caught on with it, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't. I've seen episodes of it, but can't say I've.
Like, I've laughed at some
No
of the stuff,
series.
but yeah, I just never caught on to it.
What Olympic events do you plan to discuss? Well, basketball. Probably any. I'd eliminate the word events and use the word moments. All right, Trysta Krick going to join us coming up here at the top of the 2:00 hour. Can't wait to find out where TK is, because I know what she's got on the horizon, man, and I'm excited for her to share that with us. I asked you, we were talking about Paul George. We were talking about the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
That led to a conversation about Paul George. I told you I didn't think that Paul George was a championship player. I asked you if Russell Westbrook was a championship player. And you said, I will tell you after the break.
So let me reverse course just a little bit. Paul George, not a championship player. Do you think that he is, if he's anywhere in your 1, 2, 3, that you can't win a championship with Paul George?
Absolutely not. I don't think that's true. I think if he's your 1, that's problematic.
At this point in his career, for sure.
Not from a skill standpoint, though.
Mm. So that's what you mean when you say he can't be your 1 and win a championship.
I don't think so.
I agree with that, especially right now in his career. Maybe it never was that case because of the things that you talk about, his mentality and stuff like that. But absolutely, right now, he can't be your 1. I do believe he could be your second best player and you can win a championship. I do believe that.
Okay.
So that's the caveat. Third, yeah, you could.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I think if he's your best, no. Then you asked about Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook at one time, you could win a championship with him.
I agree.
I think, and look, you know I love Russell Westbrook. You know that.
Before you continue, I don't think you have to, because we could be. We're not talking about now.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, he's not. But I'm talking about like the spirit of when you talk about Russell Westbrook as a player. Do you think you could confidently say? And again, I'm not asking you to evaluate him on the Denver Nuggets. I'm talking about like if you had peak Russell Westbrook, would you describe him? Yeah, that's the championship caliber player, right?
I would.
Yeah, so would I. And that's and I don't know if it's because I feel like they're very different players. Paul George is phenomenal. Like, he is maybe one of the most underrated players, I think, in the entire league. Even today, I think Paul George is underrated. But, and this, I think, is people's hang up with Boston, which is why everyone loved Marcus so much. Marcus was such a different personality than Jalen and Jason, who were clearly the team's two best players, but they're very, they're just chill. Nothing gets to them. Hey, get them next year. Doesn't mean that they weren't hurt by losing. It doesn't mean they weren't bothered by losing. It doesn't mean they didn't think or work to not feel that anymore. But I think every team needs, just as much as a guy with that Paul George mentality, you need a guy with the Russell Westbrook mentality who, hey, it's not just quietly, I want to get better. It's eats at them to lose. And it's the Kobe Bryant thing. Like, it kills them, Michael Jordan, to lose. And I think teams need that. And I don't know, like, I thought the Paul George, Russell Westbrook, Oklahoma City team, I always feel like Russ just got caught up in the Warriors. Because the Warriors and different versions of the Thunder were ascending at the Warriors in the original Thunder were ascending at the same time. And just when it looked like the Thunder were going to take over, here comes that boy, Steph Curry, right? Oh, no, the ankles are no longer a problem. He is now the greatest shooter that's ever lived. And they lapped him. And, I mean, for being honest, no one could catch up till now.
For real. I think in his prime, though, I will say this about Russ. In his prime, I don't know if he could be the best player on the team and win a championship.
In his prime? Okay. I'm not going to fight that.
He was...
was he the best player on the team with Paul George?
That's a good question. I'd say yes.
I think he was, too.
I looked at it as Russ's team. Maybe because he was already there or whatever, but I looked at that as Russ's team.
Okay.
I think you could do it with Russ. You just have to build the right team around him. Like, I think he's a championship type player. Like with Paul and George, I don't think there was ever a point where if you build the right team around him, unless there's someone better than him, that you were going to win a title.
I think that's Russ's thing, though. I think you needed someone better than him. I think you needed a player better than Russ if you were going to win a title, because there's something about Russ that can be a little erratic with his play, like up and down, and his energy is always high, but he's kind of stubborn, right? Like I don't, and it's the same things that we love about him, right? But he's like, I don't care if I'm not hitting a three. I'm gonna shoot this three.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do it. I don't care because I'm about to hit this next one. Love that mentality, but it's almost like it's like in that respect, he did so many other things as well, but it's almost the anti DeRozan. And I talk about DeRozan's discipline. This was like DeRozan's like, I don't care about where the game is going and all this other stuff. I'm gonna stick to what I know works. I'm gonna perfect that. And you can't get me out of that.
I'm glad you said that, because this is almost a brutally unfair question. But is DeMar a championship player?
I think he is. And I don't know if he'll ever win. I'm not saying that's here, but
that's not what. Again, we're not talking about guys who can. We're talking about, does he have that championship player mentality? Because it's always going to be unfair at the way the story of Toronto was told.
Are we just talking mentality really at this point? Then
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, mentality. Like you can't.
In a personal, like a
Kobe Clausen might have a championship mentality too, but that's not what we're
it takes
talking
the ability
about.
and all that stuff.
Yeah. He's got the makeup to be able to do it.
Yeah, I think
I think DeMar. I think DeMar.
I think
too.
DeMar does.
Toronto teams just ran into LeBron a lot of the time.
Hey, look here. It's going to be controversial, and it doesn't mean he can't win a championship. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I don't think Luka does.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
I don't think Luka has that.
What did you think he was going to say? I'm more curious to see what you what was on your mind.
What you talk about? What you think about?
I thought you were going to say De'Aaron.
No. De'Aaron.
I don't think De'Aaron is.
De'Aaron.
I don't think it hurts De'Aaron to lose like that. Like, I mean, again, we're talking levels. I'm not saying he's not disappointed. I mean, he clearly stated this year, like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not sure he has, like, if the Kings have those types of players, I think DeMar is one. If I were to pick another one, it might be closer to Malik than it would be Domas. But I might be weighing too much on like Malik's just aura and personality.
Go ahead.
I think Fox does, but
Domas might.
Fox is the kind of player only will ever like see it.
Yeah, that's
like,
that's
I
probably
feel like
true,
we've seen things with like Fox. Yeah, Fox was hurt and all that. Like he was pissed off or whatever. He won't. That won't be a talking point.
And
for
we
us
might
ever.
feel different if the Kings lost in the conference finals,
Right.
versus
I used to feel
a play-in.
I used to think that way about Fox. My big thing when he was drafted was De'Aaron. It's great that we have him here. He's going to be the leader. He's going to be the heart and soul of everything. But this was crazy. At the time, I was like, Bagley's going to be the one to average 20 and 10. Fox is going to hover around like 19 and 7 and just be, the anchor. But the best player is going to be Bagley, right? And what if it's not Bagley, it's somebody else? You're going to get a player that's a level above De'Aaron Fox so this team could really take off. That's how I used to think for a long time. And then the way he played in that playoff series and really that whole year with being Team One, it changed. It changed.
Did you trademark that yet?
I'm working on it. I
Okay.
got some lawyers working on some stuff, attorneys and stuff like that.
The ones that you have on retainer?
Well, actually, it's a little expensive, so I might just do it all myself.
You already told going to Legal Zoom, file Beam Team.
But I feel like he can a little bit more than I used to think. He showed me a little bit more, even with how he scores and all this other stuff. He showed me something that I wasn't sure he had before. And even though he can be kind of nonchalant about things, at least outwardly, I think when the chips are down, I think he's a dog that gets after it in that respect. And I do think he can. But what you say isn't. It's not
I'm not even
crazy.
sold on that 100%. Like I'm kind of working through it because when you say this might be controversial, I thought you were going to say De'Aaron. TK, Trysta Krick. We're talking about championship players. We'll get you involved in that conversation. But you are live from
Portland, Oregon.
Okay, wasn't sure.
Right now.
She back in Portland, Dame. She back in Portland.
Hey,
been doing
Portland
this
be
all day.
kind of killing it though.
Yo, I mean, I'm saying I went up there one time when Rasheed was there. Rasheed was my guy. I went up there with Rasheed one time. Yo, I'm gonna let you finish. Hold on, man. I'm gonna let you finish. But Mace,
They
hey, bro, why you act like Bonzi
they
not
didn't
shooting
want
at
me. They didn't want me to do Harlem World. That's what I'm saying.
Well, look, Mace, look. I'm just gonna be real. You know that when you came up there, it was one of them things where you knew Harlem were going into Portland. I had this one chick that I was messing with in Portland. She was cool,
God, no,
or whatever the
cheeks.
case may be. But that's a whole nother story. I told Trayvon not to just do all that, but he didn't listen to me. But Murder, when you was in Portland, Bonzi told you like, yo, do Harlem World. I was the one. I told you like, do what you do. You need to listen. But they didn't really listen. I told Trayvon he didn't listen to. And Mo, stop. I'm not trying to hear that Ohio stuff today, bro. I ain't hearing it, bro. You doing all that Ohio stuff, bro. I ain't here for all that today. I'm just saying.
You just don't know when to say when. He's been doing this all day long. It's like he's working on these impressions in case we meet Cam and Mace. He wants to be able to
My
bring
mom
these
loves
out.
them. My mom loves them. She was like, "It's so fun. It's so funny when Kenny does the maze."
Oh, don't. Oh, God.
Hey,
Please
shout
don't.
out Mama Crick. Big ups to Mama Crick. She knows what it. Mama Crick. You know what it is.
I'll be in Vegas tomorrow, though.
There we go. Yeah, y'all don't want to miss tomorrow's episode of It Is.
Or Thursday's episode.
Thursday's
record,
Thursday. I'm sorry.
Yeah, record Wednesday for Thursday.
Okay, very good.
Hope
Hey,
this
so y'all
migraine
look,
goes away. I've had a migraine for 24 hours. So
Ooh,
let's
that's no
hope.
good.
Let's
That's
hope it's
no
gone
good.
by tomorrow.
I saw in one of the I had to tell, I don't know if Trysta saw this one, but I saw in the comments somebody said, "That's not stat baby, that's statistical lady."
I
That's
did
funny.
see that one.
They said she gentrified the show. She came in and gentrified the show.
Man.
Did you do your other show yesterday?
I'm off work.
Okay.
I am off BetMGM tonight for 2 weeks. So we
Okay.
did summer league, and then we now are on vacation with Mama Crick. Then we'll be back. We'll be back to work. I think on the 7th of August.
Okay.
Time for the Hall of Fame game.
Hall of Fame game.
Just in time for preseason football.
Exactly.
Great job, by the way, man. Great job on It Is What It Is, man. That was
Thank you.
that was dope to see. That was dope to see.
It has been in the works, like I kind of teased on you guys' show back in April. And it's one of those things where when you see the DM that comes in from someone like Cameron, well, actually just Cameron, period. You just can't really, you check the profile, like you think maybe it's a spoof. And then I went and saw the recording 2 Thursdays ago, and it was really funny because Mace didn't really talk to me at first. He was kind of like, being very professional, just went into the studio, came out. And then once Cam introduced us, like, hey, Trysta, she's the content creator I was telling you about. He was like, oh, okay, hey. And then we ended up getting dinner the next Wednesday. He's like, hey, why don't you come to the studio tomorrow? I'm like, okay, sounds good. And I had no idea that I was gonna be on the show. He called me the day of and was like, he's like, yo, listen, so Stat can't make the show today. You want to guest host? I was like, yeah, I do. That sounds great. Perfect. And he was like, yeah, so you're the host though. Like you're not the analyst. Just know, like, just you're the host. Just keep it on the tracks. I was like, perfect. I'll say as little or as much as you want. He's like, oh no, we'll ask you your opinions though. You've got good opinions, so. And I'm like, so that's kind of not 100% hosting, but whatever. Again, whatever you guys want me to do, I'm totally down to do. So yeah, and then I saw Mace before the show. He came in a little early, and he was like, listen, I told Killa, don't hold back on me now. I heard you. I heard you're kind of ruthless. I won't hold back. I will
Did a
not
good job.
hold back.
Yeah, he fit right in.
The only thing that I was surprised, I was very surprised from that debut episode from Trysta Krick. You ain't never seen Hoop Dreams?
Never seen Hoop Dreams.
Oh,
That's crazy to me.
wow. That is, I agree with Cam on that. That might be the best. It gets dicey because it's a doc and not a movie and stuff
Right.
like that. But it's as far as just like movie doc basketball, that's number one with a rocket. Like it's not even, to me, it's
That's
not
very
even
good.
close. Hoop Dreams is amazing.
You think Paul George is a championship player?
Ooh. I guess it depends on the context because I think Paul George can win a championship. I
Mhm.
think Paul George has plays winning basketball. I don't think he's like I wouldn't call him like a Zach LaVine type, but I don't think Paul George is the number 1 or number 2 option on a championship team. I think that's way too much pressure for Paul George. I think mentally, and I've made a lot of jokes in the past. Some have gone a little too far on Paul George. But like the thing about Paul George right now, and maybe things have changed or maybe things will change, but I don't think his mental is set up to be the guy. And this is what he said like just the other day. I think it was just yesterday where he said he wants to have the ball in clutch moments to take the pressure off of Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. And it's like, I don't think that's really where you're best. I don't think you, with the ball in your hand, with the minute left, is where you thrive or succeed because we've seen what you've done in those moments before. And when the pressure gets intense, you do not rise to the occasion. You crumple like a piece of paper and that I throw into my garbage can and yell Kobe. Like that's Paul George. So I think he'd be a fine Tobias Harris option. Like I think he's that. He's much better than Tobias Harris as a talent. But I don't think you say, okay, when it's time for us to get a bucket, we're giving the ball to Paul George.
I don't disagree. I don't, especially at this point in his career. I do think the thing that always sticks with me about Paul George is the one time, actually kind of two times, because when he was young Paul George in Indiana, they got to the conference finals, right? And it kind of pushed Miami a little bit or whatever the case may be. So there's a couple times there. But the one time when the chips were down, he stepped up to the plate. When Kawhi goes down in that series against Utah, it looked like it was all bad. He leads them to a victory against Utah. Pushed Phoenix to 6. Like he played very well, and you could say he was the reason why all that happened. Now, hearing your response to him, you could probably make the argument one of the reasons why that happened is because it was probably all the pressure in the world was off of him at that point. Like once Kawhi went down there, like you guys are finished. You don't have any shot. And he was able to play loose and he played really well. And maybe that's why he had that type of success, because it didn't mess with his mentals at that time.
And I think that it's a really fine line.
Well, I don't know if Cam got him or Mace got him. No,
Yeah,
TK, TK, your screen is just black.
This Wi-Fi off.
No, there you are.
It's clearly the Wi-Fi is just broken. Is it? Am I losing you guys, or are you guys losing me?
We lost you. No, we full on lost you. You fell into the abyss for a moment, but you are back in 4K.
Okay, great. So I think that there's a fine line between caring about how you perform in your legacy and being a competitor, and once it's time to play, trusting what you've put in and playing free. Because I think that this happens in all of our professions, is that people get so caught up in wanting to do well and what people are going to say and what happens if I don't do well, that they play worse than they would have if they just forgot about that. And that's a really, really hard thing to do. And I think for me personally, like the thing that I have realized I do best and why I do best on radio is because I don't care at all about sports radio. I could care less if I ever went on again. I really enjoy being on. And if they take me off, it impacts my life in no way. Like I've never cared about this. So that freedom to say what you want to say and do what you want to do is really liberating. And I think that's what some athletes do really well and some do not. Kobe was incredible at that. He trusted all the work that he put in, and when it came down to it, he felt free. And he talked a lot about it post retirement as well. And I think Paul George just needs to forget about the outcome. He just needs to hoop because he's one of the most talented players we've ever seen in terms of all the different things that he can do on a basketball court. There's a reason that young players like that are just coming into the league right now call Paul George their GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he just mentally cares just a little more than he should care.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I agree with that. You it's not the exact thing, but what they say, paralysis by analysis. Like the more you think about it, it just paralyzes you essentially.
You can
It's
put
terrifying.
pressure on yourself. You can make the moment bigger than it needs to be. Especially, that's why I think Jokic is so good, is that Jokic has so many other things that he values more than the game of basketball, that when it comes down to it, the pressure is relative. He still has an amazing family and wife and his horses, and there's things that he values so much more that when that fourth quarter comes in a game 7, that's just, it doesn't hold the same weight as it would to other athletes.
Right. And then, Jokic and Paul George, they can just, if they lose the game, they can get on the podium and say, I get to go back to my life, and you go back to
You know who that might be? That might be De'Aaron.
De'Aaron is, yeah.
De'Aaron might
De'Aaron
be
has that
the
type of mindset.
yeah. He might be the my wife, my kids. Like
That's why De'Aaron's so good
he's
in the
so
clutch.
free. Yeah,
I think
that is
if we
fascinating.
if we identify the people who are the best in clutch moments, I think that we will find a common theme with their mentality.
But Kobe wasn't like that.
Kobe was
Clutch?
on
No,
but he was on the extreme other
yeah,
end where
right,
he made his workouts and dreaming up those
Mamba
scenarios
mentality.
so difficult that he found like the liberation in the fact that nothing is harder than what I put myself through.
I
So,
agree.
This is easy.
And he talked about that post retirement, like you have to trust the work that you put in, you know, and you can't make the moments bigger than they are.
Paul
And
George said that exact same thing at a
but
press
we don't believe
conference,
him.
and Shaq and Kenny like murdered him for it. Said the exact same thing, and they presented that video with no context, and Shaq and Kenny Smith just murdered him for it.
Well, and I think that is worth frying him over when we know how bad he's been in those moments. So it's easy for you to tell us that first of all, I don't believe Paul George thinks that. I don't actually feel in his soul he believes that it's fine. I believe when people were calling him Pandemic P and like making fun of him with throwing hitting that shot off the sideboard. And there were rumors that Paul George was hand the Bible, laying between the wall and the bed in a fetal position in the bubble because he was so stressed. I don't think when he says I don't worry about the outcome, we believe him. And it's easy to burn him up when his performances in the clutch have been so terrible, relatively speaking.
Who would know that man is lying in a fetal position between the
Probably the team personnel, somebody coming to check on him. Things always get out. That's the thing that I feel like gets missed.
That's terrible.
Yeah, remember that? We know that Daniel House was sleeping with that COVID tester. Everything gets out.
We knew that.
You know?
That was crazy.
Hey. Well,
People
did you
were
ever
getting
hear
it in the bubble, man?
Did you ever hear about the special floor in the
Nope.
in the weed area?
No, I didn't hear about this one.
Oh yeah, there was a they had to eliminate any bans. They were like, look, if we're gonna do this, we can't have any banned substances, so to speak. And yeah, they tore that hotel apart with smoke.
One of the things I thought was funny too was like they separated. You think about like, I don't know about y'all, but in my life there have been moments where I have like looked over and been like, damn, like there's a real hierarchy here. We all are working this job, but there's a hierarchy. And you don't think maybe that's happening in the NBA, but like if you looked at which players and which teams went to which Disney resorts, like the difference between like the low budget Disney resorts and the like ultra high end Disney resorts. Like I remember doing a video breaking down which teams were where, and it was like, yep, that tracks. Orlando Magic at the $199 a night hotel. Makes sense.
Not to be too simplistic.
They were at home and still had to go to the one.
Wasn't it seating?
I don't
Did they do
remember.
it too? I feel like they did. Like that was part of like seating.
Some teams
no home
without seeds
seating.
went. Like Phoenix went.
Phoenix did go. Yeah.
Phoenix was at top.
Phoenix
Orlando
was
was
undefeated.
there. Phoenix was there. There were some teams that were like, because the Nets were there. There were teams
Oh,
that
the
were
Kings
like,
were there. Vlade got fired.
yeah, cuspy,
Vlade didn't stay
very
at any
cuspy.
resort after.
Vlade, by the way, you got to watch out for a Vlade drop in on Thursday.
Okay. I know what that means. I know what that means. Don't miss Thursday's show.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't
I thought
miss
you were
our show.
telling
but
me
don't miss-
don't miss, and I'm like, I'm gonna
No, no.
try. I really will try not to
I know
miss.
you won't miss. You ain't
Oh
missing
no.
a date.
Listen, and this is one of those times, guys. I'm not gonna tell the whole tea, but this is one of those times where you have to be more Jokic than Paul George, because you start thinking about it and processing and absorbing this, going back to when you were 10,
Yeah.
and now your heart starts to race a little bit.
Yeah.
Can't have that. You have to just be like, this is all, I'm just a content creator. We're just going back, we're doing our jobs. This is a one-off. I can't be getting nervous.
Oh,
You do a great job of it though. You do a
Thank
great
you.
job.
There's
We're gonna
nothing to be
see.
nervous about.
This is now to a new level. I got a call right before you guys called me, and it was like, hey, we've got to go to the studio to do this before we go to the actual studios that we do the show in.
Mhm.
So I was like, oh, I didn't even know that was how it went. Well, thank God, because there'll be multiple takes.
I disagree. I think it's one take.
Yeah, man.
You think it's one take?
One
I think
take,
it's one
TK.
take.
A 32 one taker?
One take Tryst. As they
One
call
take Tryst, the shook ones?
Turn me up in my headphones. I just want it to get to the point where when you're either doing this hit from the studio or actually from what you told me, that's not gonna happen. But one day you just FaceTime Mace into the call or Cam into the call.
Oh,
and,
I think that's definitely a thing. That's definitely a thing.
and you can do
They
your
would-
stupid impression
they
to Cam
would
on himself.
I'm like, yo,
Absolutely
killer, what's
love
good,
y'all.
baby?
They would absolutely love y'all.
I told TK about the one time I interviewed Mace and how it stuck with me for 20
What
years.
happened though?
We were at the world premiere of Get Rich or Die Trying in Las Vegas, the movie. And 50 was holding a junket for radio people to come and you got an interview with 50 and you saw the movie and whatever else you did, but you got an interview with 50 and you would see the movie. And he had he did it it was it was 5-star treatment. You had food, you drinks, everything was just whatever you wanted. He had a room where he had just dropped the shoes and they were in this ice sculpture. It's where you went to pick everything up. It's where the food was. Well, Mace was there. Mace had just signed with G Unit. And I was like, I had my little mini disc recorder, my microphone. I was like, I'm going to interview Mace. I was, hey, you got a few minutes? And he was like, yeah, for sure. And so we do I don't know, TK, a 4-minute interview, 5-minute interview, whatever it was. And we hang up. I thank him and he goes, I like your style. That's a good look. I like your style. And that was it. And I sent that interview to TK over the weekend. I was like, that's why Mace always stuck with me, because he showed young pre-second puberty D-Lo a lot of love in Las Vegas.
D-Lo had a very similar style. Just you could tell he was just working through some things. It was still a very good interview, though. The questions were great, especially considering that was an impromptu interview. You hadn't prepped for it. You just saw him. You pulled him aside. To me, those are the most impressive interviews because, we can prep. I mean, prepping is obviously a key piece of what we do. But if you can do it off rip and still get something really good, that's, to me, the gold standard.
It ties back into that overthinking again. If we know we have an interview on Friday at 5:00 on KSFM and you can overthink that. When Pilo came in on Thursday, we didn't know when he was going to get here, but we knew we had to do it and we had to be quick. And so we weren't really thinking. It was just hey, we're live.
We're live, pal.
Let's go. And it created a really engaging but if you think too much about that stuff, you'll wind up in the fetal position between the wall and the bed.
Yeah, PG-13 or PG-8.
And someone from ESPN will rat it out to the media later. Probably, well, I'm not going to say who, but someone will.
That's one of my greatest flaws, I think, is that I put the interview on a pedestal. I really feel like that interview could be it has to be so perfect, instead of being like, well, maybe I'll talk to them again. Like it can be just a regular ass conversation. I want gold to come out of it, every time. I want like the most insightful stories and blah blah blah. And so I overthink the questions that I'm gonna ask and try to rephrase them. And that's my biggest, probably the biggest part of my mistakes when I'm in this business is that. BetMGM has helped a lot for that because we don't have enough time to prep for these interviews. Like Jim Boeheim came on, I didn't know until the day of and until like a couple hours before. And so that was a lot easier for me. But yeah, I think that was what made that Mace interview so good, Damien. It was so natural and you didn't sound nervous at all. You got to play that on KSFM.
Young goat. Damian Barley, 102.5 KSFM.
That was when he had that's when he had the waves popping. He had a little lineup.
The waves for
I
the
sent her.
babes.
I sent her the picture too.
The waves for the babes.
She hit me with a, oh, you look different. I was like, oh, and I kept waiting for like, no, you were cute back then. Nothing. Just no, you look different. I was like, oh.
All right, look.
Just a different style. Just like
stubby.
Damien's. I like this grown man, Damien. I like the grown man. I like the way they, the glasses, the hair. You got your little abs popping on Instagram. You were a little heavier then. Not to say it was bad. But
I've heard a number of different times, my wife be included, and I didn't know how to take it at first, but it's all good. It's okay. And like you are a much more handsome man than you were young man. Like she tells me all the time.
But that's a man thing. That's the best part of being a man. Is you get better. You like women outside of myself because I think I'm aging like wine in some ways. Thank you. I think I look better at 38 than I did 28. But that's money. Like that's money and like Damien said, skincare and water and like a healthier lifestyle. Like I think if I was doing what I'm doing at 27, I'd probably look better. But men in general like get better with age. I think.
Yeah,
like
I mean, it can. Some be falling off though. The Pretty Rickies from high school. Pretty Ricky, what they call him, and then you see him at 35, and it's like, oh, he didn't fell off. He didn't gain a bunch of weight, and it's not.
For sure.
So
you know what? That's
natural.
Yourself. That's natural athleticism versus working on your game to get better.
Right.
Like people like me had to work on my game to get better. Like that's what it was. And then I earned a few contracts along the way. Was able to. That's what it is. You can tie this back to sports very easily.
I had to grind.
Those guys relied on their athleticism, and once it burned out,
that's it.
They were eating McDonald's. Messing around with random thoughts, just like they've got
no digs, women.
All of a sudden you look up and you're like, wow, where did it all go wrong?
Hairline ain't there no more. You know what I mean? It's just kind of gone away. One thing I did realize when we first started talking to you, did you have the Invisalign in?
I think maybe. I think I still had to have it in for the first year. While I was trying to get it set.
Because when I was trying to get a feel for the new person that was coming on, now that Q was leaving, I was listening.
Q was with us for like a day and a half.
That's an evergreen Q comment right there.
But I was I was listening, I think, to BetMGM tonight, and I thought you had a lisp. I was like, oh, she's got a lisp or whatever the case may be.
Lady.
And then get on and obviously you don't hear nothing like that anymore. And I think back, I was like, oh, I think that was just the braces, obviously, because I had to deal with the same stuff. I was like, oh, I guess that was just the braces. It was just something random that I picked up.
A speech impediment would be tough, just to be in our business with with a lisp or some sort of weird hitch. I already feel like when I get kind of excited, my voice ticks up a little bit of a
it definitely does. Yeah, it definitely does.
And that to me is like a big source of it, not insecurity, but definitely I wish it didn't do that. And on top of that, something for folks to know, when we get into a crowded space, anyone, and I'm in a crowded space, my voice won't cut through the noise. So I have to over project and then it'll just then I call my voice like a Maserati, like it's in the shop all the time. Like it's if I go to a crowded event 2-3 days in a row, I can't talk for the next day. It starts to, you turn the key and it's, that's what it does. That's what it is. Kenny, when you heard me on BetMGM tonight, because I know you told me you're a little suspicious of having me on because of the former employer that I was at. Did you at what point did you guys say, hey, we're okay having her on? Was it like
I
the
didn't
first hit or what was it?
I didn't know you from that. I just had known you from BetMGM.
Yeah.
So not any baggage that potentially was there, I didn't have because I didn't know what happened previously. And
I only knew you were there because Danny told me. Danny's like, hey, we're switching something up. We're gonna put this girl with you. I think she's gonna be really, really good with you guys. And he was like, yeah, it's Trysta Krick. I pulled up Trysta Krick. I see what I see. And it's like, wait, what? And he was like, no, she left. Like, that's why I think you'll really like her. Like, that's not it. She's not that. Yeah. Okay. Like, all right, cool.
You know what's crazy is I thought dumb. I thought the vibe that I had with Mason Cam was gonna be what I was gonna get at Barstool. That's why I went there. I thought their dedication to comedy. I thought like the kind of F around when you're talking about sports, not take yourself too seriously, and like a big viral audience that really is dedicated. That was what I was hoping for. I just didn't realize how white and frat boy they were. Like I didn't realize how they would not resonate with my point of view or my sense of humor. And that was very evident starting month 1.
And I think our thing with you was we knew the first hit because the 9-1 video was out and you just like laughed at it and had fun with it. And it was like, okay, this is what, because we were still kind of figuring like our own stuff out at the time. So yeah, no, we knew we knew after the first hit. Like obviously we didn't know it would be this, but we knew, oh, this will work. Yeah, this will absolutely work. Obviously we could have never dreamed it would become.
Me neither. So great. I saw somebody at Summer League at the bar. They were like at the bar in Thomas and Mack with like a Sacramento Kings polo on. I think they work for the team. I don't know what capacity they work for the team. He looks at me and he goes, "You look familiar." And I go, "Well, I can tell you exactly why I look familiar." And he goes, "Why is that?" And I go, "Well, I go on Sacramento radio every Tuesday." And he goes, "Oh, D-Lo and Casey, yeah." And I was like, wow, I didn't know the team was like so into it. It's like, awesome. Can I buy your Diet Coke for you? I was like, sure.
Look, that was good. The guy decked out in Kings gear at game 1 of the playoffs had no idea.
No clue.
No idea about D-Lo and Casey.
Knew exactly who Trysta Krick was. No clue who D-Lo and Casey were at the playoffs in Sacramento.
Trysta was trying to tell him.
Trysta literally,
you're on what show?
Trying to introduce us to a Kings fan at our home arena. Yeah, no, that'll bring you down a couple of notches.
Jackass.
That'll drop your ego down quick.
It's tough. Let me ask you guys, did you guys listen to sports radio growing up?
Yeah.
I didn't.
I used to go to sleep listening to Jim Rome when I was 10, 11 years old.
I listened to radio. I didn't listen to sports talk radio.
Same. Like and maybe it's just like what we were interested in, but like I only listened to music when I was, not when I was listening to anything. If I was not watching TV and watching music videos, I barely watched like shows. It was like just BET and MTV on. And we would just sit there and watch the videos, and then we would listen to music and record record from radio to tape so that we can make our own little mixtape.
Play, pause.
Yep. So that was never, sports radio was just so foreign to me. And I think that it's like I think that's a common thing with people who grew up around and loved music, is that sports radio was just never at the top of the priority. Like it would have been insane to me to want to listen to someone else's opinions about the thing that I already had a defined opinion about.
Now, and I was the opposite. I really, really, really like music. I love sports. I love sports.
Mm.
I love sport outside of family. I love sports more than anything. I love
I
sports.
think I
love
was
competition.
6 or 7 years into my career before I ever thought, hey, sports would be interesting.
Mm.
And then I left all of it. And it wasn't until I did it that I was like, oh, I like this.
CM Punk came back home.
That's just
CM Punk,
well, no, I
yeah.
came back home last year.
Yeah.
I came back home last year when we did the 102.5 show.
Shout out Danny Fry, low key the GM Jerry West of radio. Just see
Yeah. And I think too, like I loved watching the games and I loved watching like, you know, the commentators of the game and I loved inside stuff. Loved inside stuff with Ahmad Rashad.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
meeting
My
Ahmad
main
Rashad
man.
meeting Ahmad Rashad was a big treat for me. So that was like a big thing. So sports radio is just never a part of this. Sorry, my mom is in the background trying to get involved, so that's why I might like
Mama Crick,
please
what's going
stop.
on? Which
I'm
impression
trying to
is she
tell
doing?
her she's not
We gotta
supposed
go.
to talk. We got to go to break. Well, she's not supposed to talk while I'm.
Keep listening, Mama Crick. After the commercial, I'll have an impression
We
for you. I
blew
got you.
so far past that at this point, it doesn't matter. But TK's playing hurt, so I don't want to keep you. I know you don't probably.
No,
gotta
I mean
put
you
ice
guys are
pack on.
actually as I'm talking to you. I don't know if you guys know this, and the chatty house is true for you guys as well. This is the best I've felt in 24 hours. Talking to you guys actually makes my headache go away, and I was hoping that it would.
That's weird. Usually Kenny gives me a headache, so I'm glad it has the.
Look, it's just, there's no need for you to go there. I mean, one of the things that
it's starting to
we have to
develop
do
right
with
now.
D-Lo and Casey is we've got to understand that, you know, we're really here for each other. That's really what it comes down to.
Y'all are crazy.
I hate that I find that Doc Rivers impression so funny.
Kenny, when did you start doing impressions?
Oh,
I don't know. Look, I'm an only child. You spend a lot of time talking to yourself, formulating thoughts for yourself. Those things happen. I don't know. I was probably 14, 15. I don't know.
My brother's coming to the studio on Friday.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your brother
Yeah.
look like?
Y'all will get it. Yeah, I'll save that. Y'all will get a good laugh out of this.
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
he
y'all
like
get
a brother that has like the same genetics, or like is he like Brandon Ingram's brother, where like you don't even know?
I don't
couldn't
even-
tell they're
I don't even know that reference. Now I got to look up Brandon Ingram's
No,
brother.
so I'll tell you guys the story real fast. So I interviewed Brandon Ingram. This is how I know Brandon Ingram's not a fit for the Sacramento Kings, like at all. You're happy you don't have him. He'd be an incredible player on the
Oh,
court,
Ingram.
but like Brandon Ingram. So I interview him at 8 a.m. on a Friday in LA after his rookie year. There's like this knee brace company that he's aligned with, and they have given us a one-on-one with him as a part of the commercial that he was shooting. So I talk with them. He's definitely high at 8 a.m., which is like, I'm fine with that, I guess. But like his comments are so slow. Like his responses are terrible. He's blitzed out of his mind. But he's got his brother with him. His brother is probably like 5'8", maybe 5'10", and like 300 pounds. Like, you know, like completely opposite. And he's like, and he's rebounding for Brandon Ingram. And I'm like, who's this, your friend? He's like, no, that's my little brother. I'm like, no way, that's your brother. He's like, yeah, that's my brother. I'm like, how? He's not the same skin tone. He's not the same height. He's not the same weight. He's not the same demeanor. Nothing. So I asked Brandon, can you do some dunks for us for this B-roll, like layups, dunks? He's like, nah, I'm a gunner. I said, what?
Oh, snap.
I said, what did you say? Nah, I'm a gunner, only gunning. And I said, so you're only gonna shoot from 3? Yup, no dunks, no layups. That's all I got. And I'm like, okay, we're good.
Well,
The interview didn't even run. It was so bad. But all
Oh,
I could think
no.
about was Brandon Ingram's brother being so drastically different from him.
That's hilarious. I don't even think I knew Brandon Ingram had a
I
brother.
didn't. I don't know why I would, but I didn't know.
Can you see it online? Do they have photos of it?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I think I found
Yeah.
one where the one in the orange, the burnt orange jacket. Is that the one you're looking at? I think that's it.
Yeah, I got that one. Yep. Yeah,
Pretty
and that would perfectly describe what Trysta was just talking about.
Speaking of which, speaking of like receipts, how funny was that Devin Carter pre video that came out about the black Air Force One?
It was even funnier when we looked up the price of Supreme Air Force Ones and they were like $150. Like we're not sure what Devin Carter is trying to accomplish with that line of I only wear Supreme black Air Force Ones, but I mean salute. It's odd. It's odd. It's odd.
Said to him, the outsole correct? And he goes, yes. And I said, so the upper is black, the outsole is black. So they look like still security guard shoes, correct? And he was like, but they're Supreme. And I'm like, I don't think you're getting it at all.
So he wasn't having none of it. Like he wasn't like, you crazy.
He wanted. I don't know anything about Devin Carter's background, but he was not effing with my energy at all. Like whatever I had going on, he did not find to be entertaining or funny or enjoyable. He was like, get out of here with this. Like or it could have been like, I've heard this so many times, I do not want to hear it again.
And for whatever reason, he's really passionate about this black Air Force thing.
Well, his dad was an NBA player, so maybe he doesn't even understand black Air Force energy.
His dad was a tough dude.
He was.
His dad was.
That doesn't mean he's tough.
Well, I would think. Well, he looks tough when he plays. Like
he
the
does.
film looks tough. And then I
for our sake, I hope he is.
I just don't know. I don't know why he was so offended by that. That's supposed to be like I was saying earlier, Trysta. What's the alternative? You're a crispy white Air Force guy. Is that soft? Is that a little finesse? Is that how you want to be looked at?
Like I told him, this is a compliment. Like this is, and maybe he's like, well, I don't want to be known as the guy that does the dirty work because those guys aren't stars, and I want to be a star. It's like, but bro, you went to Providence, okay? Like you're in the Big East. You're wearing all black Air Forces.
Can you refresh our memory on another part of that story? Because I might have told it in a way that didn't actually happen. Did he tell someone to go get him a drink in the middle of your conversation?
He did. Hey, go get me a drink. Hey.
Yo, this guy low. I don't tolerate the disrespect, but it's kind of funny. This guy's getting a little funny right here. Telling somebody to go get him a drink.
In the middle of like also slapping somebody down. And I told him the craziest thing, though, is he must not care about sports radio either. Because when I said, listen, I'm like a third member of the only legit Sacramento sports radio show and channel in Sacramento. And it was like, okay. And it's like, no, I don't think you really understand that, like, you're new to this space, and like, I'm not saying my opinion matters a lot, but it doesn't not matter at all, So like treating me like, all right, go on.
Yeah, no, Devin Carter will be eviscerated until further notice. Like he got smoked with D-Lo and KC until he doesn't.
Like, I know it's all cute. I got my little chains on or whatever, but like, I'm a petty bitch, okay? And like, you were a part of getting rid of a person I loved on this Kings team, Davion Mitchell. Like, so we already are off to a bad start with this. And he was a gentle soul and nice every time I saw him. And you're kind of the opposite right now.
Get ready to get lost.
Did you see when Crandall got a hold of one of Trysta's tweets?
No, I didn't see this.
Which one did he get a hold of?
So let's set the stage for Trysta.
Oh man.
Jim Crandall was a sports anchor here, but he was like for like 40 years. Right?
Sacramento legend.
Yeah.
Sacramento legend.
He's I'm sure well into his 60s and beyond, maybe
60s to play it safe.
60s. And he's on Twitter, but he's notorious on Twitter for like it wouldn't the most Jim Crandall thing would be to tweet right now that Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. Like he's a few days late. And he retweeted something. I think it was your breakdown of DeMar. And like you were conveying excitement about DeMar DeRozan. And Crandall quote tweets it. Something like, I don't know who this lady is, but this is a really entertaining, this is a cute little rant or something like that. And of course, you know, the chatty house get like, yeah, that's Trysta Krick. She's on every week for like the last 4 years. And I don't think he knows how the replies work. So he just kind of left them there. But Crandall got a hold of your DeMar DeRozan video and the chatty house had some fun with it.
He was like, oh, I don't know where this young lady came from, but these are salient points. This is cute.
That sounds about
That's
right.
about right. Yeah.
Sacramento legend. Right. Sacramento legend.
Legend for sure.
Yes.
He's a legend for sure. Yeah. Not the best at social media, but he been
But
around.
listen, not everybody can be. Even Magic Johnson, I think he has
That's
enough
gotta
money
be.
to hire someone to do this. It's now become almost like a thing, you know, like a joke. You
Yeah, thanks, Magic.
We don't want Magic to tweet any other way, but every time I see it, I'm like, yep, that's from Magic Johnson's account.
It's if Magic ever tweeted like an actual point, like I'd be like, what is this?
Like, settle down.
Who hacked Magic? Like, who hacked Magic's Twitter account is essentially like a box score. It's just the first sentence of the
Tough
AP
loss
lead address.
from my Commanders today.
Magic impression.
They
Great.
lost 35-10 and had 5 turnovers. If we want to win, we've got to take care of the football.
And that's it. And that's the end. And you're
That's
like,
it. That's the end of the tweet.
yep, that's why you're not getting on to TNT, Magic. Like you serve absolutely zero purpose in the
Magic did have multiple analyst jobs, which is still funny to this day. Whose game is it? It's Michael Jordan's game.
They were talking about replacing Chuck with him, and I'm like, no, we can't. We cannot do that. Like that would be like going from like cookies and cream to like vanilla. You know, we can't have that.
It's just not in the cards. Just not in the cards.
We are locked in to it is what it is. We cannot wait for Thursday.
Thursday's gonna be a trip, guys.
Y'all gotta
gonna be a trip.
Tap in Thursday. It is what it is. It drops before our show drops. Not only will you be able to see what we're talking about, you'll be able to see it in full. And we're excited to see what may happen next.
It'll be Cam, Mace, and Statistics Lady.
Statistics Lady. Good thing my boss's boss is on vacation this whole week.
Oh, imagine that. Imagine that. We love you, TK. Hope you feel better.
Love you guys.
Thank you, TK.
That's Trysta Krick. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. We'll
TK FaceTime me for my birthday. I picked up the FaceTime this time.
That's a shoot. Yep, that's a shoot. I was with him when that happened. And then he launched into a 20-minute Cam and Mace impression. So
Yo, we gotta go to break, man.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
Thank you,
Sacramento
Mace.
Sports Leader.
Yep, thank you.
It's ESPN 1320. I like your style.
I saw it click. I was like, oh, it's good. He got it. Yep. It's actually your time. Do you want to get up?
You can get up. You can get up. I'll do it.
I'm just gonna go get my shoes.
Man, big ups to everyone who wished me happy birthday here on social media or whatever. Yeah, felt the love, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Come on. Don't go, baby. Don't go, baby. Oh, I won't lay right next to you.
I better log into this now.
It's gonna be a quick switch, y'all. It's gonna be a quick switch.
Super quick. We're gonna be Usain Bolt at 355. I'm gonna pour me up a double shot of whiskey. Okay. Thank you.
Normal segment, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jesse just made the breaks a little bit longer.
What is that, chump man?
Talk about it, Coach JT.
Michael send you something again, Casey?
No. Nobody
You hear
sent
that?
anything. I just see something.
And KC gets emails from Michael Jordan.
That's not an email. What's this guy talking? Both of them. What the hell?
Grown up party this Friday.
Hey yo.
Sundresses and linen suits. Let's go.
Hey yo.
Okay.
Look at old boy. Windhorse in a different get up. In a polo, top button, unbuttoned.
Still standing 3 feet from the camera, though.
Dude, yeah, relax. Move the camera away. Or hold up a newspaper. Just let us know you're okay.
I think I caught him. Maybe it was on Get Up or Sports Center. I think it was Sports Center. When he got over there, the airline lost his bag.
Oh, the airline's been crazy. I think it was Delta.
Yeah, that's what I've been
Delta's
seeing.
a disaster.
Jeez.
That's why you just fly private.
He said he had to order a bunch of polos from Amazon because it was the only thing that would get there the next day. 916. I'm sorry. This push notification got my attention. Well done, Bleacher Report. Says Josh Allen's new chain. Oh, that's a nice chain. That's a nice chain. It's a heart. It looks like a heart. Oh, I needed to see Josh Allen's new chain. Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, big dog?
You already Oh man, just vibing, man. Waiting for this. What's that? The 1,000 show, bro. That's gonna be crazy, though.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
for man.
Yes,
August
indeed.
21st. Yes, sir.
Indeed.
For sure. Give me a minute, Jesse. Hey, Kenny, how was your birthday yesterday, bro? Was it good?
It was all good, man. I was blessed, man. I had a good time. Good time with good people, family, and everything, man. So it was all good.
For sure, for sure. I'm just taking it light today, bro. Like, no Kings, no Niners. I guess BA, you know what I mean, reported he still won his money. I'm not really mad at him, but he said I'm going to show up. Check it out. Hey, and D-Lo, I didn't know that dude was black, bro. Me and my wife was laughing at that. That song you was just singing, Pour Me a Double Shot of Whiskey.
Yeah.
Black, bro.
He was on Beyonce's album.
Bro, I didn't listen. I didn't go that deep into it. I just heard the song, and I was like, okay, this is a cool little get, right? The whole time, bro, I thought, listen, I did not think bro was black, bro. Until you see it blew my wig. I said, are you serious?
Yeah, man, he out there doing his
This
thing.
black
I
country
heard,
artist. He
I heard
didn't want to
another
go that
song.
deep into him, but he. It's like
I heard
country
another song
artist.
that he did. It's cool. I like.
I actually like him, and I think you said this. We'll say this on this show. We won't say it on the other one. I don't like the version of the song we play with the Jaquan beat. It feels like unnecessary. I get it, but I don't. But the song by itself, it's a cool record. Like him as an artist, he's pretty dope.
Yeah, he's doing his thing too, man.
Mhm.
You know, I salute that for sure, man. So
he
big ups
might
to him.
be out here relatively soon. We're Complex and I were working on some things yesterday. We'll see what happens, but
Okay.
we got a couple of things that could be popping off over the next month that y'all gotta tap in for.
Stay with us, man. Come on.
But so the gist of the call was he didn't know Shabuzi was black.
Pretty much. He's,
All right.
well, the gist of the call is he just
Absolutely.
wanted to hang out.
No, it's fine.
Just
Hey, it's
vibing.
vibes. Ain't no
He's
wrong
just
with that.
vibing. Hey, you
No
know,
wrong with that.
you know, I was thinking yesterday a little bit more about that meteorite situation. And the more I think about it, the more that was just the save face from TNT. They can't match. Because
yeah.
Because we're talking about the dollar figure.
Show everyone we tried.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
We can make it work with the dollar figure, but we wondered why the NBA was so went through with everything with the other partners and all this other stuff and seemed so confident that it wouldn't fall through with TNT matching. It's because they can't match the streaming aspect of it.
Yeah.
Max, Warner, all this other stuff. They can't match Amazon with the streaming stuff, and they couldn't match broadcasting with the other two.
Mhm.
And I think Warner knows that.
Mhm.
But you had to go out there and do some stuff. And then the other thing about it is that we didn't even pay attention. They started spending money once the NBA was gone. TNT did.
Once they thought they were going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Was it on the tennis?
It
They
was
get the French
tennis,
Open.
and they got college football.
That's right. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm sure maybe they've got another 1.8 billion to do it, but when
Not according to Bill Simmons, who said they're cash poor.
that was still harsh. That was very harsh.
He might not be wrong, by the way,
No,
because that's
no.
been the thing is what can Warner Brothers really afford to do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, clearly they got money somewhere because they purchased the rights that you just referenced there a moment ago.
Yeah.
Wait, so what's the end game for them though? Like matching, knowing that they can't.
So knowing that the NBA keeps them out, knowing that they can't actually match what's in the contract, but I think you could have saved face by bowing out gracefully. And this the thing that's tough for me when the one thing that's kind of given me a hiccup in your theory, which I think there's validity to, but I can't get over them starting that third paragraph with the word regrettably. And I think if I remember the sentence correctly, regrettably, the NBA has chosen to, do whatever they wrote.
Well,
It's like this feels contentious.
Well, it's almost the way I look at that is you can say whatever you want because it's over. So you can put in little regrettablies and little stuff
bow
like
out
that.
gracefully, man.
Or
come on, man, you have a 40 year history or whatever, 30 years. Bow out gracefully.
do you want to bow out gracefully or do you want to say, hey, I tried. We tried.
Everyone knows you tried. Like, hey, we don't have the like. We're working with Max right now to change the perception of our streaming, capabilities. Like, we'll be in full force for the French Open or whatever they acquired. We can't match what Amazon has offered or what NBC has offered.
What was out there? What had been out there before them matching was their number one guy calling them idiots and talking about how they keep on referencing back to the time, I think about a year ago, when they said we don't need the NBA.
Yeah, that was
and
the
that's
kiss of death.
That's
Yeah.
what's out there. And even if you know you're not getting it, you can try to help change that narrative by saying, look, no, we showed with our money that we want the NBA.
Yeah.
It just wasn't in the cards.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of what it is. And maybe you if you really do want the NBA and you're trying to bring it back, maybe there's an outside chance that they find a way to add a fourth partner.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, all right, maybe you come to the
You
table
don't
and
have
you
to be
say,
gone forever.
Mhm.
Like it could be gone now, but not that doesn't mean NBA basketball can never be back on TNT.
Right.
But how it ends could play a role in that. Like you don't want to have to wait out CEOs and presidents and all of that stuff to have a relationship again. There's no reason for this relationship to end poorly.
Right.
It felt like you were, at least from an NBA standpoint, and I guess this is easier for me to say, that the NBA was prepared for an amicable split where TNT was like, don't leave me. I still love you. And, it's created a bit of a, there's this weird like purgatory because it's like, well, now what? Because we knew there was a, despite the fact it feels like this has been finalized forever, it hasn't been.
Mm-hmm.
The TNT got this, the Warner Brothers Discovery, they got this 6 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
There was a window of 5 days. On the 5th day, they made the announcement that they were going to match, and they did all of their paperwork. There's no end now. It's not like, well, now I still can't get past the NBA is just declined.
It's the no.
The NBA wrote in the contract, hey, you guys have the right to match. And TNT was like, great, I match. And the NBA just goes, no. Mm-mm.
Yo, that's wild.
We changed our mind. You don't have the right to match. Well, no, it's here in writing. But that's fine. We decline. Thank you.
Crazy for that one.
Like, what is next? Like, I have no idea other than the NBA's lawyers are going to call Warner Brothers Discovery's lawyers. And it's like, I feel like NBA's people are just calling going, you can't do this, right? Well, we've got the money. Yeah, but you don't have the capabilities.
Right.
You don't have the ability to do what we need. And what makes it worse is everyone knows it's Amazon because of there's probably a lot of interpretive language when it comes to streaming and Amazon and Warner Brothers Discovery. There's nothing to interpret when it comes to NBC. Like, you can't do that. Right. So you're not matching our deal with ESPN and Disney. You can't match this deal because we've got broadcast television. There's only one that could possibly be in discussion. So NBC's just out here telling everybody, we got 100 games. We got the conference finals. Actually learned this morning they got the WNBA finals.
The
NBC.
Ooh.
That is massive for the W.
Mm.
Yeah, they got the WNBA finals.
That's a good look. That's a real good look.
That's a great look for the league.
Real good look. I wonder how Disney and Amazon feel about this. Disney and ESPN. About kind of a little bit of a reduced role. Feels like NBC is coming in as the number one. Now the ABC still gets the finals, so maybe that's all they're really worried about.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure
it feels like NBC.
I don't think it.
Wow.
So do you think it's because you think they feel like the number one because the amount of games that they have?
Amount of games they're going to get an exclusive on Tuesday when football ends, and they're probably going to get your best.
I think they got the All-Star game too.
NBC did?
Yeah.
And they're probably going to get your best Sunday game. Like they're going to treat that like they did with ABC. when ABC, when they finally went to Sunday, you know what I mean? Football was done.
Yeah.
And they go to Sundays. You're getting Lakers, Mavericks,
Yeah.
you know, with Luka or whatever the case may be. That's going to go to NBC.
Getting Kings Celtics.
Finals
preview
rematch.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, but I think I think you answered your own question. That's all fun and that's fine. The finals, they're going to ABC. They're going to Disney.
Yeah.
And with the finals comes the Kenny Caraway special, ABC, and you can go over to ESPN News and get shoulder programming, and you can go to ESPN Classic if that's still a thing and watch something else, and go to ESPN 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. Go to the app and watch whatever you want, whatever version of the NBA Finals that you want.
I pulled this up just for giggles, as they would say.
Do you giggle?
Well, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And HBO Max subscribers. This was something called Flix Patrol. Worldwide, 86.6 million subscribers.
What's the year of this?
This year, 2024.
Okay.
Amazon Prime, 200 million.
So that's, it's cool. It's deceptive as hell, but
it is.
It's
it is
because no one goes, you know what? I really need to watch. What was it? They had a show that I really liked with Jim from The Office. I can't remember what it was called. It's a fantastic show, but no one goes, I really need to see this, so I'm going to subscribe to Amazon Prime. No, I need toothpaste in 2 hours. So
Jack Ryan?
Jack Ryan. That's what it is. Yeah, that show's fire. People are subscribing to Amazon Prime for completely different reasons. But it don't matter.
It don't matter.
It don't matter.
The numbers say 200 mil.
And if the numbers say 200 mil, numbers are 200 mil. Peacock's really high too, isn't it?
Peacock is actually really low.
Word?
34 million, according to this website. Peacock is number 11 on the list worldwide. Now, there's a couple that I don't know, like Euros Now.
Prime is one?
Netflix is one.
Netflix has more than
by a wide margin, actually, too.
Wow.
It's 277 million subscribers.
Wow.
Worldwide. Disney Plus is third. And then Tencent Video. Never heard of them.
That sounds like something terribly inappropriate.
IQLYL. Never heard of them. They're 5. And then HBO Max, Paramount, Hulu, Apple, Euros Now, and then Peacock.
That's crazy.
The Zone is 22 on the list.
Oh, number 22. Yeah. Oh, it's 22 million. Like, that's insane.
No, but they do.
Didn't
have
somebody
million.
just get knocked out on the Zone this weekend?
Yeah, the guy that I said, where's Drew Down at? Because I told everybody Jake Paul is going to knock this guy out like a bum. And that's exactly what he did.
Oh, it wasn't Jake Paul that I saw do it. It was some other. This guy fell on.
Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah, the black guy got knocked out.
I wasn't going to point out. I don't know. MAGA Caraway here. I don't know why you had to point that out.
Oh, no, don't.
But he's the one who face planted, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, that was nasty. That showed up on my social media.
He was winning the fight too.
Almost hit you up like, who's this?
I would have been like, I have no idea.
No, so you didn't know who any of that was. Oh, okay.
That was what they call, I think, misfits boxing. Like when they get Jake Paul and them all together. It's like,
so that was on the card.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I definitely know it was on the Zone, so that I guess that makes sense.
That was on that card, but
I can't believe Peacock is so low on that list. That's fascinating. Who is there? Do you still have it in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Who? So, is there anyone else 100 plus? Because you had Netflix first,
Netflix,
Amazon,
and Disney.
And what's Disney?
153.
Oh, so they're 100 plus.
Okay. Those are the 3 that we know of that are 100 plus.
Man, Disney
only
blew
2 are 200 plus.
Disney blew up quick, man. Salute. If Peacock's app wasn't such a bundle of garbage, maybe more people would subscribe to it.
Yeah,
because that app is absolute ass.
I know. I wonder how they count this too. Do they count the people with TV subscriptions? Because that's my subscription. It's not necessarily a Peacock
So
subscription.
you log in through the app, though, right?
Right, through the app.
So my
with my
assumption,
TV information.
yeah, but my assumption is when you log in, that's how they log the subscriber. Because there are people who get like I got. I don't think I get it anymore. Peacock for free because of like an Xfinity subscription to internet subscription.
Yep.
But I still have to log in. I think when you log in, that's the subscriber. Of course, that's
You gotta
just
step the game up, man. You gotta step the game
They do. Well, this will help.
basketball will help, yes.
Yeah, this will help.
And then they also didn't they do something crazy like
I think the Olympics might help.
The Olympics might help. But then they do oh no, it's just the rating. Like they did like 22 for that playoff game. Like a 22 rating or something like that for the Dolphins Chiefs game. And then the NFL was like the highest streamed
22 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
It was like the highest streamed event ever or something like that.
NFL playoff game stream. Yeah, we're Googling on the internet. What's the problem?
Yeah, average of 23 million viewers, making it the most streamed game in NFL history.
So I can't make that math work. There's 33 million subscribers, and 23 million of that 33 million.
Hey, Tua
Watch that game.
Tagovailoa is a draw.
Man, what time is it? It's Tua time.
Please pay him, please.
Man, there's your boy on stage.
Yeah, there is. Kyle Shanahan speaking. I can't hear him because it's muted. I wonder what he'd sound like right now.
No.
I mean,
no need
Brandon
for that.
is gonna be here and stuff, and when we get out here for training camp and stuff, it's gonna be we're just gonna do what we can and stuff.
That one needs more work. Why do you call for that one? This isn't a good one.
It's just one of those things, Brandon. We got a relationship and and stuff, and you just
deep breath, bro.
Just gotta work it out. It's gonna help out a lot, but
him speaking like a pug
and stuff. It just just sometimes it's gonna work itself out, but it's stuff at the end of the day.
If you
It's just a business.
Cut it like the length in which you do the impression in half, it'd be more bearable. I haven't heard a thing about any of these Cowboys signing
Which is
contracts.
crazy because I saw a stat yesterday. CeeDee Lamb, we talking about Brandon Aiyuk. CeeDee Lamb had like 1,700 yards receiving.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb is like him and Brandon Aiyuk should not be negotiating in the same territory.
I feel like every time Jerry Jones talks about it, like, oh Jerry, like you got to pay these guys eventually. Yeah, we got to pay them, and then just kind of stops there.
Well, I heard him the other day say, "Well, we got to pay these guys, and when you own a team, that's what you've got to do. You got to make sure the salary works. But I just want to win a Super Bowl so bad.
You know what?
It really upsets me that we have.
You know what? The only good news that I have is that he doesn't do this on the other station. So I know in an
Jerry
hour this
Jones
will stop.
with the 420 hit of
Like,
the day. I just really liked Fabulous when he was out.
Well, it's
he's
sicko
one of
mode
those.
today.
Travis Scott, he's
Thank
from
you.
Texas, and I know he's
Well,
from
he is.
Houston,
Well,
but he's a guy that the Cowboys
Okay.
really targeted.
So the Cowboys targeted Travis Scott, huh? All right. So this says, okay, this 33 million number has to be wrong.
33. What's the 33 number?
The Peacock
subscription?
subscribers,
Oh.
because the average that people watch, the average number of people that watch the Tua time was 23 million. 28 million people checked that out, which means only 5 million people without the 5 million people with the Peacock service didn't watch.
Another source has them at 34 million.
My goodness, man, that is great. That I don't know if that's crazy for NBC or crazy for the NFL.
There's got to be something we're missing in the way it was reported about how they average these 23 million viewers. There's got like something like that doesn't make sense. Unless Peacock just has a direct audience.
The percentages just say that is impossible.
Peacock's audience is literally just WWE and NFL fans, I guess.
I guess so. I wonder what the most streamed. Oh, it was WrestleMania. That's what it was. They always say it was the most streamed event in our history, but they never tell you like how many people streamed it.
I mean, do you really know people with like a Peacock subscription though? Like
Yeah,
people don't like
we
we
all
have
have
it because we
one.
watch The Office or like the NFL or something like that, or just like that stuff. But like I feel like people don't have it for the reason you'd have Netflix or anything like those. Like we like because
Yeah.
WWE and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know
Everyone,
what?
like I don't think I've ever like come across someone who had that subscription.
No, I was
Really?
about to say I ain't even gonna say it, bro.
Say it.
'Cause I can't. No, I'm
Say
not.
it.
I ain't gonna say it till 313, man. Because people just be, nah, hell no, hell no. I ain't doing it.
Say it.
Now, look. I'll let you say it.
I just walked the
I'll
line
allude
right
to
now.
what it
I
is.
just walked the line right now.
You hear people say Netflix and chill all the time, right? Have you ever heard that the other way?
What? I don't know what you're saying.
No, you know what I'm saying.
Say it.
You know.
You're a coward.
Yeah. Honestly, we won't go to break.
You
until
guys know
say
what
it.
I'm saying.
I don't even know
Go
what
ahead
you're
and say
referring
it.
to.
Go ahead and say it. You got like a premium peacock.
What are you gonna say?
No, Tabo, you say it. You guys put in the check. Go ahead. I ain't saying it.
What's wrong with
I'm not doing
Peacock
it.
and chill?
Yo. Hey, so what? Where we at? Ref, where we at?
Play
where
on.
we at?
Play on.
Oh.
See, Kenny trying to get a new trend started.
See, now they're throwing names in the chat.
Well,
Yo, wait a minute. This
Wait.
has gone too far
Look what you
already.
did. You instigated all
you
of
did.
this.
What do you mean?
Wow.
You can't
Well-
start a fire and go, man, this really got out of
Look,
control.
because I work and I broadcasting to a bunch of children in here, I couldn't speak freely, and I just was like, nah, let me not say it, because I was like, yeah, you hear people say Netflix and chill. Have you ever heard them? I was like, nah, let me not. I don't want to say it. I'm cool.
No, see, but you could have thought all of that and not have said anything.
I was about to say, and as I was about to say it, I had to stop. I said, no, I'm not gonna say that. See, and now look, it's got Warren.
You got to get back in the
Warren's
lab,
crazy,
bro.
yo.
Yeah, Warren, that was insane, bro. Warren, chill out.
I didn't even see what Warren said.
No, Warren lost his mind.
Take a lap, Warren.
Okay, Warren.
Fence him back.
All right.
Lost his mind.
Warren, for the first time in the show's history, is on timeout. Warren.
Oh, and then you knew
And
Drew
he's fined.
You knew Drew Down was gonna get in there.
Oh,
Come on, man.
Drew Down lives for
Come
moments like
on.
this.
Show's cooked. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
This show was cooked at like noon.
We'll just use the same
We
rundown
started
tomorrow.
the show with pocket watching,
I swear we had like 2 King segments too.
and all we got to was Devin Carter and his stupid ass obsession over Supreme shoes.
Oh man, look at Hannah Storm, man, still doing her thing. Talking to my girl Kimberly Martin.
Did you look at that? ESPN still talking Jets.
Yo, this is how they started the morning, was talking the Jets.
I didn't.
That's
know
a big deal, though. Hassan
Yeah.
Reddick. That's a like.
So they
if he
traded
decides
for
not
him.
to come to work, that's a problem.
They traded for him and weren't committed to giving him a contract.
Well, if they are, they haven't given it to him yet.
Why would you trade for
I have
him?
no clue.
Classic Jets.
Why would you trade for him? And say, we're not sure we're going to give you a contract.
It's like signing a 39-year-old quarterback and not building your offensive line.
Yeah, did that problem get fixed? Like, is Aaron Rodgers not on the verge of death every time he drops back?
Nothing Vibes can do.
Oh man, week 1.
Well,
Niners,
good
Jets,
thing he's
Monday Night
like,
Football.
good thing he's a
It's gotta be
doctor
Casino.
and all of
Why
that.
build your offensive line when you can just put Devontae Adams rumors out there?
Well, why build an offensive line when you can just, put a washcloth on your knee and be fine the next day? Or
Did you see he was in the 90s again for the top 100 now in NFL?
no,
He was like 91 or something.
that's funny.
I ain't gonna say nothing about Aaron Rodgers until after week 1.
Well,
I need a win.
there you go.
I need a win.
I'm with it. We'll come back. Jason Jones will be with us, so it's not like things are going to get better.
Jason, your thoughts on Seth Rollins being the guest referee?
Oh, he'll be so hyped for that question.
Edison saying, "God damn it!"
Well, you know what? We could have the conversation about the most famous rapper alive.
Good.
Which Jason
Good.
would love that. The man from the New York Times joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Get him, Asia.
He's just so dope. need to hear Jason. That was such a work with Liv and Rhea and Dom last night. That was such a work. I love it though. I love it. Liv was so over the top. You knew this ain't real. This ain't real.
So we're just gonna live in a world where Ray just never puts Dom over, huh?
Yep. No, I think we're gonna live in a world where Ray never fucking retires.
It's my favorite bit.
He just wrestles forever. I mean, Ray just got Ray could be a grandpa like at any minute. It's wild. Wow, I'm a dick. Ray's only 49.
When did he start at WCW?
He must have been like 18 or 19 when he started.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to do the math right now.
When Nitro started again? 95?
5 around there, I think.
So we round up, we say 30 years ago. Yeah, he was like 18, 19. Wow. Salute, Ray. My bad. My bad, Ray.
Man, just trying to stay in shape and you're just hating. Wow.
No, that's for real. My bad, Ray. Man, I don't need you on my TV anymore for the record.
Well,
but
let your
still.
son win for once.
Well, do that. I did see the Uncle Howdy segment, Audrey. I did see that. I saw Uncle Howdy, and I saw the Nikki Cross segment. The anything related to the Wyatts, I saw that.
Shout out Chad Gable.
Which and that's the other weird thing.
Why are they beating him up too?
Right.
Yeah.
That like why him? Because I don't know how beating up Chad Gable gets you over. Hey, what is this that says what is that?
That's the Devin Carter video.
Oh, it's the what is that? Oh, it's the Devin Carter
That's it.
video.
I said somebody hack Ham's Wi-Fi.
I know. I saw that. I thought the same thing earlier.
I noticed it when Trysta was on, and I thought, what is that? Maybe her phone? Like, maybe she was on a computer. Like, what happened? D'Lo hates Rey Mysterio like KC hates Harrison Barnes. That's not true. I just can't believe. I mean, Ray being 49 is crazy.
Casey hates Harrison Barnes way more too.
That's true.
I do not hate Harrison.
He likes him more now that he's gone. I have a card to prove it.
Harrison's my dog.
Joe Burrow looking like Cody Rhodes is crazy.
Joe Burrow's top 5, right?
I mean, yeah, just off the top of my head, probably.
Angel went over to Paris. There's a or London, or I'm sure she's going to go to Paris. There's a picture of her, Katie, and Steph sitting courtside at the game.
Man, I really miss pizza sometimes. Like real pizza. Not that stuff they're showing on the screen right now, but bold prediction, Purdy will be in the top 10 on the top 100. So what is this another ESPN list?
NFL Network.
Oh, okay. This is the big reveal.
I follow her on Instagram. I get a kick out of Kimberly Martin because I think she's really short. The little ladies that be speaking so matter of factly. I'm gonna try and find out how tall she is. My guess is she's 5'1". This is a lie.
6'3".
They say she's 5'6". There's no way she's 5'6".
What says she's 5'6"?
The internet.
No, internet ain't never been wrong. So
yeah, no way. I'm calling cap. Big Za.
I don't think she's as short as you think she is.
Every time she stands next to somebody, she's the shortest person in the picture.
Well, she is, but she's standing next to Damian Woody here, but she does have heels on, so maybe she.
But everything says she's 5'6".
Hey, salute to all women who walk around in those things because I don't know how y'all do it. That just seems so ungodly uncomfortable.
Shout out to the ones who run in them.
That's crazy too.
Why do they do that?
Oh, you ever seen a girl running some hills?
Yeah, like just
trying to catch the boober or whatever.
Just don't go to Old Sac.
That's athlete right
Well,
there.
don't go yet. You go to Old Sac, you're cooked. that heel getting, that's a tough one. I've seen it many times.
Well, look,
many nights after sidelines.
All the ladies in Sacramento, you guys work on your game with your heels and everything because that may be where Malik's is.
No.
Oh, we ain't going to Old Sac with Malik's.
I don't want Malik's in Old Sacramento.
It's gonna be where the old Tunnel was. Or we could go right across the street where Hung King Lounges. That's a nice size space right there.
We can't do Malik's at Old Sacramento.
Yeah,
I don't want it's like the Hollywood of Sac. Like, we gotta put it somewhere.
I don't want Malik's in Old Sacramento. I'd rather it be.
Let that belong to Joe's Crab Shack.
Why don't we talk to Uncle V? Get one of the get some of the space. You know, maybe there's something open next to Haagen-Dazs and we can have it right outside the.
Well, that's too small. We need Malik's gonna be popping.
Malik's is gonna be
popping. So we're gonna need a little space. It can't be too big. We're gonna need a little space.
We can't even figure out where to do the 1,000 show, and we're trying to open Malik.
Yeah, I've been kind of wondering. We've been kind of talking about the 1,000 shows. When are we gonna do that at?
Right there.
Yeah, right there in front.
As Aaron
we're
says,
gonna do it like live. We're 94.
As Aaron says, 50 feet to the left.
Oh,
I think we're gonna do it right there. Like we're gonna have to figure out like the RSVP process because space will be like limited, and we'll have like a live show for everybody to come to like 2 weeks later. But I think it'll be right there in that room. The problem is they're building that room out for something else, and I don't know when it's going to be done. But the building of that is taking up space, so we have.
Yeah, I don't know.
And we also can't have that signage on our show.
Yeah.
So we have things to figure out, but the final boss is in on it.
Mm-hmm.
The tribal chief had a very sarcastic response, so I'm not really sure what he wants. And he knows we want food. Ben wants to be here. Black Label 916. I was going to reach out to our man Brett Barish, see if we could, get him to be a part of the show. But we're going to plan something for August 21st, and we've thrown some things in the Discord already to kind of measure, see whatever. Maybe you think we could get Jason Jones to drive all the way to Sacramento to be a part of our 1,000 show?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, if he comes down there, he can't be wearing that crap.
I think it looks nice. Got the nice.
Out of here, man. Giants lost again to the Dodgers last.
It's funny. You got a White Sox hat on, yelling at him about a Dodgers.
Well, look, hey, man,
Yeah, White Sox hat, Sac State. Yeah.
Shout out Sac State, Stingers up, baby.
I remember when I allegedly got one of those jerseys, but
Coach said he had one.
Yeah, I guess Coach. I guess Coach took it to LSU with him, and never really happened. So everybody, Jason, you're the perfect person to bring in. Jason Jones of the New York Times, that is the perfect person to bring into this conversation. The Family Feud video that came out about the greatest rapper of all time, and that got me hooked. I watched that entire thing waiting to see who was going to be revealed as number one, and it wound up being Snoop. And I know you probably don't have a problem with that, but one thing Kenny and I talk about all the time is it wasn't like Snoop is carrying the Olympic torch into the Olympic Stadium on Friday to hand off to the final person who's gonna take it the final relay and light the cauldron. That's insane. That is like a different level of stardom.
Playing off my little camera. I don't know what happened. There we go. Better. There we go.
This was like a dream scene.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was actually just like messaging my editor about like think about being in Long Beach in 1992, 93. and then going through the murder trial and all that stuff, and like being in the face of cannabis when cannabis was illegal, and he was like, it was a terrible thing. You would have never told me that in 2024 he'd be like one of America's most loved people.
Yeah, for real.
It is one of the more stunning, like turnarounds. And I think a legit argument could be made that Snoop is the greatest rapper of all time. When you take it to totality, everything, the catalog, the fame, the kind of like cross, genre things, you could make an argument. I'm not necessarily saying that's the actual argument, or that's how I necessarily feel, but he's in the discussion.
I agree with that.
He's in the discussion. The catalog ain't there.
That's what I was thinking too. The
catalog. Everything else is there. The catalog ain't there for me.
I disagree. Maybe I know I am from Long Beach. I'm probably a little biased. I disagree. I think
but what I would say,
then again, I think Jay-Z's catalog is overrated.
Well,
he got too many albums with too many skips for me.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I mean,
what's his best album?
Probably The Blueprint.
Okay. No,
I think reasonable doubt, but I ain't never drove like from the Bay to LA and said I'm gonna listen to Jay-Z the whole time. And that's not to say that he's not, but I can't do 5 straight hours of Jay-Z.
But you're not putting the Dogfather on to get you down there, are you?
Oh, wait.
But I got way more. I can skip the Dogfather. I got way more heat than that. I would argue Snoop has more albums I can enjoy than Jay-Z.
That's where you lose me.
Yeah,
I mean that in my lifetime.
There's some albums here I've never even heard.
Yeah, Snoop's discography kind of falls off a cliff.
He got an album called Kool-Aid. I had never heard this album before. It features the song Super Crip. Like,
I remember Super Crip. I didn't know it was on Kool-Aid. I remember that song though. You can make the argument, and here's what I would say about what Jason just said. The catalog doesn't measure up to a lot of those guys at the top, but it's good enough to hold up in the conversation, right? Like he may not be an A+ in the catalog, but he's a B-, and if he's A's everywhere else,
he might give him
the cumulative score to have that argument.
He might be A+ in a couple categories, because when you talk about, this is what Jason was saying a second, you talk about the level of fame that he has, it might be unmatched.
He's the most famous rapper maybe ever. I talked about it earlier when we were doing the other show, Jason. I said the only one that might compare, and maybe there's two because of this, but the only one that might compare is LL Cool J because of the TV.
Or Will Smith.
I always forget Will Smith is a rapper. God damn it.
I always forget Will Smith is a rapper.
And every time I forgot what was he on? Was it like the Grammys or something? And these kids were like, what is he doing? They're like, oh yeah, like
I think he was on the BET Awards too.
Yeah, my kids, like my youngest is like, what is going on? Why is the dude from Men in Black rapping? Like, why is the dude from Bad Boys rapping? I'm like, he used to like really do that.
I think it's okay to
Queen Latifah's in the conversation.
Queen Latifah as well. Yeah, I think it's okay to classify Will Smith and put him in the category as an actor. No disrespect to his rapping and all this other stuff, but to me, he's if you have to define Will Smith, he's an actor before he's an entertainer. Rapper. That's fine, but he's not. Rapper is not what he is
anymore.
He won a Grammy.
He wasn't bad at it or nothing like that. But you look at it on the flip side. R.I.P. Snoop is a rapper.
Because Missionary's coming out this year.
Geez. And what does it follow up?
It's the sequel to Doggy Style. That's what I've heard. You've heard, about this, right?
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, shout out to Long Beach at its finest. Like I said, I'm admittedly biased because he's from my neighborhood. So what Snoop means to me is a little bit different than what it means to probably somebody else. I'm admittedly biased.
Yeah, but in this discussion, though, that doesn't mean you're like wrong.
Yeah, when you talk about just like fame, like little kids know who Snoop is. Like they don't know about doggy style, but they're like, oh, there's Snoop.
Right.
Like they just know he's Snoop. And I mean, it's still crazy because you couldn't have told me back in 93 that like I'd have kids who knew who Snoop was like 30 plus years later, and that like he'd still be as popular as that. I mean, I think he's more popular.
I agree.
Than he's ever been, which is wild. Like, man had TV shows. He's been in movies, shows with Martha Stewart. I mean, there's really not much he hasn't done at this point, and I'm looking forward to his commentary. I just want to see him do the equestrian again at the Olympics.
Apparently, he's been banned from 3 different countries at different points in his life.
I believe it, yeah.
And that wasn't even during the murder trial. This was within like the last couple of decades.
That was probably some weed stuff.
Yeah, well, he was banned.
He
He was banned from Norway because of weed, for sure. Well, looks the same to be true for Australia.
Wow, damn, you can't go back to Australia no more?
Well, no, he can go. So the Norway ban was 2 years. Australia looked to be a little over a year. Oh, man, the United Kingdom was a solid 4 years.
Wow. Got banned from the UK. That's crazy.
That is
now look at him. You're going to be running. He's going to have a torch in Paris, which is kind of which is so fitting that he would have a torch. You know.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. The man, the person, like made everything happen. But is it unfair to say the name helped a little bit with a certain Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg, like that? I think that
so if he was Calvin Brodus, you don't think it would have the same?
I don't know if he was C Bro, you know what I mean, the rapper. I don't know if it Snoop Dogg and Snoopy being so synonymous. Maybe not with this generation as much, but the Martha Stewart generation, right? Snoopy. Oh, that's
it's such a disarming nickname. Like,
yeah, that's right.
You know, you think about it, you know,
right.
You know, before every rapper's name was a reference to being like some like OG or like a reference. Remember the whole era in the 80s, the era in the 80s where everyone's name was a reference to cocaine, like,
Brother Lynch,
blah blah blah, ski rock, everything was a drug, you know. Oh, and
Coke La Rock.
yeah, you know, everyone was a little rock and ski. Now it's like, oh, there's Snoop.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, I mean, and he has a very, I guess, personality and everything. So it wouldn't surprise me on Family Feud he'd be up there. But just the names that weren't were hilarious.
Oh, I'll get that 3-minute video or whatever it was hooked me. Like I was
like Nas.
I just knew Eminem was going to be number one. Nope.
It was like, I mean, that whole, it was like Jay-Z was like, what, 6 or something crazy?
He was 8.
I don't even think Lil Wayne was on the list.
Yeah, Lil Wayne didn't make the list. Kendrick Lamar didn't make the list. I was I don't know what mall they did that survey at.
Right.
The Roseville Galleria would be my guess.
Or
some equivalent.
Where's oh man, what am I thinking of here? Santa Monica or something like that. There's a big outdoor mall they probably went to. Somewhere very safe.
Yeah, that was just like, I was like, this was not the hip hop head survey. This was like, hey, you watch TV, don't you? Name a rapper.
Mm-hmm.
Snoop's the one they know.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. They probably saw his cookbook right before they went ahead and did that.
I think somebody I was looking for the cookbook for Christmas, and it was like sold out. Cookbook was gone.
They got it down in Inglewood. I saw it when I was down there last time.
I just can't wait for Missionary to drop.
Well,
I already had to explain what that mission. I had to explain, not really explain. Remember a couple of years ago, Roman Reigns had that promo where he said,
"Yep,
watching wrestling or whatever was like the mission every night." And my oldest son goes, "Dad, what is that? Like, what's the problem with that?" And I'm like, "Okay, how do I?"
In theory, son, there's nothing. Yeah, nothing. There's no problem with it, but
I was like, son, not
Reality.
everyone wants to go preach the gospel every night. That's what he's talking about, son. Yeah. Who wants to preach the gospel, the same gospel every single night?
Roman's talking about doing your homework. Missionary is word for homework in the islands.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Where
Or
Roman
like
is
you said
from.
earlier, just ask Uncle D'Lo.
Well, that's what Kenny will do. What's
Uncle D'Lo
hey, what's scissor me daddy mean? Oh, don't worry about it.
Going to the barber.
And that's what I said. I said, I don't know. Don't worry about it. He took it upon himself to be like, hey.
Look straight up at me too. Hey, what does it mean when they do that? When they do what? You know, the thing like that? I don't know.
If you don't give him the answer, he'll go on Google and be like,
I said it's just a thing that they do. His dad was sitting right next to him.
And he's like, Dad, look, I looked it up.
No.
Yeah, that's
Then he discovered that the guy's original name was Mr. Ass. or the Ass Man. Yeah, no, what could go wrong in that?
Nothing at all.
Absolutely.
Oh
nothing.
man,
Yeah.
good times at wrestling.
Always good times. We were trying to book out we like Cody needs somebody, and I don't know who it is, but he needs, like, I used the example out. Cactus Jack took Triple H to like that next level in 2000. Like, Cody needs somebody to get him to the next level, because
I think he needs Gunther. He needs a real strong heel.
So you know what would help me with that, because I like where you're going, is if Gunther beat the hell out of Priest in 2 weeks.
Yeah, like I think he needs to feud with someone not related to Roman Reigns for a little bit.
It feels a little rehash. It feels like, well, he already beat the Bloodline. He beat the original version of the Bloodline.
Yeah,
This feels
but
like
now he's got to beat the little brothers. Now we got to beat the little bloodlines. Like,
they haven't established themselves yet.
I said maybe think about Seth. And the angle is, you only finished your story because of me.
The problem is all the logical people are on the other show.
Oh, that
was the other thing. We've determined that they need to end this.
Like everyone else is on the other show.
Before Netflix starts, they need to end this stupid brand extension.
Or have a redraft.
Or do something.
One of the two. Because Raw's going to be the
bring
show.
back that Vince McMahon wild card where it's like, okay, for tonight, you get to go over. You get to go over here.
Vince McMahon wild card.
Let's call it something else.
It was a wild week in wrestling. So, I mean, outside of wrestling, it was a wild week. So,
well, it definitely was a wild week. Your boy, Shams Charania, broke political news.
Well, kind of. Well, he tweeted it. I guess actually Joe Biden broke his own news. But
yeah, that's accurate. But
but it was just funny. People were like, "Oh my God, he's everywhere," and then people got mad. No, he's not. I'm like, calm down. It's okay.
Did you and in all seriousness, you ain't gotta go in on the guy or nothing like that. It was a little bit of dirty pool, you know what I mean, to like put it out there as if you broke it. And at least that's the way it looked to some people. But like, I asked Damien a question, does he have the responsibility, because of his platform, because of who he's become, to always behave as a reporter, right? So like, what I mean by that is, you're not breaking the news. You just saw it from Joe Biden. You're tweeting it. Should you put per Joe Biden, per at Joe Biden or something like that? Like, does he have that, even though it's not nothing to do with basketball, does he have that that journalistic code that he should live by on Twitter?
I don't know, because if I think back, he's always tweeted stuff like that. Like he'll say, you know, blah blah blah, one is the president or whatever, and he's never said like per sources or, you know. I think he's always. I don't know if he necessarily has to go through all that. I think the assumption is that he's breaking it because it's him. But when I read it, I didn't think, oh my gosh, Shams is in the White House getting info. I just thought my next thing was to look online and see, you know, where the announcement was. But then again, my brain, when it comes to news, functions different. I didn't think, oh my gosh, Shams took a break from, you know, the NBA news to let us know what what's going on in the White House. I mean, because he's, like I said, he's tweeted stuff like that before, and he's never said, you know, per sources and I think technically, journalistically, if it's like from a press release or like from the source, it's not crazy just to say what the actual news is, which is that he stepped out the campaign. I mean, I just think it may be a little murky for some people now, but my mind didn't go, oh my gosh, Shams broke this.
I did. So I did initially think that because I got Shams up for notifications, right? I don't have Joe Biden on my notifications. So, you know, that's the first I saw. And then, like I said, I went to, and Damien did a good job of breaking this down. I go to Twitter when I see that, like, yo, did he get hacked? I'm looking for other sources to be like, yeah, he did. They were probably double checking some stuff before they tweeted it out and did all this other stuff. So for I'd say about 5 minutes, he was like the only reputable person who was saying it.
Because you didn't go to Joe Biden.
Right, because I didn't even think to go to, why would I think to go to Joe Biden?
Yeah, and see with me,
well, it's a weird place to make that announcement. Just for the record, like to tweet, "Hey, I'm out." That's a really weird. You could have the entire contingency of the press at your feet in 5 minutes, and announce that you're not. To announce it on Twitter is, especially given who Twitter is owned by, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I didn't see Shams' tweet immediately. So by the time when I saw it, and I go on there, I see the release quote tweeted and all that. So I didn't see it right away. So that probably helped me not, do that as well. But yeah, it's like I said, I was waiting for Hulk Hogan to respond to it since since Kane did, and God, that was he should have kept the mask on and kept looking for Katie Vick. I mean, God.
Did that's an angle no one should ever Google if they don't know what it is. Is he still the mayor? Is he still
and he's as loud. He's just like he's just as loud and vocal as ever as the mayor. He's called for Joe Biden to resign. He said, if you can't run, you must not be able to be in office. You should quit immediately.
Okay, Kane. All right, Isaac. All right, Isaac Yankum, relax, bro.
Like I said, it's been a wild week in wrestling.
Shut up, fake Diesel. I was running against him. That's what I would call him.
I mean, it's a, like I said, it's a while, and then I start thinking weird stuff like, wow, Kevin Nash is like a big, he's like a liberal, staunch, Democrat. And then you got Hulk Hogan over here tearing off his shirt for his quote hero. I'm like, the NWO was weirder than I thought it was.
That's why Scott drank so much. He's like, these two idiots.
He's like, I got this one over here, this one over here.
And I love Kevin Nash. Kevin can't talk without lying. But I love Kevin Nash because I believe he means well. But did you ever hear him on the Austin podcast? You know how him and Sean, so Sean would do the thing and Diesel would stand behind him. Did you ever hear him tell Austin he did that? He was like, "Oh, yeah, Austin, yeah, you put the fist in the air with the black glove."
Good Austin.
And he was like, "Yeah, it was for Tommy Smith and John Carlos."
I've never heard that story.
And Austin was like, "Oh, yeah, but it wasn't political though, right?" He was like, "Oh, yeah, it was political, but they didn't know." Oh, Kevin, you're full of crap.
I've never heard that one.
The August 2020 episode. Is that what
it was? Absolutely post 2020 that he.
I never heard that one, But hey, everything in life is either a work or a shoot.
I think everything in wrestling is a work. Everything.
I take it over to life now. I'd be like, I'd be talking like, is he work? Is a work or a shoot? Like, what are we doing here? Like,
we have said since this show's inception, if you look at life through the spectrum of professional wrestling, life will make much more sense.
Yeah.
Like, who booked me to lose this job, right? And how do I finish my story? If you just look at life that way, it all makes more. Leave the Katie Vicks out of it, but if you can make everything else make sense.
Yeah, you got problems with your relationship. What's the angle here? What's her angle?
Well, there could be a wrestling angle developing in Raiders training camp, which got underway today. I'll ask you right now today. I'm going to ask you this question probably 10 more times before week 1. Who's the Raiders starting quarterback the first game of the season?
Gardner Minshew.
Okay. That was very Ron Burgundy like with a question mark at the end.
That's just my assumption. I just, I didn't see anything from Aiden O'Connell last year where I was like, oh yeah, that's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, they don't need any upgrade. That's the guy. I mean, there's a reason why they wanted a quarterback in the first round this year. So, I mean, to run it, I mean, just to walk in and assume it's going to be AOC, I can't do that. I'm thinking you sign Minshew because, he's not a high-priced vet, but he's won games in multiple spots in the league. And you need at least serviceable. I mean, if they just had serviceable QB play last year, they might have snuck into the playoffs. So I just think, you go with the guy who's actually won some games and games in the league over a larger, sample size. We got a pretty good defense, ride with that. Make sure Max doesn't try to go to DC, too soon. You're all right.
Jeez.
Make sure we don't lose Max on the campaign trail in some rural city in California.
Jay took that one pretty hard. That was tough.
Max is in Reading for some reason on a game day. Like, what are you doing, Max?
Hey, what's that? You probably seen this. What's that story going on where the Raiders are having training camp in Southern California and can't promote it at all?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
anything at all?
It's like the NFL rule because that's the Raiders and the Rams territory. So like they can't promote. They can't promote. They're there. I don't know how this rule is about like the media or something. It's something like the local media isn't supposed to be there.
What? Oh man.
Yeah, it's like supposed to be only for the Vegas media. I don't know how that works, which is weird because now I've never knew about that rule till recently. I'm like, so how do the Cowboys work this all this time?
Yeah, that's a good
question. Are they out? Is it because they're in Oxnard? It's a little different. I don't know.
Well, no, it's easy. They're owned by Jerry Jones. That's the difference.
Oh yeah, right. They're just like we got these rules, but Jerry's rich, and yeah. So go ahead, do what you want.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Kroenke, because Kroenke owns the Rams, right?
Yeah.
That's his boy. I'm sure. Yeah.
Well, Jerry Jones ran the plays to get both him and Spanos.
That's a fact.
And so
yeah, and he ran the play to help to get the Raiders in Vegas. Jerry Jones,
to get the most popular team in LA to Las Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah, Jerry Jones can do everything except get his own team to the conference finals.
Well, that's
or
how
the NFC championship game, so not the conference finals. You know what I mean?
It's been a while.
Yeah,
still counts.
Are you watching Receiver at all?
I watched a little. We talked about it last. Remember, how?
Oh, we did.
The compilation of how they found every bad Jimmy Garoppolo play from the Raiders.
They really did.
I was like, did he do anything right? I'm like, I remember week 1 where he led them for helps ice the game. They didn't show one good thing Jimmy ever did as a Raider. It was like he signed and he was hurt.
Even on the 2 wins, it was like no good completions from him. Just getting Devontae killed. All this.
Yeah, it was.
Do you think because namely what happened with Devontae? Do you think this Do you think this is the last season of because that's a lot of access, and now the Devontae was forced. He was put in a position to where he and his representatives had to answer questions about that series. That quote that was months ago. That was last calendar year, and he had to answer questions about that. Do you think maybe that kills off shows like quarterbacks and receivers and so on?
I don't know if it kills it off. I just think it makes the editing a little. I think I think when I don't think Devontae, like I said, when he said it was months ago. You don't realize you're not thinking. You know what? This is going to come out next year, and someone's going to come back and ask me. Remember, it comes out. It's in the middle of camp, so you're not thinking. Okay, people are going to come out and ask me all about the show, but. For Devontae, there were already rumors, trade rumors about him. Aaron Rodgers is not shy about saying he wants to play with Devontae again. So then you watch the show and he says, basically, if Jimmy didn't get benched, I wasn't going to be here I'm not going to be here next year. That it's kind of fair to ask, like, what the hell was going on? Like, what did Jimmy do to you so bad to where you're like, if he's the quarterback, I'm out of here? So I mean, he kind of did it to himself. But I don't think these shows. I think because the ratings are going to be so crazy on these things, they're not going to go away. I guess what do what next? What, running back or what?
That's what we were trying to figure out. Yeah.
Cornerback might be the next.
We figured the show would end when
they'll do pass rusher.
Pass rusher. I like that.
I mean, that would be a crazy one. You could get, the Bosas, Crosby, TJ Watt.
All right. All right.
TJ Watt.
All right.
How did TJ Watt get thrown in this? He ain't with us.
It didn't even dawn on me that I had said those three together. I'm just thinking of pass rushers. Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
We could have some fun with
Be
that.
a good show. Well, I leave a couple of those guys out. It would be a good show.
Hey,
first three guys, it would pick up January 6, 2025.
Oh, man.
All right.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
They're sitting around just like mad, like.
Oh no, I got a kick out of what Damien said because I'm not finished, but I got caught up on the show. And no, Bosa absolutely said, "Don't show my face on." That was crazy. He was like tucked off, bad angle. You see his back.
You don't really know that it's actually Nick Bosa, except for the fact Kittle said it's Nick Bosa.
Kittle's like, Bosa came and he never goes anywhere. He's just, I was like,
Bosa said, "Don't show."
Like, yeah, you literally, I never dawned on me. You literally do not see his face.
Nope.
That might have been Joey. We don't know which Bosa that was.
Right. I also think I like Devontae, so maybe I'm just biased here, but I think he has a couple of moments that come off a little bad.
Well, he's had a couple of moments in his career, period. That remember he shoved the
ask that photographer in Kansas City.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think then you kind of juxtapose that with the birthday party, and like half the parents have no idea who's your dad. Oh, like they pull up to the house. This is a really nice house. Wow.
That was the part that cracked me up. Was I know that white lady was trying to figure out how they had this house. They're like, "Oh, it's beautiful. It's perfect. It's just incredible."
He pulls up, honey, is your friend's dad a rapper? What does he do? I mean, this is a.
It reminds me of that scene from Black AF where they're taking the private jet and the stewardess starts to ask Rashida Jones's character all those questions. She's just dying to know what we do for a living.
Because what made that scene crazy was all moms. I'm like, if it was a bunch of dads there, the dads would have been like, "Oh, there's Devon." It would have been a whole scene of guys getting selfies with Devontae. Instead, it's all these ladies going, "So what? Oh, you look familiar." Like, wow. Wow. Yeah, that was, there's some moments in that show that just absolutely cracked me up.
Nah, it's a really good show, and I hope it doesn't like change and become like mic'd up in the NBA. You know what I mean? Where it's just, that's a segment where the coaches say nothing. Hey guys, we got to keep working. Rebound. All right. Goodbye.
You know what I heard that they do, that some coaches do in that, or maybe not some, maybe it's all of them, and I'm sure Jason has heard this too, is they'll say something, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever. They'll look over and say, "Okay, turn the camera off and get out." That was that's your clip. Like we've done that. That's the clip. Get out.
Yeah, and then you had guys like Phil Jackson who used it to his advantage to send messages. Remember what he did in the finals against Boston? He gets on that mic and says, "This is the team. This is the worst team at holding a lead in the NBA. We're fine. We're only down 15." He's like, "This team leads the NBA in blowing leads," and he knew that was going to be all over TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then Boston proceeds the next 2 games to blow big leads and lose.
Got him.
The Zen master.
Yeah, good old Phil.
Jay, we appreciate you as always. Long Beach
Oh
is
yeah.
fine.
Oh, I got you one of these for your birthday, Kenny. So
Hey,
I don't know why.
How about that?
I don't know why.
I mean, I'm sure you were. I mean, I know you were happy at the game last night. So
No, wasn't happy at all.
Yeah, I know you were happy. This is on the way. Gotta get that city edition. I know. I got you. Happy birthday.
Goodbye, Jason.
Enjoy the game.
Hello, Dodger fan there.
Whoa.
But that's what he said. It's not. Got you. That's a nice hat he got
Don't
you.
add to the media narrative.
That's a nice hat that he got you.
No, it's not.
And I know for a fact you don't have one of those.
Those are pretty cool hat.
Hey, like Al B says, KC in LA.
KC in LA.
See, big deal. Big deal. KC in LA.
I'll never forget that response.
Get out of my face, KC in LA. Get out of my face.
Oh man.
All right. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Today was interesting.
Tomorrow will be even more interesting.
It will be, and it'll be interesting until the Kings play a damn basketball game or go to practice. Or
Tune in tomorrow to see if we use the rundown.
At least get the schedule.
The same rundown that has been scheduled since Monday
of last week.
Well, never got to that damn football segment. Never wants to discuss.
Here, let's talk about the college football 12-team playoff.
Top 10 QBs in the game.
Never got there. We'll see you tomorrow here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Gigantes. Come on, man.
All right, we're gonna switch over. We ain't gonna make it though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you know what? I know what we'll do. No, we're gonna have to go with Plan B, which is $1 Million Baby.
There's always a Plan B.
See, there's a heel right there. Because I think we're gonna run a Leah. Yeah, we're gonna go to Plan B. All right, y'all, we gotta go because we have a lot to do on the other radio station. We're gonna have to talk in like 4 minutes. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for having fun with us, man. Hit the thumbs up and well, he's right.
No.
Please. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. We'll see you guys tomorrow.